Um, you recall that statement, right? If not, we can play it for you.
No, I recall that statement.
Okay. And you agree? Do you agree that the first vaccination given in the United States was in mid-December?
December 19th.
Yeah, December 19th. Now, do you know when the excess deaths started to rise? And do you know when they peaked?
Yeah, the excess deaths started to rise shortly after the vaccination started, and it's always hard to determine exactly when. But
No,
what's your
that's
point?
false. Yeah,
Oh,
the point is
okay.
that's false. Yeah, so the
Oh,
excess deaths started to rise months before the first vaccination was given, and it peaked very shortly after the first vaccination was given, and then it dropped. And we can,
oh,
and here's the data for that.
show me the data for it.
Yep, here it is. There's numerous sources reporting the same thing.
Here,
You can
here
go
it is.
into,
I can't see it, Avi.
yeah, it's, oh, go to general chat. Do you see general?
General chat.
Yep.
Yep.
There are numerous sources that I can give.
What am I?
So
I'm
we
supposed
can
to
go through one
scroll
by one.
through this to find the source?
I can DM it to you if you'd like, but sure, we can ask the chat to stop commenting in general chat so
Why
that it would
can't
be.
we, hey, Avi, why can't we chat on a platform where we could share
I'm
our
not
screen?
interested in a meta conversation. We can share screens on this platform, actually. That's fine. I can share my screen right now if you'd like.
Great, let's see it.
Cool. Awesome. One moment. Okay. Now Isaac, can you show me how to share screen on, because I think I know how to do this.
There's no way to share screen on the page. If you want to share screen, you have to go speaking per.
All right. Well, let's just try to do it like this. Look,
So you
oh, you
can't
have,
be
we have a channel. We have a channel where you can see it, where other people aren't commenting. So you see where, do you have access to the Brandon, give Steven access to the Avi only channel. The other thing we could do, it's important, it would be nice to do it in general, is because the audience can see the data we're looking at the same time.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, that would be.
It would be actually really nice if we could debate on a real platform like Zoom, Avi.
Yeah. So.
But you wouldn't do that. We waited 3 hours.
Steve,
Avi, we waited 3 hours
in the
for
meta
you.
conversation. Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm interested in talking about the data. I'm not interested in the meta or the grasping at straws for rhetoric. So I'm here to talk about the science.
Okay, so let's talk about the science.
So let's go with that.
Let's start with how many people have been killed by these vaccines, Avi.
Yep, I answered that question. Less than you claim. I don't know the exact number.
You thought that there were 5,000 people, right?
Yep, I thought there were less than, just to be clear, so you don't strawman me. I thought there were less than 5,000. Now your claim, we're not gonna let you get away. I don't know the exact number.
Is it 4,000?
I don't know the exact number, nor do I need to. Now we're not gonna let you get away from your claim, which you seem to be dodging now. So your claim was that there were 25,000 excess deaths, and that you said it on recording here, that the excess deaths were increasing. That they started increasing since the first vaccine. That was your claim. All right, I asked you the question. That's what you said. So I'm not going to let you start to pivot and dodge away from that, because you're wrong. And here's the data.
Show me the proof.
Okay. Here's go to general chat. Go click on this. See where it says the general text chat? Here is excess mortality. Okay. You see how it started increasing months before the first vaccine? Months before. I don't know if you can, and you can check up any excess mortality source in the United States for this. Okay? You don't have to take my word for it.
What's your point, Avi?
The point is that if you want to imply causality, causes are temporal. They come before the effects. And if the excess deaths were increasing long before the vaccine was even given, then it's clear that the cause of these excess deaths are not the vaccine.
Oh, really?
Do you accept causality as temporal? Yes or no?
So So
Do
I
you
think
accept causality as temporal? Yes or no?
yes, I do.
And so do you?
Are you gonna let me finish? Or are you gonna like keep
Yes.
interrupting me?
Okay. So do you think that it's true that the excess deaths started increasing after the vaccine was first given in the United States?
Yeah.
Okay. What data do you have
It
for that?
sounds like you're a lawyer trying to make a
Yeah, I'm
case.
not interested in the. I'm not
You're not
interested in the
interested in a
rhetoric, Steve.
debate. You're
Yeah,
interested in an inquisition, aren't you?
yeah. I'm not. I'm interested in the truth, and it seems like you don't have it. So I'm not
No,
interested in
it
your
seems like, hey,
rhetorical grasp for truth.
Avi,
How
have
about
you
you
ever
provide
looked
it?
at the Veris database?
Yes, I have. Now
You
I'm not
have.
interested in your. I'm not in. Yep, I have. And by the way, do you know how many false claims there are? But we can get into that. But after you
Yes,
answer my question
I'd
that you
like
just
to see
dodged.
those false claims, Avi.
Yep, sure. Now before we get to that, since you've pivoted, I'm not going to let you pivot. You claimed that the excess deaths started increasing after the first vaccination in the United States.
Yes.
I've presented you. I presented you with data. Here it is again. I'm linking the source in the general chat. Okay. I'm linking the source in the general chat showing that that is unequivocally not true.
No.
Okay. Now, if you want to stand
No.
by your claim,
Okay. Do you want me to answer your claim?
I want you to substantiate your claim. Go ahead.
Okay. This is a chart of deaths from all causes compared to previous years, all ages. That is completely different than the chart that I showed. Now, do I get to show my chart, Avi?
By X, that's so excess deaths are just defined in terms of that. Now, if you want to talk about something other than uh, deaths that are beyond what is expected from all causes, you can do that. That's
Yes,
fine. But
I
then you're
do.
using, but the point is, then you're using excess deaths as a proprietary definition. Because
No,
when
I'm
we
not.
talk about excess death, you yes, oh, you're not. So then please provide me because every definition for excess deaths that I've looked at throughout all databases talk about the same thing,
Okay.
not what Stephen's view is.
So do you
Right?
want
They
do you,
talk
do you,
about.
do you want to do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead. I want you to provide me a excess death standardly used definition that is not all cause mortality compared to historic trends.
Sure. So Avi, so let me give you an example. Suppose the deaths from cancer are 100 deaths per year. Suppose the deaths then in last year were 500 deaths per year. Now, the all-cause mortality deaths probably wouldn't increase at all because that's such a small number. But if you look at excess deaths for cancer, you would say that there's something wrong. There was something causing deaths from cancer. Now, similarly, deaths from COVID-19, before there was COVID-19, the number of excess deaths from COVID-19 were 0. Now, once COVID comes along, the number of excess deaths from COVID are substantial. Now, that may also increase the excess mortality, but there are lots of things that can increase the excess mortality because from all causes, because some things can go up and some things can go down. So
Yeah,
it's
I'm
much
familiar with
more
that.
interesting
So
to look at specific things like, wow, the excess deaths from COVID went way up, even though the excess mortality from all causes could go down because people were kept inside and they weren't getting hit by trucks and there weren't as many murders and there weren't as many, other things that could have happened because people were kept inside. There were probably
I
fewer
understand the point
people
you're
who
trying
got.
to. Yeah, I understand. Yep, I
Okay,
understand.
good.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
before
Can
you
I
didn't seem to
now
understand that.
no I do no I understand now. Two things. Number one, if you're going to talk about excess deaths from COVID-19, you have to compare it to rates from that we would expect from COVID-19, or else there's no distinction between deaths from COVID-19 and excess deaths from COVID-19. Standardly, it's fine if you want to have a proprietary definition. Standardly, what's used is excess deaths. Now, to your point about other deaths, that's fine, but you'd have to explain how the total excess death, so which means all cause mortality,
Yes,
radically decreased after
yes,
the vaccines rolled out.
but I showed that in the video very clearly, and if you were paying attention, you would have realized that. Now, do you remember how I showed it in the video, or did you not watch it?
I did watch it, and I remember how you showed it. You talked about two things. You talked about the R00 to R99, which turned out, even
Good.
according to your source, to be junk. Yeah, even according to your source, turned out to be nonsense. By the way, your source admitted that, just so you know. Your source made a correction. Yep, the source that you brought up on your stream. Okay.
On my
if you want me to
stream?
pull it up?
Yeah.
On your video. On your video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which source?
Let's go. So
which source?
yeah. Yep. So it was the here it is. The Augustine Walters.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And if you look at that, so I encourage you to go to that website, because they actually posted a correction since you posted your video.
Okay.
So what you pointed out.
Let's go to his site then.
Go ahead. Here it is. I'll post it for everyone in the chat.
Great. Where and where do I scroll up or down, or where is it?
So you said, yep, if you scroll down, so you see where it
scroll
says
down to the bottom, or what?
No, to the graph. You know, presumably you were paying attention to the video that you were making. So you were making a graph.
I'm like trying to scroll down to where you're telling me to scroll down
you
to.
see where it says R00 to R99, where you see that spike to the R00 to R99 diagnosis. You see that?
Okay. Yep.
Okay, and your point was that the R00 to R99 spiked like never before. And so, because you all of a sudden see this in that database, it's evidence that there is a mortality signal. Now, what your source and you didn't realize at the time, and what people pointed this out to you in the comment section that you've responded to, so I know you must be aware of this somehow, at least in some sense, is that R00 to R99 is nothing special in terms of the spike. In fact, it happens every year, the spike, literally every year. The reason it happens is because R00 to R99 just reflects a bunch of unclassified deaths. There is a time delay in terms of when they go from R00 to R99 classification to other classifications, and then the spike disappears, it dissipates. And in fact, your source realized this, and then it realized that this needed to be corrected and that they were wrong. And they corrected it. If you look at your own source, it says correction, June 18th, 2021. Important note about this section. Effectively, it appears the classification symptom signs and abnormal clinical laboratory findings not elsewhere classified, R00 to R99, always increases near the most recent decades, always increases near the most recent decades. Below is a screenshot showing based on the date collected from the CDC. So they took multiple screenshots based on multiple dates collected from the CDC over multiple years, 2017, 2020. Sorry, 2000. This is before. The year 2000, before the 2012, 17, before the vaccine was rampantly used.
Okay.
And it goes up. It spikes all the time. And you can see the trend for this spike going forward.
But that doesn't mean, Avi, that the deaths weren't due to the vaccine, does it?
Yes, it does, because this is prior to the vaccine being used. You said the vaccine was first administered on the 19th of December. We have that on recording. And if you look at the blue spike,
Avi,
you accept causality.
You're like cherry picking data. You remember in the video I showed that there were 4 different ways that I verified the number. If you don't like
I understand.
This one,
I can go through all of them.
Okay,
I can go through.
Okay,
That's fine.
Okay,
let's go through.
Let's take the CMS
it's perfectly
data.
reasonable. Yeah. No. I'm not going to let you pivot. Listen, we will go through that, but first I want concession on this.
You're not showing. You're not.
Before we
not
go,
proving.
That's fine. Before we go to the other data. Oh, absolutely. Listen, if you present 4 different lines of evidence for something, and I attack one of them, I'm gonna attack all of them, but at first I need concession on one of them before we go on to the next.
No, you've not proven that those deaths were not due to the vaccine. You have not proven
Here's a very simple proof. You ready? You want me to I could formalize it for you if you like.
Tell me
Premise one,
your
if
simple
premise one,
proof.
yeah, premise one, premise one, if the deaths were prior to the COVID-19 being administered, then the deaths are not due to COVID-19. Premise two, the deaths were
Wait a minute.
prior to
The
the
COVID-19. If the COVID-19 deaths
COVID-19
were before
vaccine, yeah.
COVID-19. Oh, wait a minute.
If
You're
the
talking about the
deaths,
vaccine now, or you're talking about
yeah,
COVID-19?
the vaccine, Steve. If the deaths were premise one, if the deaths were prior to the COVID-19 vaccination, then the deaths were not due to COVID-19 vaccination.
I
Premise
totally
two.
agree with that, Avi. We're not.
Okay,
We're
so
in
do you
agreement
see?
with
So
that.
do you see the spike that happens before the deaths? Do you see how this is just an artifact and it's not actually reflecting any spike at all? Because it happens literally all the time, every year. You see this blue line?
Yes, I see the blue line.
You agree with me that that's before the first vaccine was administered, right?
I agree with you that there are spikes in excess deaths that get resolved later.
Okay, but here's the key point. Everything you're seeing, every single spike that you're seeing has historically always spiked and historically always went down. And the reason for that is very basic and everyone understands it, even your followers who are on your side. Many of your followers who are on your side have tried to point this out to your attention and you seem to have ignored them.
So, Avi,
So
no, you can't prove. You can say all this, but you can't prove that the excess deaths there that were uncategorized weren't due to the vaccine.
You don't. Okay, I'm not. That's not the point. The point is
Avi,
not that they weren't due. Okay, look.
But you understand how this works, right?
I can.
Do you not understand how this works?
If they were before, if the excess deaths were prior to the first vaccine dose, then absolutely I can prove they weren't due to the vaccine.
I'm not saying that the excess deaths before the vaccine were due to the vaccine. Don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't see any of this spike that's beyond the norm of what always happens compared to the spikes that were happening prior to the first vaccine being given. That's the point. The point is this is all you're saying here.
You can't.
Is just that we see the same thing in this reporting that we see all the time.
Avi, can you prove to me that the 25,000 deaths in that area that I identified, can you prove that those were not due to the vaccine?
I can tell you without in terms of shifting the burden of proof, I can tell you that I don't see any evidence from your side that 25,000 people have died from the vaccine. And yes, I can bring evidence to substantiate that, and that would come from the randomized controlled trials. But before I do that, I'm taking your lines of evidence, and all I'm saying is that they don't show that, or they don't give reason to believe that they came from the vaccine. And the reason for that is because you're just looking at an artifact and not realizing it, because you don't understand how this is even working. You're
Avi, look, let's move on from this. You can't prove. You said you cannot prove that the 25,000 excess deaths were due to the vaccine.
So no, you don't understand. I'm denying that there are 25,000 excess deaths by this metric to begin with, because it's just a lag time artifact.
Those are real people who died.
No, dude, it's a lag time artifact. Don't you get it? Look,
those are real people who died, Avi.
You're not engaging with what I'm saying.
Can we move?
Steve, your source admitted this. I will happily move on once you concede the basic point that even your followers agree you're wrong on.
No, you can't.
R00 to R99.
Yes.
R00 to R99 is a data artifact due to a lag time. That's all it is. If you want to say that there's some signal there,
Avi,
you need to show that it's something beyond the norm, and there isn't.
Avi, let's table this. We can come back later.
I'm happy to table it. I'm happy to table it once you give me concession. Once you give me concession that you were wrong, as your own source admitted you were wrong.
No.
Let's
table this for now so we can come back to it later.
No, if you're gonna stand by it, then I'm going to point out, no, that's not how it's going to work. You're not going to be able to get pinned into a corner and say, well, we'll just table it when I'm in a corner and I clearly was wrong. My own source says so.
Avi, you know,
here's your own source, Steve.
Avi, look.
Your own source says you were wrong.
No, they didn't say I was wrong.
You tried to make the case that there was a spike that's beyond the norm. Your own source admits this is not true. Yeah, sorry. Your followers also admit this is not true. But you didn't listen to them. And they've even commented on your and you've responded to their comments asking to them to DM. I've seen those as well. I guess that DM never ended up happening. Or maybe they did happen, you didn't, and you just ignored it. But there is no spike that's out of the norm. In fact, the spike happens all the time.
You know, look, for the purposes of this discussion, let's just say I agree with you, okay?
No, I don't want a conditional concession. I want you to look. Don't take my word for it. I want you to actually look at the things.
Let's
Steve,
move on before
I want you to actually. No, Steve. I'm not going to let you get away with a conditional concession either. I want you to, because here's the thing. You're posting. No, I want a real concession, an actual concession about the things you were wrong on that your own source admits you were wrong on. So, if you want, we can look at it. You already pulled it up. You can search where it says correction. It's right there, right? So look at it yourself. It's been analyzed many times. There is no out of the norm spike on this data that you mentioned in your video. The spike happens all the time. And it's just an artifact. It's a data lag. That's all it is. Okay? You agree or no? Or we can take the time. You can take the time and look at it if you like.
Well, look.
Because it seems like you didn't take the time to look at it when you made the video.
Well, I did take the time to look at it when it was a different paper. And somebody discovered...
No, it's the same...
Well, hang on. So I have not seen this paper before with the update. Okay.
Oh yes, the update meaning the correction that you were wrong. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Okay. So do I get a chance to study it and get back to you before I answer it? Or are you interested in catching me?
As long as that's fine. As long as you admit that given what's currently presented, it seems like you were wrong unless you could find something else.
Yeah.
If you're going to admit that, okay, cool.
Yeah. It seems like this is normal. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But 25,000 people did die. They'll get put in different categories. And this may not be the best data point for showing the 25,000 deaths. This was not the only data point I used.
Great. So just to be clear, we agree that the spike, there doesn't appear to be any spikes that are out of the normal range because it's a data artifact based on this data.
Based on
based on your own source.
Without having any opportunity to check with the source, I would agree with you.
That's not true. That is not. See, Steve. That's not true, and you know why that's not true? Because I saw people making the same point to you weeks, if not months before. I saw people. I saw people. Yep. And Yep. And you responded to them. You said, it's on your own site. You responded to them saying, DM me. Right? They made this. I'm not the first person to make this point to you, Steve. So don't tell me that this is the first time you're hearing this. That's not true.
This is not the first time I'm hearing it. I have yet to hear from Austin and from other sources that I have as to the explanation of it. So when I hear back from them, I agree, Avi, with you that there's a legitimate question as to the number. And so
no, that's not the point I'm saying right now. All I'm saying right now is that
the
point I'm saying right now is based on
forever. Is this your whole
as long
point?
as we get clarity on it? No, believe me, this is just the beginning of the nightmare, my dude.
Okay, great.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to be thorough. Okay. So
Good.
what I want, the point I'm just making to you is not that there's a question to the number. The point I'm making to you is that the source you used to substantiate that number doesn't give one any single reason to believe that there's anything out of the norm, because there's no spike out of the norm, and you were made aware of it. You were made aware of this fact that by your own followers for quite a bit of time. And so this is not the first time you've seen
Yes,
it.
but
You've
it
had
was
ample opportunity to correct it,
but
to
do
look
you
at it.
Okay, Avi, do you have proof that I checked with my sources and my sources said that they were incorrect and told me that? Do you have
That's
proof
not
of
what
that?
that's not what I claimed. What I have
Okay.
proof of, what I
So
do have,
all
but
your
here's what I did claim.
so
But
Avi,
here's what I did claim. Don't misrepresent me. Don't misrepresent me. What I claimed is that this issue that I'm bringing to you, and that you've realized that, actually, it turns out I can't actually substantiate with this evidence that there's anything out of the norm. This point was brought to you already. This point was brought to your attention. That's all I'm substantiating. I'm not saying your experts did it. I'm saying people have done it. Some of your followers have done it.
people have brought that to my attention. True.
Great.
I
And
don't
did you look
deny that.
into it since then? Did you
Yes,
did
I
you
yes,
did you
I've,
did you
I've
make
yes, yes.
did
And I
did
have
you
and I
did you
have
did you point
and I
that out
have
on your source?
well, let me finish. Yes,
Did you point that out on Trial Site News?
I pointed it out to my sources and I asked them, "Hey, what do you think of this argument?"
Great. This would happened in June 18th. Okay? June 18th, people have mentioned this.
June
And you've
18th.
commented back on
Okay,
June 16th,
June
before that.
June 19th. It's June 19th.
June 16th.
So
3 days
wait a minute,
prior,
you said 18th before. You're changing
No,
your
60. There's another, because that okay, no, that's not a contradiction. They did it multiple times to you. Okay, so prior to that, people also mentioned.
So Avi, do you think this is the only thing that I do in my life is to focus on like I have to respond to every single tweet that's sent to me? Do you know how many tweets I get?
It wasn't a tweet. No,
Oh,
it
what
wasn't.
was it?
It was on Trial Site News. Someone said, Brian says, Mr. Kirsch, the whole R99, the whole 1551 segment is really bad reasoning, and for the sake of the overall argument, needs to be removed. R00 to R99 6-month surge is easily explainable as a persistent pending processing effect.
Yeah.
Which will always appear to start at 6 months back from whenever one is looking at the data. The same surge happened last year. Further, if you pour through the various individual states, you will see that among the small states, there is absolutely no consistent surge pattern. Some small states do not even use that category. Even if the number of deaths caused by the vaccine turns out to be 25,000 or higher, the reliance on unprocessed and inconsistently measured data as a surrogate for excess deaths analysis is totally faulty. This undermines the video and all other valid points made within it, ultimately hurts the movement to raise alarm over COVID vaccines. The data are going to be messy and take time to sort it out. Pathology isn't even a real science. And then we go into the rest of his comment. And you respond. So you saw the comment. You said, DM me on Twitter, please, to discuss. So I know you're aware of this, right?
Yeah.
It's important that your followers should be aware of this as well.
But it wasn't resolved.
To show your point.
So Avi,
it was resolved according to your own source, actually, because your own source actually saw it. Your own source made the correction, and they admitted that it's actually not out of the norm.
But they never got back to me about it.
Oh, they never got back to you about it. Why would they need to do that? They corrected it to their followers. They were responsible. They actually said, hey, by the way, they posted a correction on their site saying, hey, by the way, the thing we said, guess what? It was wrong. There was no excess deaths out of the normal. There was no spike. Didn't happen. And you're saying because they didn't get back to you, they have to get back to you for you to have a difference in your doxastic state?
No,
Are you serious?
To know about it.
For you to know about it. But people brought this to your attention already. And your source corrected it. For you to know about your own source correcting itself? You didn't know about your own source correcting itself when people were bringing this to your attention? And you saw it and responded?
No,
okay.
He didn't contact me.
Wait,
do you have proof?
Your own source doesn't need a contact. No, all they need to do is send you a link with the correction.
Did they do that?
They don't need to contact.
So
yeah, You
So,
responded to the points that they were
dude,
making.
did they get back to me?
I don't. Did the authors of your source get back to you after they
Did
corrected
my
their own
source,
source?
after I asked them, did they get back to me?
I don't know why they would need to get back to you. They posted it on their own site
Well,
that they were wrong.
this is the first time I am seeing this graph, Avi. Do you have proof that I have
Okay,
seen this graph before?
I don't have proof that you've seen it before. I'm not reading your
Oh,
mind, but what I
okay,
do have
good.
proof is everything in that graph was brought to your attention and you responded it, so you clearly read it, unless you
Yes,
didn't read the comments you're responding
yes,
to.
but it was not responded to by my sources, and I have proof of that.
That's I don't care
I
if your
have
source responded to you.
unambiguous proof of that.
I don't care. Okay, I don't care
You
if your
don't
source
care
responded to.
about the proof.
Your source doesn't need to contact you directly. They posted a correction on their site,
Yes, but
and
I'm not aware
multiple
of that
people have
correction,
contacted
and
you
I
with this issue.
haven't talked to them about it. Now
Multiple people have
you're
multiple. Don't even try.
presenting me with new information that I haven't seen before, and you're expecting me to respond responsibly
Don't
to
tell.
it.
No, again. Don't try and say that you haven't seen this argument before. People have brought it to your attention
Avi,
multiple.
I
You
told
admitted that
you.
people have brought it to your attention
How
multiple
many
times.
times do I have to tell you that I see it before? I responded to it. I said, contact me. I contacted
Yep.
my sources, and I asked them, so what do you think of this argument?
And you heard nothing back.
Correct.
Well, that's fine. But what I would tell you is that when that happens, might be a good idea to make an update on your own trial site
Absolutely.
news. Yep.
Absolutely. As soon
Great.
as I hear back from them, will you let me hear back from them before I make a correction? Do you think it's responsible?
You can hear. I think it's
Avi, do you think
responsible
it's
when your own source.
responsible for me to make a correction before I check with the sources to get a second point of view?
If your own source corrects themselves on their own document, yes, I do. That absolutely. If your own source is correcting themselves and you're relying on that source in any sense, yes, 100%.
I have not discussed this with Austin Walters.
Okay, but the Austin Walters posted it on his own site.
I have
That he was
not
wrong.
talked to Austin Walters. You keep going after me. Am I allowed to? Like I said,
You're allowed to listen. You're allowed to talk to him. That's fine. But my point is that you don't
Great.
need. It's not a requirement. If he already posted,
I've told Austin. Look, I've told you that if when I talk to Austin and another source on this, if they agree, then I will make the correction.
and if they don't get back to you, you're not going to just go on the fact that they themselves have updated their own blog.
They will get back to me. Otherwise,
that's not answering my question.
Avi, if they don't get back to me, then I will remove that as an argument. Okay?
Great. Cool. Awesome. So we agree that based on everything we're seeing, that does not support your position. Correct?
I agree that it may not support my position, but since I haven't heard back from them, I can't say one way or another.
Okay, may not. But I'm just asking. I'm not asking if it may not. I'm asking if, based on everything you're seeing right now, if you had to make a decision, if you had to make a doxastic state, an evaluation of your doxastic state,
I would
do
say
you think this supports your position or not?
It's probably not very supportive of my position.
Okay, great. In fact, not supportive at all, because it doesn't give any real difference in spike.
Yeah, but
do you think there's a little
again,
bit of support that it has when you say not very supportive?
I need to hear from the experts on this. I am not an expert on this. This was given to me as data. It looked credible to me. I used it as a supporting point. It's not the only supporting point, but it seemed to match the other numbers, and it looked credible. So
great, and we agree now that it doesn't support your point.
If I hear from the two sources and they confirm that it is not an indication of excess death, then I will remove it.
Great, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you right now, based on what we're looking at, not if it's not a very supporting thing for your position, if it supports it at all. If you think, based on what we're looking at now with the correction, do you think this data supports your position at all? Yes or no? Steve?
Probably not. Probably not. I'm waiting to hear
Probably
back from
not.
them.
Okay.
Probably
All right.
not.
Probably not. Cool. Great. Now we can move on to the next part of your video.
Great.
Great. So once you can
Why,
see, so
why, don't,
notice,
why don't
like,
we
it's
why don't we start from the start of the video?
I'm going in. Oh, I'm going in I am absolutely. I'm going in chronological order with anything I disagree with.
No.
Absolutely.
With anything you disagree with.
With the yeah. What do you think we're going to
Okay.
talk about? The things that we may agree with? Like,
Well,
at least I'm trying to go in. I may.
okay. So you agree that there are at least 5,000 deaths that have been reported in the VAERS system?
Oh, I agree with that. Absolutely. Again, I agree that there are 5,000 deaths reported in the VAERS
Excellent.
system. Are you?
Okay.
I don't disagree.
What do you
Again,
think?
like I'm
What
only.
do you think caused those deaths, Avi?
Yeah, I think it's a number of things, a combination of factors. So one factor could be the fact that VAERS is a self-reported system where you can make a false claim and get away with it, and only get it taken down if you have permission to get it taken down at least some of the times. For example, you had an anesthesiologist successfully report to VAERS that they took a flu vaccine and then they turned them into the Incredible Hulk, that they turned their skin turned green and they got all these muscles and they turned into the Hulk. And guess what? That was a adverse effect reported on the VAERS database. Okay, and the funny thing is, they only deleted that. They didn't just delete it right away, even though it was clearly impossible, nomologically. They only deleted it after they got explicit permission from the anesthesiologist to delete it. That as a vaccine side effect, it turned them into the Incredible Hulk. The point is that this is self-reported data.
Let's see that VAERS report.
Sure,
Why don't you pull that up?
It's deleted now, but it's accepted by the VAERS themselves that it was up
Oh,
there.
it's deleted
So
now.
here's the source. Oh, they deleted, as I just told you, they deleted it after they got explicit permission from the anesthesiologist. They didn't delete it before that. They deleted it once they got explicit permission from the anesthesiologist
Who
that
is
reported
they?
that submitted.
Who deleted it?
They is VAERS. An agent from VAERS came and contacted the anesthesiologist that submitted the VAERS report.
Okay. Okay.
And
So
they
are
did
there
not
any
delete.
more instances of the Incredible Hulk in the VAERS database at this point?
At this point, no. But the point I'm making to you, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that they didn't. VAERS. Okay. The point I'm making is that VAERS didn't do their due diligence to delete it right away. What they did was they had to keep it up until they got permission from the submitter that it was that they could delete it. Okay? And if anyone wants to see the source for that, you can look up.
Avi, let's break it down then. There are over how many thousands of deaths are reported in the VAERS system today?
For the COVID
For
vaccine,
the vaccine.
according to your video,
For the vaccine.
you mentioned 5,000 in your video, 5,000 deaths.
Well, it's more than that today, isn't it?
I'm sure it is, but that's not the point. The point is that the data from the randomized controlled trial should supersede self-reported data that seems to be not credible or not reliable.
Oh, really?
So,
really?
Yeah, really.
Oh, that's how it works. Okay, so that's your argument.
Yeah,
so your argument,
it's an evidence argument.
Your argument is because nobody died in the randomized control trial, then nobody can die from the vaccine. Is that your argument?
Nope, that's not my argument. My argument
what is
just
your
that
argument
if we
then?
were to, my argument is that if we were to estimate deaths, if there's a way to estimate deaths, we should try to use methods that start with controlled trials rather than self-reported data that has had at one point the Incredible Hulk as a vaccine side effect. Okay.
Well,
That anyone can submit.
Avi,
I can submit it right now. I can submit a false narrative report right
why
now.
don't we actually go into reality? I mean, for a change,
Reality.
could we? Yes, I know it's something that you wouldn't know much about.
You think if you think the VAERS report is reality, we're using two very different definitions of reality, buddy, my dude. But listen, Stephen, look, when the point is very simple, there's an evidence hierarchy. Presumably, I mean, look, presumably you understand what an evidence hierarchy is. Presumably you understand that if we were to make causal inferences, right? Even the VAERS system says that it's not meant to be used for causal inference. Presumably, you agree that if we're going to make a causal inference, we should go to the higher parts of the evidence hierarchy to do so.
No.
And no, you don't agree with that?
No, because you're talking about the evidence-based medicine evidence hierarchy.
No, I'm talking about the evidence. Okay, so real quick, generally speaking, all else equal, I'm trying to make the case that randomized controlled trials provide a more powerful inference for causal inferences than self-reported data without any control group. Do you agree or disagree with this?
I think it depends on how well the trial was done and what the size of the data
I
is.
said all. Yep. So that's a category error as an answer. So again, I said all else equal. So
So
again, I'll repeat the question.
So perhaps you can explain how
No,
doctors.
you're not answering the question now. Now you're just dodging.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if you're not going to actually answer the question, I'm asking you.
So I'm sorry.
So the question is, apology accepted. So the question
you're so sweet.
So the question is, Stephen, the question is, presumably you accept that all else held equal, randomized controlled trials provide a stronger causal inference than self-reported data without any control group at all. All else held equal. Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, so just to be clear on what you're biting the bullet on in terms of your epistemology, you think it's not the case that randomized controlled trials provide a stronger causal inference than self-reported data without any control group, all else held equal. You don't think that's true? That's correct?
Yeah, not in this case. It doesn't.
Wait, no, I didn't say. No. Don't change the question. I said all else held equal. I'm asking you the question in the abstract. Okay. So I'll repeat the question since you're giving me a category or answer.
There's a Cochrane study that I'm sure you're aware of.
Again, Steve.
Oh,
please
I'm
don't
sorry. I'm sorry. I forgive me for bringing up the Cochrane study.
No, I'm happy to get into the Cochrane study, but I want you to actually answer I don't want to do it as a way for you to pivot from answering the questions when your feet are actually being held to the fire.
I wouldn't want to, upset your inquisition here.
Oh, no. I'm happy. Listen, I'm not going to let you pivot away when you're obviously in an epistemic corner or any corner.
You seem to be like a hunter who's like cornering a game. There's 25,000 people who have died from this vaccine.
Steve, if you think this is some effective rhetorical flourish, I think you're going to have to drink some copium. Now look, or inhale.
I think you're going to have to look a lot of families in the eye and say, your daughter didn't die from the vaccine because we can prove it in a clinical trial that this proves that this doesn't kill anyone.
Yeah, Steve. I'd like you to actually answer my question.
Hey, Avi,
how about you get off?
How many vaccine patients do you have, Avi?
I have more than I can count off the top of my head. I would have to go to. I have over 1,000.
How many deaths do you have in the 1,000 patients you have who died within 30 days of the vaccine, Avi?
0.
Okay, that's probably within bounds. It's about 1 in 5,000 deaths.
Okay.
So,
well, guess what? We have a database. Guess what? We have a database that we have a data. Okay. we have a larger database that shows the similar results. But regardless, you're not answering the question. The trials, guess what? One in 5,000. Guess what? The trials have 40,000 individuals. Okay, and more people in the placebo group died than the vaccine group.
Yeah, but you know how
Okay.
people were excluded from those trials?
I
Do you
understand
know what
that
the
they had.
exclusion criteria was for those trials?
Sure, that's fine. And if
Do
you
you
want,
know that
if
data
you
was
want, yeah,
excluded from those trials?
I understand that certain conditions were excluded from the
Why
trials. Now,
don't
if
you
you want,
describe to the audience what the exclusion criteria for those trials were, Avi?
if you want me to read it word for word, I would have to
No,
pull up the
I want you
protocol.
to summarize it for me right now.
Yeah, if this isn't the gotcha you think it is, buddy. So I'm happy
Go
to
for it.
read the inclusion criteria. I'm
Oh,
happy
no,
to.
I don't want you to read it. I want you to tell me what it is.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
You don't
I'm
know what
happy
it
to
is,
tell
do
you.
you?
No, I did not off the top of my head. Do you think this is like some sort of gotcha or something? I'm sorry.
Well, so you don't really understand. You never studied those trials, did you?
Oh,
You
I
don't even know what
absolutely
the
did, but I'm not.
exclusion. You, you
Oh,
know,
no, 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 no,
you're
no.
you're
I don't
basic.
know. Just excuse me. Listen, when I go to a listen, I work in clinical trials. When I go to an exclusion, someone asks me about the
Wait a
exclusion
minute. You
criteria
work
in
in
my own,
clinical trials. Okay. So,
absolutely.
so,
So
Avi,
wait, 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 wait,
what's the
wait, wait, wait,
stopping
wait, 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 wait,
condition?
wait.
What is
Excuse
the
me, excuse
stopping
me.
condition for this trial, Avi?
They didn't have.
What is the
Well,
stopping condition
there
for
was
these
a data.
EUAs? What's the
There was a
stopping
data
condition?
analysis. There was a
Dude,
data anal. They didn't. From what you are saying, they didn't have a
the
stopping condition.
vaccine, Avi.
But
Avi, listen to me.
yeah,
Stop. What is the stopping condition for these vaccines? How many have to die before we stop the vaccine?
I don't think. Okay, so that would depend on how many it's saving. Whether we should, that's a normative question. It would depend on how many it's saving versus how
What
many.
is the stopping condition, Avi? There has to be a stopping condition in any trial. You know that.
No, I understand that. That's
What
their
is it?
pre-specified event. It's an event-based
It's a
analysis.
pre-specified event. Exactly. What is it for this trial?
Yeah, yeah. I
What
don't
is
know
it?
off the top of my head. I'd have to look into the protocol.
It's up in your
But do
head.
you
Are
think
you
that you think
kidding
there's
me?
some sort of? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you think there's some sort of gotcha that for the various trials, I don't
Are
know. I
you
don't know
fucking kidding me,
the
Avi?
triggering the
You don't
triggering
know
event.
what the
Are you
fucking
seriously
stopping
going?
condition? Are you serious?
Wait. Yeah. If you're asking me if I know what the specific number is for the triggered analysis, yeah, I don't, because and nor should I be expected to off the top of my head. Like I can look it up for you, and I can tell you.
Go ahead. Make my
I've
day.
seen the
We'll go
protocol
look it
before.
up. Look it up
I
right
haven't
now.
memorized it,
Go look it up
but
right now. Go look it up.
I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm not seeing the relevance. Look, the point is, if you
No,
say there's
this
an
is very
exclusion
relevant, Avi. Avi, you know,
again,
you're an expert on trials. You know that you can't have a trial without a defined stopping condition. You deny that, Avi? Have you ever heard of a
that's
trial that didn't define what the stopping condition on death was?
so I actually, believe it or not, I have seen certain trials that didn't have those stopping conditions. Um,
Oh yeah, well look,
stopping, but they did have. Yeah, they did have.
there are trials that are not done in conformance with any IRB standard, of course. But
Yeah,
you don't
if
go
you
and
look at.
experiment on the American people without having a stopping condition. So,
Yeah,
Avi,
there are stopping rules. Here's the stopping.
what is
I
the
have it.
highest
Here's the
stopping
stopping
condition?
rules. Yeah.
Avi, what is the highest
Yep.
stopping
I'm
condition
reading
that we've
it to you
ever
now.
had in our history?
I'm reading it. I'm reading it to you now. Okay. I'm reading. This is for the Pfizer protocol. Okay. Surveillance events that could represent enhanced COVID-19 phase 2-3 stopping rule. Participation in all phases of the study would be surveilled for potential COVID-19 illnesses for phase 1 and onwards. As this is a sponsor open label study during phase 1, the sponsor will conduct an unblinded review of the data during the course of the study, including for the purpose of safety assessment. All not confirmed courses in phase 1 will be reviewed contemporaneously by IRB and DMC. In phase 2-3, the unblinded team supporting the DMC, including the unblinded medical monitor, will review the cases of severe COVID-19 as they are received and will review adverse events at least weekly for additional potential cases of severe COVID-19. At any point, the unblinded team will discuss with the DMC chair and whether the DMC should review cases for an adverse imbalance of cases of COVID-19 and or severe COVID-19 between the vaccine and placebo groups. The purpose of these reviews will be to identify whether any feature of either case appear unusual, in particular, greater in severity compared to the available information at the time of review. Indicators of severity may include accelerated deterioration, need for hospitalization, need for ventilation, or death. Observed rates of these indicators will be compared with what could be expected in a similar population to the study participants based on available information at time of the review. Stopping and alert rules will be applied as follows. The stopping rule will be triggered when the one-sided probability of observing the same or a more extreme case split is 5% or less, when the true incidence of severe disease is the same for vaccine and placebo participants. And alert criteria are triggered when this probability is less than 11%. In addition, when the total number of severe cases is low, 15 or less, the unblinded team supporting the DMC will implement the alert rule when a reverse case split of 2 to 1 or worse is observed. For example, at 3 cases 2 to 1, details can be found in section 10.7, which has an appendix for stopping and alert rules for enhanced COVID-19. Okay, I can read that to you if you'd like, but it's very clear that there are stopping rules.
This is irrelevant. That
It's
is
irrelevant. It's literally, you asked me. I'm answering it very.
that
I'm
that
asking
is
for
the
the stopping rule. I give you the stopping criteria. What are you talking about?
that is the stopping criteria for the phase 3 trial, wasn't it?
It would no. They gave stopping criteria for phase 1 and phase 2/3. Are you serious right now? You're telling me my answer is irrelevant?
Yes,
You asked what the stopping criteria is. I literally just told you what the stopping criteria is, and you're telling me my answer is irrelevant.
correct.
And by the way, did you really think it was some sort of gotcha that I didn't know those ratios off the top of my head in the protocol? Like, did you really think that was like some sort of like, yeah, I win move? Steven, man, you gotta up that debate game. But yeah, so obviously it's relevant. It's obviously relevant, Steve. I
Really,
gave you the answer. You said there
really,
was the stopping
what
criteria. You were
that's
wrong.
irrelevant.
You were wrong,
But that's
Steven.
irrelevant.
Do you agree that you were wrong when you said there was no stopping criteria?
No, there is not a stopping criteria.
Okay, would you like me to read it? Would you like me to read it to you? Here is the stopping criteria.
Dude, I've talked to the
I'm
the
reading
head
the
of
protocol.
you're not listening. You don't listen very well.
I mean, have you read? You're the one attacking me for not reading the protocol.
You're not listening.
Go ahead. Tell me how there's no stopping criteria when the protocol actually literally says there isn't and defines it.
I was talking about the stopping criteria for the vaccination of Americans. This is an EUA trial.
You're talking about
this is an experiment that people are being subjected to.
Okay, so you're not talking about the randomized control trials, are you?
Correct.
You're saying a stopping criteria. Oh, so by you say stopping criteria for a trial, you're just talking about a proprietary use of a trial where you're using it in terms of Americans.
Talking about the trial on the EU on this EUA where we are testing these drugs on Americans and killing people. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you're not talking. So just to be clear, when you say a stopping condition on the vaccine trials, you're not actually talking about any of the phase 1, 2, or 3 randomized controlled trials.
I'm talking about the real deal here. I don't care about the randomized trials. The deaths reported in the randomized trials were insignificant. I'm talking about I'm talking about the deaths of real Americans, which you should care deeply about.
Oh, I do. I think
you know, it doesn't sound like you do.
I do. This is why I'm here. This is what I'm hearing.
How many Americans have
Now,
died because of the
just
vaccine?
just to be, I think less than 5,000. I already answered this
What do you
question.
think
Now,
it's
just
more than? Do you think it's more than
I think,
zero?
yeah, of course, I think it's more than zero.
Okay, great. Do you think it's more than 100?
I don't know exactly. Okay, it's going to be some
Okay,
vague.
it could be just
There's going to
2,
be
huh?
vague. No, I think it's more than 2.
Okay, what if it's
Okay,
your best guess, what
do
do you
you
think
think?
it is? What do you think it is?
I don't
Give me your
know.
best guess.
I'd have to my best guess. Maybe it's going to be maybe you're looking at 200, 500. I don't know.
500
But I'd
people, huh?
have to. But I just want to be clear. That's a very like I haven't done a thorough
You haven't.
dive in it
Okay.
to analyze it because
But
the
you care
reason
about
is
Americans
because
dying, but
the
you haven't
reason
done a thorough.
yeah
You
the
admit
reason
you haven't done a thorough look at it.
yeah. Well, yeah, because a thorough look would involve not doing the kind of review that you were doing. So it would actually
Oh,
take
really?
time and
Okay.
effort. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so just to be clear, getting back to the point, so we don't
Wait a
derail.
minute.
When you're talking about a stopping condition, so stopping conditions are there for randomized controlled trials. They're not there for EUAs. Like emergency use authorization, they can stop that or they cannot, but that's not going to be part of a protocol for the same way a randomized controlled trial is. Stopping conditions are designed for phase 1, 2, and 3 randomized controlled trials,
I'm
which they
talking
had
about
and they
a
defined.
stopping condition for a vaccine rollout.
Yeah, I'm not.
Which
I'm not aware if there is. I'm not aware if there is or if there isn't. But regardless, there definitely was.
Doesn't that trouble you?
Oh, well, no, given the data, because based on the data in the real world,
are you kidding me?
I'll tell you, in this case it doesn't, and the reason
there's
in this case,
like we can
in
kill
this case it doesn't. Yep.
100,000
In this case,
Americans, and you're not troubled by that? Are you kidding me?
the reason I can tell you why. The reason why is because the data that we have, both not just in the randomized control trial, but in the real world data, is so obviously favoring the vaccine in terms of how many it saves versus any amount that it's killing, that it's so clear that we should keep doing it.
So it's okay
That's
to kill
why.
it's okay to kill 100,000 innocent Americans, huh? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't. No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't even think that's a.
You
Did
said
you
that.
wait? Do you? No, I did not. In fact,
Yeah,
when I answered your question, I specifically
if we can
said
save more Americans by killing
Nope.
100,000 healthy people.
I didn't say 100,000. What are you talking about?
No, you said, hey, if we can save more Americans.
Hey, you're just straw manning me. I didn't say there were 100. I didn't say there were 100,000 that were killed by the vaccine. Okay, there's some sort of threshold that's gonna be met, right? Now if we're gonna. I don't know the exact threshold, nor do I need to. But if you're talking about saving 50,000 or 100,000 or 1,000,000 plus, and you have to do a treatment that's going to inevitably result in the lives of like 200 people or 300 people, yes, it would look crazy.
200,000 people.
Okay, but that's part of the discussion of what the risk benefit is. But all I'm telling you right now is that when you look at this threshold, you're going to have some sort of principled evaluation on how many a treatment is allowed to kill versus how many it's going to save when you're going to make a decision whether to employ it or not.
Yeah, and you have to look Avi, at what the alternatives are, don't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Then
we can go to COVID early. We can go to the meta-analysis.
You believe in informed consent, Avi?
For randomized control, for randomized controlled.
No. Informed consent for this vaccine. Do you believe in that?
Informed. Yeah.
You do.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Then don't you think that people should be informed of the number of people who have been killed and who have been disabled from this vaccine?
Yeah, to the degree that we know how many, absolutely, and they should also be informed on how many people have been saved. Okay, and if one drastically outweighs the other, which I think it does, they should be aware of that as well.
You know what?
Do you want to look at the alternatives?
Can you maybe show me where the CDC informs people of the number of people that have been killed by the vaccine?
I don't think they do because I don't think we know. That's why. I don't think we have an idea of how many people have been killed by the vaccine, which is why I don't think the CDC informs it. We don't have a precise idea.
Avi. I think we do.
I know, and Oh, I know you think we do, and then you showed
No,
me
I
some
know,
data that
because
turned out to be incorrect.
Avi, it's in the CMS database and it's in the VERS database. And the original VERS
Again,
database has real people with real names.
yeah,
And you can
with
verify
real
all of those deaths, which you haven't done, have you?
is the Incredible Hulk also real?
It's not in the VERS database, is it?
No, it absolutely not currently, but it absolutely was, and it wasn't deleted until they got explicit permission from the person who reported to delete it.
Avi, do you know how many
The
records
point is,
there are? You know how many
point.
records there
Yeah, you know
are?
how many
Avi,
people are in. You know how many people would like to submit false records? Of course. What do you
Avi,
think I'm going to take?
sure. How many? Tell
How do
me.
you? If you
Tell
don't,
me,
I just want to
Avi,
know.
the number of false records in the VERS database right now. How many?
I don't. Do you think I don't know? Nor do I
You
need to know
don't
to
know.
make my point
No.
go through. Nor do
So
I
it
need to
should
know.
be
You don't know
0.
either. That's the point. The point is
No, but
you don't know either.
you can't say, well, there are no deaths because we can't know how many false
No, I
records
didn't
there
say there
are.
were no deaths. Now you're just strawmanning me. Okay, you gotta
Oh,
you're not
geez.
doing a good job following track of the conversation.
Oh,
So
I'm
I didn't say there were
sorry,
no deaths.
Avi.
There's gonna be some
My
amount, yeah.
apologies.
And if we're gonna present, yeah, it's okay. I
I'm
forgive you.
trying to be nice. I
The
really
point,
am.
the I am too, but it's a little frustrating sometimes when you misrepresent my position. But it's okay. I forgive you. The
Oh, thank
point
you.
here, Steve.
That's sweet of you.
Yeah, that's aw. But the point here, Stephen, is just that there's going to be some sort of things that we don't know when we're talking about the risks of the vaccine, and there's going to be a lot of things we don't know in terms
Yeah.
of the risk of COVID, and
Yes,
there's going to
but
be,
okay.
but we can still make some point estimates in terms of the risk
Yes, and
reward
if we can,
ratio.
and so Avi, suppose we can go look in that VERS database, and of the 5,000 deaths, we find no Incredible Hulk, and we find that all of those death records are accurate. Then that would mean that
Listen, if
then
yeah,
that would mean
if
there
you
are
can show,
5,000.
if you can
God damn
show,
it!
yeah,
You keep
if you can
interrupting
show,
me.
yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you, so you don't have to keep
Okay,
to keep going on.
all
Yeah.
right, good.
So
All
if
right.
you can show, if you can, if provided that if you can show that it's actually the case that those VAERS database records are accurate, which is the whole point and contention in the first place, then I would accept the number and then I would do my cost benefit analysis with that number in mind. But the reason I'm not using that number in mind is because it's not trusted, it's self-reported, it doesn't have any control group, and there's no way for me to know whether it's an actual vaccine effect, whether it's an actual true report in the first place, or whether it's just some anti-vax person who just wants to post on social media to get everyone to report it.
Absolutely. You ever think
That's the
about?
issue.
Have you ever done any quality control to find out what the answer is?
No, because I don't have access to the people, the individuals who reported it to.
So have you heard of the precautionary principle of medicine, Avi?
Yeah, the precautionary principle goes both ways here. That's the problem. It's not going to be a symmetry breaker.
Oh, the precautionary principle says that you should, if you have evidence of death, you should take them seriously. That's what the precautionary principle says.
Yep, that's right, and it goes both ways.
Unless
It goes
you
both
can
ways.
prove otherwise. The
Wait, just to be
precautionary
clear.
principle says those are real deaths unless you can show otherwise. You agree?
Yeah, I understand. You're not explaining to me anything I don't understand. So I
Okay,
totally
that's
agree.
good.
However, the problem is, Steve, is that in this case you have a precautionary principle that goes both ways. Okay, so in one case you have some precautionary principle with some range, some point estimate with some range that we have some vague idea about that points in one direction, and then we have a precautionary principle with some point estimate and confidence interval that goes in another direction, and that's the risk of not getting the vaccine. Okay, and that's the point I'm trying to make here, is that it's just much greater, and because it's much greater, there's a much stronger precautionary principle for that and the other. Now you want to make the case we can do alternative treatments.
I would disagree with that, Avi, but let's take one point at a time, shall we?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Great. Okay, good. So the precautionary principle would suggest that there are a minimum of, I'll have to let me check VAERS right now, but it's probably at 6,000 deaths from the vaccine so far. So the precautionary principle says that unless we can show that all those records or most of them or some of them are fake, we ought to believe what they're saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't, even if that's true, No.
5,993 dead people.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah. So
and we know,
so wait,
that that's
Steve.
underreported, don't we?
Steve, yeah, I agree with you that fraudulent reports can sometimes be underreported. And so that we don't know how many are fake, how many are not. The point here
Well,
is that
yes,
you
but the
can make a precautionary
precautionary
case.
principle,
I
which you said
understand
you
I understand, Steve.
understood, says
I
that there
understand,
are
Steve.
5,993 deaths.
You're just not tracking. Okay. So real quick. So even if I take that precautionary principle in mind, there's two issues. Number one, the precautionary principle goes in the other direction as well. So even if you want to say there's a precautionary principle to take with these deaths, that maybe they were real, there's stronger evidence that far more deaths are real that are there because people didn't take the vaccine. And if that's the case, then the precautionary principle would suggest to take the vaccine. That's point one. And point two is
Interesting. So,
just that
Avi, can I ask you a question? I talked
let me, yep,
I talked to Brian Tyson.
yep,
I
as soon
talked to
as I'm
Brian.
done, yep, you can talk as soon as I'm making a second point. The second point is just that the degree of that precautionary principle is filed down once we have higher evidence from randomized controlled trials showing that that's actually unlikely to be the case,
So,
or from more data
so,
from prospective cohorts.
so I wonder, Avi, if I talked to. Do you know who Brian Tyson is?
No,
You don't. Man,
I
you
don't.
don't know. You don't know who? Do you know who George Fareed is?
Can you just explain? Can you listen? Just get, if you have an argument, present it. I don't care about like people you're going to quote right now unless there's some substance to it. So
Okay.
don't
Well,
waste time.
these guys have a lot of substance to them. They've treated 6,300 people for COVID. They've had like one hospitalization in those patients. The average age of those patients is 60 years old. None of those patients were vaccinated. So I talked to Brian Tyson recently, and I asked him, "So, how's it going? What's going on in your clinic?" He says, "Man, our clinic is overrun with people who have been vaccinated and who have side effects from the vaccine, and it's 10-1 outnumbering COVID cases." So he's seeing this disaster from the vaccine.
What kind of side effects
COVID.
are they? I just wanted to be clear. Because if you're talking by side effect, or adverse event, you just mean like some soreness of the arm or
No,
some
these people are
what do you mean?
checking into urgent care with all sorts of
Oh, well,
weird
in that
shit.
case, okay. So real quick, then that's an anecdote. It's not useless, but it's superseded by the higher tiers of the evidence hierarchy, enabling the randomized controlled trials.
Really? Okay. So randomized
Yeah.
controlled trials are basically better than reality.
Randomized controlled trials are a controlled form of reality. That's not, randomized controlled trials.
So basically,
I'm
those
sorry.
people
Do
are
you
just
think that this
anecdotes.
anecdote or somehow gives you a causal
So you
inference to
think those
reality more
people
than the
are
randomized
just
controlled trials do?
anecdotes? No, it doesn't explain. Your randomized controlled trial can't explain. Let me explain to you what science is. Science is looking at real data, not randomized controlled trials. Science is
Real
looking
data,
at
not randomized controlled trials.
Dude, you keep interrupting me. Science is looking at real data, reality. Science is looking at reality and coming up with a hypothesis that fits the reality. Science is not about randomized controlled trials.
What do you think the randomized controlled trial is trying to do, if not
Randomized
test the hypothesis?
controlled trials are ways of getting some information and forming some interesting hypotheses. Now,
what do you think the randomized controlled trial is trying to do other than test a hypothesis? Like, what do you think is trying to be done here? A causal inference is trying to be made, okay?
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Now, all I'm saying,
you agree,
Steve,
Avi, that randomized controlled trials can often show the wrong results, and it can be deadly,
sure,
right?
but of course, and so guess what? So can your anecdotes. They can also be deadly, right? So the point I'm making here is that all else equal, unless you can give some symmetry breaker, a randomized controlled trial has a higher degree of causal inference, the inference is stronger for causality than an anecdote, all else equal. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Like a single anecdote?
or multiple anecdotes.
Well, I would say that if you have thousands and thousands of cases, man, in the real life, that reality trumps trials, my
Okay,
friend.
real quick, Steve. If you had, so okay, let's make it all else equal. If you had thousands of people in a randomized controlled trial, and you made a causal inference and came out one way, came out
Yeah,
null,
yeah,
and then you had thousands of anecdotes.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so in that case, do you think the causal inference is stronger with the anecdotes or the randomized controlled trial?
Oh, I think the reality. And let me give you an example. Can I
You're
do
not
that?
answering the question. Yeah, I'd like you to. You
No,
can give an
I did
example, but
answer
I'd
the
like you to
question. I
actually answer
told
the
you. I
question.
told you reality wins.
Okay, but which is wait, but that's not no. I'm not asking you if reality wins. Okay, my question was, what is the best causal inference to reality? Okay, the question is, if you have thousands of individuals in a randomized controlled trial versus if you have thousands of anecdotes. Okay, what provides a stronger causal inference to reality or to the hypothesis that you're trying to test in reality?
It
Which
depends on what
one, Steve?
there isn't an
All
answer to
else
that.
equal, Steve.
It depends on. Are you going to listen to what my answer is, or are you just going to
No,
argue?
because if your answer isn't actually answering my question by being a
I
category, or
am answering your question. I'm trying
is
to
your
answer your
answer
question. You won't let me answer your
Steve,
question.
the reason for that is because your answer is making it not all else equal. My question defined it in terms of all else being equal, and when you say something like, well, it depends on the particulars, that's not interacting with my question. Obviously it depends on the particulars.
Your question is irrelevant.
My question is irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether, generally speaking, a randomized controlled trial provides a stronger causal
You
inference
want
than
me to explain why your question is irrelevant?
Sure.
Great, thank you. Okay, so suppose we have a vaccine, which is shown in randomized clinical trials that it doesn't kill anybody. Nobody dies. And then, in the real life, you give this vaccine to people, and everybody drops dead within 2 minutes after they get the vaccine. So, who do you believe?
Yeah. So in that case, in all things being equal, if really everything was, if you were in the randomized controlled trial, you were giving it the same thing, um, what I would believe is that there's probably some sort of interaction effect or some sort of different population effect or something like that. They both could be correct. However, the randomized controlled trials were reflective of the vast majority of the population. Now, in terms of the causal inference, there would still be, all else equal, though. If we were to make it all else equal, there would still be a stronger causal inference for the randomized controlled trial than
Okay.
the anecdote.
So let me.
So yes, there still would be. Now, do
Okay.
you disagree with that?
Let me summarize what you just said. That if you had a randomized controlled trial with 20,000 people and nobody died, you then gave that same vaccine to 20,000 people and everyone died within 2 minutes of the vaccine, that you would then, if somebody then offered you the vaccine, that same vaccine that just killed 20,000 people, that you would take it because you believed the randomized controlled trial over the anecdotes. Is that right?
No, what I believe that there's a third option, which is that either the vaccine, something happened with the vaccine, either it's been changed, or that the vaccine is doing something to some subgroup of people that it's not doing to another. That's fine. Look, there could be reasons that supersede it. That's
Oh,
okay.
okay. That's what I wanted you
But that's
to
yeah,
confirm. That
that's no, that's
it.
yeah, that's fine. Look, I'm not going to be on a different page with you on that thing. But the point
Okay,
in
good.
contention is that we're actually going to have to get to the point where this really is something reliable, some sort of in the face of a randomized controlled trial. We're going to need something at that sort of
Well, look,
reliability, and bears is not an example of that.
I think when you have 6,000 plus deaths, and
You do
what
stop
what?
saying we have 6,000 plus deaths because you don't know that.
Oh, yes, I
You
do.
6,000 claimed deaths.
Oh, really? So
Yeah,
so
really.
but you admitted earlier that you have no proof that any of those are false, and you admitted
You
earlier. God
Yeah,
damn it! You
that's
keep
fine.
interrupting
That's
me.
fine, Steve, because you're not tracking. Look, when you say we
Oh,
have
then it's
6,000
okay to
deaths,
interrupt
I'm
me.
just
Got it.
yes. If I'm not tracking, please interrupt me too. Okay? If it's because, and I can explain why I interrupted you, because, and I can explain what you weren't tracking. So real quick, when you say we have 6,000 deaths, and you actually don't know that those 6,000 deaths are actually there, I don't need to make the case that they're not there. Okay. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't claim that they are there.
Oh, I
Okay.
should, because you just agreed
What?
with the precautionary principle that says that the best thing to do is, unless you have evidence, strong evidence that those claims are
We already addressed
phony,
this.
then you
We
should
already
believe them.
addressed this. Yeah, we already addressed this. So the precautionary principle goes both ways. So there's a risk
We're
that you're
going in
taking.
circles here. You know,
Yeah,
when
because you're not.
you-
Yeah, but the circle's on you, buddy, my dude, because you're actually not. You're the one who coming back to something I already responded to. Sorry.
no, you keep
So the,
you keep saying
Yep.
that it cuts both ways. It only cuts one way here, my friend.
Look, no.
only cuts
Because you
one way.
wait. Now we're going. Okay, just real quick. If you think it cuts both ways, if there's a risk of doing something versus a risk of
I
not.
said it cuts one way. You were the one who
I
said
know.
it cuts
If you
both
think
ways.
if you think it cuts one way, no, okay, that's fair, fine. If you think it cuts one way, that's hilarious. Because clearly,
that's
if you
hilarious?
have, yeah, it's a ridiculous. Of
Are
course
you
it is.
kidding me?
Look, because I can explain. Yeah, I can explain why.
The
Yeah, I can explain
precautionary
why.
principle only goes
I can
one
explain
way,
why.
dude.
Really? Wait. So just real quick, let's say, okay, let me give you a hypothetical then. So if you think the precautionary principle only goes one way,
On
let's say
a
there was this.
specific
Wait, can
metric.
you?
On
Yeah,
a
yeah, that's fine.
specific
That's fine.
metric.
We're gonna use
Right?
this metric. Yeah,
Number
we're gonna
of
use that.
deaths. You
Yeah,
have
we're
to
gonna use the number.
assume.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Number of deaths.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you the hypothetical. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's say we had a
Okay,
virus.
wait a minute,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
So
Whoa,
how about
whoa,
you?
whoa.
Wait. Let me
Okay,
ask you the
hang on,
question.
hang on.
Let me ask you, Steve. No, Steve. Let me ask you the question. So if you think that the precautionary principle only cuts one way, let me ask you this. Let's say we had a case where
you keep
million.
putting words in my
Stop.
mouth. I
Let
said
me.
for a specific
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll
metric.
add that in. So if you think the precautionary principle only applies one way for the metric of death, is that what we're talking about? The metric of death?
Correct. I claim
Okay.
that it cuts one way, that you can't go and say that the precautionary principle is it cuts both ways on something like death. The precautionary
All right,
principle
cool.
is very
So
clear here
yeah, so
that if
no,
there
I
are
understand.
5,993 deaths, that's
Steve,
what
you're
it
not
is.
okay. So Steve, when I say precautionary principle cuts both ways, I'm talking about the same metric. I'm talking about death in both cases. Okay, surely you must understand this. The precautionary principle cuts both ways in terms of the deaths of the people who may take the vaccine, and in terms of the deaths of the people who would die without taking the vaccine that would have lived otherwise. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm using the same metric. I'm not using a different metric when I say the precautionary principle cuts both ways. What we should try to find out here is what precautionary principle is stronger and how confident we are of the evidence for the precautionary principle in one way versus the other.
No, because
And
you're looking at something different. You are not looking at
what difference in metric am I looking at?
I am looking at using the precautionary principle just to calculate the number of deaths caused by the vaccine. Now, we're not talking about the benefit that the vaccine may give, because that's a separate discussion. But I'm just talking about the number of people who have died, and that the VAERS database says there are 5,993 deaths, and we know that's an undercount. And so the precautionary principle of medicine
Yeah, that's
says
fine. Okay, so if you're going to
that
define,
there are
if you're
at
going to define,
least 5,993 deaths, right?
yeah, Steve, that's fine. So
Do
then
you
if you want
agree?
to say that your metric, I know I agree with what they say. Yeah, I don't agree that that's actually what happened, but sure, I agree that there with respect to that metric, sure. But the problem there
Great.
is that
Okay,
no,
good.
that's fine. I can respond, Steve. I can respond. So very
Of
easy
course you
response
can.
too. It's not hard. So if your metric is just restricted to the death caused by the vaccine, and you're excluding the metric of the deaths caused by not taking the vaccine, that's fine. You're going to get one number greater than the other. That's totally fine. I'll grant you that. But then
look,
in terms of, let me
am,
finish.
yeah,
No, Steve. If you're talking about making a decision of getting the vaccine or not getting the vaccine, do you want to say that the overriding decision categorically should be the precautionary principle of how many deaths are caused by the vaccine and not consider how many deaths are caused by not taking the vaccine? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, great. So then, with respect to the decision of whether we should take the vaccine or not, the precautionary principle for those metrics are going to go both ways. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay, great. So then what we need to do if we're going to answer the question if we should take the vaccine,
No,
we
but
should
that's
try
not
to
the
answer.
question on the table. You know, we
Of course
still
it is.
haven't.
You think the question on the table is not whether we should take the vaccine or not? What topic are you debating?
Well, right now I'm just debating the number of deaths because we still haven't established what that is, and I think that's an important number.
Okay. You sure? I don't dispute that it's an important number, but it's only important insofar as it's going to make or break our decision to take the vaccine. So the whole purpose of us debating this is going to be to decide whether we should have the vaccine being given to people. Like if you're not going to discuss that, then I don't even know why we're having a discussion on vaccines.
Yes, we are going to have that discussion, but first we need to establish the basics.
Yeah,
Like,
that's fine.
You know, Avi, if nobody was killed from this vaccine, I'd be in total agreement with you. But if
Okay, real quick.
if there's 6,000 people that have died, and it's really 24,000 or more that have died, then I'm not going to agree with you at all. I don't think it's right.
Can I just ask you this in terms of your norms? Like, let's just say there were like 5,000 people that were killed by the vaccine. I don't think there were, but let's just say there were.
Okay.
Do you think? Yeah. Do you think that there's no amount of people that you could save that would ever justify the vaccine if that were the case? Like, if the vaccine really did save far more lives than it killed, do you think like there's no threshold that could be met of lives saved that could justify the vaccine being given to the population?
You know, there are. If there was no alternative, and you have your choice of a vaccine which kills 6,000 people, and the choice were between killing 6,000 people and killing 600,000 people, then of course one would always choose the option that killed fewer people. But that's not the choice that's in front of us.
Sure, but when I'm asked, just real quick with what I asked, I wasn't asking. I'm just asking that even when we take alternative treatments into consideration. So let me be real clear. So if we look at all the data, including the alternative treatments, including the fluvoxamine, including the ivermectin, including all the things on COVID-19 early, all the meta-analyses that they do, and we can get into that. If we take all of that into consideration and we come to the conclusion that the vaccine will save far more lives than it kills, wouldn't you agree that we should prescribe the vaccine to the population,
Yes,
even
I
when
would.
factoring in other treatments?
Yes,
Okay, great.
Yes, I would.
Great.
Okay.
Now that's
nobody's going to argue with that.
Great. Now that's
I've never claimed that wasn't the case.
Great. Awesome. So then what we need to do, which we can do, and I'm more than happy to do it, is look at the effect size and confidence intervals of and estimate how many people are being saved by this vaccine. And look at, even according to your number of 5,000 deaths, we can look at the effectiveness of this vaccine compared to the other treatments.
We can, but in order to do that first, we need to know how many people the vaccine kills, don't we?
Again, I said even granting your 5,000 number, which I don't think is the
claim that
case.
It's more than 5,000.
By the way, even granting the 25,000 number, I'm confident that it'll save even more than that. Far more than that. Far more.
Great. So are you going to concede that we don't have to argue that you would concede that there could be 25,000 people dead from this vaccine?
Oh no, I just to be clear, I'm not to make it clear to everyone, I am not conceding that there are 25,000 people that are dead. I don't believe that for a second. I don't have any evidence that's credible for that at all.
Really? You don't?
I'm saying, Steve, all I am saying, so you don't strawman me, all I'm saying is that even if it were the case, the vaccine saves so many more lives that even if that were the case, you could make a strong argument.
No chance. No chance.
No chance. You think the chance of that is zero? You think it's impossible?
Yeah, I think it's impossible.
What's the contradiction?
The
Are you
contradiction
talking about logical impossibility, or you're
dude,
talking, what's the
the
contradiction?
the contradiction is that early treatment saves far more lives than the vaccine does.
Wait, that's not a contradiction. Do you know what a contradiction is?
There's no.
Do you know what a contradiction is, Stephen?
What's the contradiction?
A contradiction is a proposition and its negation, right? So when you say something is impossible, if you're talking about modality of logical possibility, you would have to talk about something. You presumably would talk about some sort of contradiction. Now, when I asked you what the contradiction is, you said that early treatment saves more lives. That's a
Your premise is that that the vaccines are a good thing because they're going to save more lives than the people that have died, right? That
yeah.
we're going to
And then
save
you said you said that was
600,000.
impossible.
I'm saying that there's a better option with
Well,
early
you
treatment.
said it was. You actually said it was impossible. We can
Right.
go with.
It's impossible to argue.
Yeah. So what's the,
It's impossible to argue that the vaccines, which could only reduce your risk by maybe a factor of 30, is anywhere close to the risk reduction that you can get in the real world from early treatment. Like by a
okay?
factor of
So
10.
by a factor of what?
10. Order
By a
of
fact.
magnitude.
Okay. So you realize that 30 is a higher. Because first of all, you realize that 30 is a higher order of magnitude than 10, right? Like 30 is a higher factor than 10.
Yeah.
So
What do you think the benefit of the vaccine is? Factor of 10?
I think it's higher
Factor of
than
10
that.
risk
Actually.
reduction? What do you think it is?
I think it's about either. Well, I think it's about 15 in terms of relative risk. I'm sorry, 20. Sorry, I think the relative risk is 0.05, approximately around there. I think in real world data, when you I shouldn't say real world data. I think when you look at different analyses that look at time over time, when you look at prospective cohorts, the risk reduction, the relative risk is 0.03. Okay, so if we look at the factor for that, you're going to get the following. So 1 over 0, it's going to be 33.
Yeah, that's what I said, 30.
Yeah, but you realize that's greater than 10, right? If you're saying the alternative treatments are 10, you realize 30 is greater than 10, right?
No, I said it was an order of magnitude. 300.
Oh, you think it's 300?
Yeah, I do.
Do you realize what the relative risks were when you pulled out your meta-analysis in your video for alternative treatments? Have you looked at what you were pulling out in your video? Or are
I
you
know
just
what
not aware?
I know what I pulled out in my video.
Okay. Do you realize what those relative risks were? We can go with the greatest case if you like.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what the relative risks are.
You realize they weren't even close to giving you an order of magnitude higher than the vaccine's effectiveness.
Really?
I
They're
can
not even
mathematically,
close?
yeah.
Mathematically?
Yeah,
Okay,
so
maybe I made a math error. So help me
I
out
mean,
with the
that's a
math.
pretty big math error. Sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure. So
go ahead. Help me out.
here's the
Help
screenshot
me
from
out,
your video.
Avi.
Yep, I will. So here's a screenshot. Oh, we're gonna get a math lesson now. So fine. So here's a screenshot from your video where you pulled out the hilarious meta-analyses from C19early.com, and we can go with how hilarious those meta-analyses are. But even if we grant the relative risks there, if we take the greatest case, which is, well, I know you like to talk about fluvoxamine, but there was an even greater alternative treatment, which has a relative risk of 0.08. Okay. Now, if you have a relative risk of 0.08, that's going to come out to a factor of 12.5. And if you want the math lesson on that, it's 1 divided by 0.08. Now, if there's data, now if there's data that the relative risk for the vaccine is 0.05 in the randomized controlled trials, it's going to be a factor of 20. And in the prospective cohort studies, if it's 0.03, it's going to be a factor of 33. Now, presumably, you realize the math error here. because you said it's
Oh,
going to be an order of magnitude higher than that.
oh my gosh, man. So you're telling me that for all the variants, for every single variant, it's 0.05? Really? Like, where do you get
I
that?
didn't talk about no. Oh, that is a good pivot. Did you think that would work on me? No, I talked about the point estimate. Obviously, there's going to
The
be a
point
variance.
estimate. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
You mean for the
that
for the virus that we had before? That point
I'm
estimate.
talking about. I'm talking about the any of the studies. I don't know. What do you mean the virus we had before? What are you saying? I'm talking. All I'm saying is that you have a point estimate for that gives you the relative risks for the COVID-19 vaccines, whether it's the randomized controlled trials,
Hmm.
whether it's the prospective cohort studies, and you have point estimates for the alternative treatments. And you claimed that the relative risks were lower, that the magnitude of effect size is going to be greater for the
Yeah,
alternative treatments than the
yeah.
vaccine. And you are
Because
mathematically wrong on that.
no, you're missing something, my friend.
Hmm.
You, you, do
What
you
am I
know what?
missing, Steve?
You've never
Clearly,
given
it's not the math because you're
Avi.
wrong about
Avi,
that.
how many patients have you given COVID early treatment to?
I don't see how that's relevant.
I think it's really relevant because you don't know what
You
the hell
you
you're talking about.
demonstrate the relevance.
You don't know what you're fucking talking about. That's the
Really?
problem here.
I
Yeah,
I just gave you the math. I just gave you the math for your
of
own that
course,
you
because
posted on your own video.
you know, you are
Yeah,
you
going
know
with the
you don't
math, man.
even
Terrible.
treat people, Avi.
I
You're
absolutely
not like a
again.
frontline doctor.
Can you
You're a
address can you
dermatologist.
can you address the math? Yes or no?
Yeah, I
Can
can
you
address the
address the
math.
math?
Yes, I
Okay,
can
good. So
address
you
the
claim
math. Do you want me to
yeah,
address the
good.
math?
So yes, I want you to address the math because you made a mathematically false statement.
Okay, great. What do you think the rate of COVID in America? You know, what do you think the rate is for hospitalization? If you
It
got
depends
COVID,
on the
what do you think
state.
your chance of hospitalization is?
Um, I don't know. It depends on your baseline characteristics and factors. I'd have to look up the.
Give me a
So
rough idea, Avi.
for me, I'm 30. I think it's very, very low because of
Rough
my
idea
age.
for average age 60.
Oh, for
Chance
the
of
age of 6.
hospitalization.
Um, I don't know it offhand. I'd have
Oh,
to
darn it.
look it up. If you think that's a
Darn it.
if you think
Okay.
that's a gotcha, I'm sorry, it's really not.
Well, I do think it's a
So,
gotcha. Well, okay. So let me tell you. How many clinical trials?
but I
How
have it
many?
here. But I
How
have it
many?
here. I
Oh,
have it
okay.
here.
Okay.
Here,
What is it? Okay.
here.
What is
So
it?
for cases for the yeah, so based on the CDC, based on compared to the reference group, for people who are 65 to 74 years old, or 50 to 64, to include your 60
Yeah.
rate, there's a 25%. Sorry, there's a factor of 25 increased risk of getting hospitalized. So
Yeah, but see, that's relative. I
prevalence
want an
hospitalization
absolute
within 30
number.
days of COVID-19. Yeah, intermediate and high risk groups are 2.75%,
Yeah,
8.4,
that's just
7%.
relative. You're looking at the CDC
No, no, no,
data.
no, no,
Well,
no. This is absolute
it's
two
absolute, really. Okay.
point seven five. Yeah, the prevalence of hospitalization within 30 days of COVID-19 diagnosis in the low, intermediate, and high risk groups were 2.75, 8.47, and 22.85% respectively.
Sorry.
It's
Oh, for which group?
for
Six
diagnosis
year
in the low,
old.
intermediate, and high risk. Yeah. Oh, if you want to know just 60-year-olds, sure, I can look at the
Yeah.
characteristics
Yeah.
of them.
Average age 60.
Sure. Let me look at the
What is
average.
it like
Let me look for
8%,
the age for
9%?
the average age was yeah for the well these average the average age for these patients were 42. If you want to look at I'm looking for the stratifications. That's fine. I could look for that. But I'm giving you some sort of.
Do you want me to tell you the answer?
I mean, if you think you have a more informed answer than I do, sure. It seems like a weird attempt to trying to do a gotcha that I didn't
Well,
know the
no. I
exact.
mean, I'm giving you an opportunity to to give me a
If
different
you think
number.
this is the rhetoric, if you think this rhetoric is working, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Give me
it's
what
working
number do
all
you
right.
think it is?
You just haven't been hit with it yet. I'm just
Okay,
giving you enough rope to hang
I'm
yourself
still,
on.
I'm still waiting, and my neck is still here. Go
Oh,
ahead.
good.
What do you think? What do you think the absolute rate for hospitalization is for individuals who are 60?
Well, I can tell you this. I sponsored 2 clinical trials. One was for fluvoxamine, and several for fluvoxamine. I sponsored the phase 2 trial, the phase 3 trial, and I also was involved in the trial at Golden Gate Field.
7.4%, by the way. That's what I'm getting over here for
You're
50 to
getting
64 years old.
7.4%.
Rates of hospitalization for COVID. Yeah, 7.4% for the age
Okay.
range of 50 to 64.
Okay. Right.
Do you disagree with that?
So I'll take your number. Right. I won't disagree. That's in the range. Right. It was 8.3% for the lens study that was published in JAMA, and in
That's fine.
Septel study it was 12.5.
That's
But,
fine. We can use any of them.
you know,
That's fine.
okay,
Fall
so
within a close range.
8%.
That's
Okay.
fine. We can go to 8%. Is
Okay,
fine.
great. Okay, good. So let's take some real world data, and because that's, these clinical trials, they're like really, really small. You'd agree with that, right?
Wait, when you say real, some of them are really small, some of them are really large. Like, it depends. So when you say real world data, do you just mean another anecdote, or do you mean randomized controlled trial, or do you mean a prospective cohort study? What do you?
No, I mean reality, man. I mean like real patients
Okay.
in a real
Okay.
clinic,
So
in the real world.
Okay. So if you're going to talk about some anecdote in the real world, I'm not hearing an answer. I don't see. I gave you a lot of leeway here to answer how you got this math problem wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing how you're addressing the math.
Well,
You said
that's because I haven't answered it yet. You haven't even given me a chance to answer it.
you're taking a really long time to answer how when you claim the relative risk is lower.
That's because I'm giving you an opportunity to supply the numbers that I will use against you.
Great. I'd love to hear how the relative risk.
Good.
I'd love to hear.
Okay.
What your claim is. Just to be clear what your claim is, Steve. Just to be clear what your claim, and I have it in writing, that the relative risk for the alternative treatments is lower than the relative risk for the vaccines. That was what you gave me in writing. Okay.
It is.
Now,
Yes, the relative risk is stronger. So the risk reduction is larger for a repurposed drug treating people. Okay.
Yeah.
In other words, you're better off with a repurposed drug to reduce your risk of hospitalization and death than you are with the vaccine.
Yeah, and then when you said that the relative risk was lower with the alternative treatments. Now, even if I grant those alternatives to you, those relative risks still don't get as low as the vaccine. Okay? Now,
really,
how?
they get
Really?
They're like 10 times bigger.
No, they're not. Do you know what a relative? Wait. I'm sorry. Are you confusing relative risk with absolute risk?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you realize that 0.08 is not as strong of a relative risk as 0.05 or 0.03. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, of course I agree with that, Avi.
Okay. What do you
But
think
that's
the
not what
relative
I'm
risk for the
saying.
vaccine trial? You put it in writing. What are you talking about?
I can't believe. This is why, you should really stick to dermatology, Avi.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested.
I hate to say it, because you don't understand. You don't
I'm not
understand.
interested.
You're not a frontline physician. You don't understand this stuff.
Listen, Steve, I'm not interested in you
You're
trying
just
to go for some
interested.
rhetoric. I'm not interested in the rhetoric. I just want to discuss the science and the math.
But your assumptions are completely wrong, Avi, because you don't understand this stuff. That's the problem. You're not coming at it from a
Steve,
Avi.
Do you agree? Steve, first, a point of process. I'm not interested in rhetoric. I'm not interested in you making any dispersions to me because of my profession or whatnot. I'm interested in discussing the data. If you're not here to discuss the data, if you're here to discuss me, then you're here for a wrong discussion.
No, but the point is that you're arguing from ignorance. because
I'm not
you've never
arguing from ignorance.
treated.
I'm just presenting
Yes,
you the
you are,
numbers.
because you've never treated people with early treatment.
Do you think that, first of all, do you think that if I've never treated people with early treatment, then I can't read the numbers on the meta-analytic summations that you've put in your video? Like I'm just presenting the numbers to you. You
Yeah,
said one number was higher than the
you're
other. I'm showing you that
basically,
it's not true.
you know, I'm not disagreeing with you on your point estimates. I'm just showing people that you're
They're your point
incompetent.
estimates, Steve. Wait, no, Steve.
No,
They're not my point estimates. They're the point estimates that you brought to the table in your video.
dude, you don't understand anything about early treatment. You've never treated
Steve,
anybody with early treatment.
I don't see I don't see, even if I haven't.
Of course,
I don't
you
even,
don't
yes, Steve.
see it. That's
Oh,
why
wow, Steve, listen.
you're incapable
No,
of
I'm not.
arguing
You're
these
you're
points.
you're so
Why
deeply
is
confusing.
even
Look,
anybody
I'm
listening
not
to you?
talking, Steve. I'm not talking about. It doesn't matter who I've treated. I can still make true statements about the numbers on the table here. So the numbers on the table, you said they were lower than the numbers reported for the COVID vaccine. And I'm
No,
telling you
no, no,
that's
no, no,
false.
no, no. I said early treatments
Yeah,
are
these are
more
early treatment
effective.
studies. These are okay. Can you read your slide? Literally, here. Can you read this what you post in the video? It's in general chat. Okay. Look, it says on the top, early treatment studies, pooled effects. Okay.
Yeah,
Do you see how it's early treatment?
yeah. I'm looking at it right
Okay.
now. I'm looking at
Yeah. And do you see what?
c19early.com. I'm looking at
Yeah.
it right now.
What's the yeah? And what's the strongest meta-analytic summation? What's the relative risk that's the most powerful
It's
for the early treatment?
0.08. I don't disagree with you
Great.
on that,
Great.
but that's
And
irrelevant.
what's the relative risk? What's the Of course it's relevant because you literally just told me
No,
that
it's
the relative risk
not.
for early treatment. You
No,
told
it's
me
not.
that the
Yeah,
relative you told me that the
you're
relative risk
so
for
unbelievably
early
dense.
treatment,
I mean, I'm sorry.
you just told me that I mean, do you want me to pull it up at what you wrote to me in writing? You just told me that the relative risk
Yeah,
for early treatment
is
is
order of
lower.
magnitude better than the
Yeah,
vaccine.
great. Now, according to you, the strongest point estimate is 0.08. Okay?
Correct. Correct.
Yep. And that gives you an order, and that gives you a treatment effect of 1 divided by 0.08. Right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's going to be 12.5,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Great. Now if you have a relative risk of 0.05, it's going to be 20. You agree?
Yes.
If you have a relative risk of 0.03, it's going to be
Yeah.
it's going to be
But
33.3. Repeat.
you're
You
digging
agree?
yourself into a huge hole, Avi. Like, I
What's
mean,
the whole
you're just showing how ignorant you are. I mean, it's
Wha
really
how?
sad. See, you don't
How,
even
Steve?
know
You're not
how.
answering the question.
Oh, I will.
You're right because I'm right. I'm mathematically correct here.
Yes,
Look,
but
you're
see,
claiming that there's
Avi, this
more.
is
Okay,
not about mathematically correct. This is about how a doctor works. Like, you're not a doctor.
Steve. Steve, can you just okay? When you say that the relative risk is an order of magnitude greater for the early treatment than the
Yeah.
vaccine,
Yeah.
you realize that if the vaccine has a relative risk of 0.05 and the early treatment has a relative risk of 0.08, you realize that it's not the case that the early treatment has an order of magnitude effect greater in effect size than the vaccine. If those are the cases, you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yes, if those were the numbers, then yes, I would agree with you. But those aren't the numbers.
Okay, they
And
are the numbers.
that's the problem. No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Absolutely are.
No,
Do
they're
you want me
not.
to pull
See,
up
and
the data? Okay,
this
so
is
let's pull up the data. What number do
I'm
you
just
dispute?
letting you make a fool of yourself, Avi.
What number do you dispute? Trust me. This is go ahead. Make a fool out of me, Steve. What number are you disputing then?
So, Avi, you've never treated anyone with
Not
early
answering the
treatment, have you?
question.
No,
You're
you
not
just
answering the question. I'll repeat the question.
answer a
What
simple
number?
question for
What
me.
number are you disputing?
You've
You're not
never
answering.
treated anyone with early treatment, have you?
Of course I
You
have.
you even talk to
Not-
doctors who have treated patients with
yes,
COVID?
that I have.
You have?
That I have.
What do they treat
That I
them
have.
with?
But again, this is not relevant. They've
What? No,
treated them
because
with
it's showing you like how can
hydroxy
you ignore this?
hydroxychloroquine was in that case when I spoke to them. But
Okay.
regardless, Steve, I am presenting you with the data, and it's clear that if the data is such and such, that it's not the case that the early treatments from this data are order of magnitude greater than the vaccine.
Yes, it
Now,
is.
if you want to say that,
Yes, it is.
really, so
Yeah.
just to be clear, okay, here's the. Do you know what the relative risk was in the Pfizer trial? You can laugh, but you're not answering the question. This isn't fooling anyone.
Yeah.
In the Pfizer trial, do you know what the relative risk was?
I'm sure it's probably somewhere around 0.05 for that particular variant of the virus. Am I right?
For that particular variant? Okay, guess what? Do you know when it was post? Do you know when there was other trials and other prospective cohort studies what the relative risks were? Okay, we're in different countries even.
No, I don't know all the trials.
Okay, I'm not asking if you know all the trials. So you can go to the Moderna trial. Do you know what the relative risk was there?
Look, between the relative risk were like between 0.10 and 0.05 for Moderna and Pfizer. Am I right?
Yeah. And do you?
Am I right?
You are correct. But do you
Wow.
know that? Do you realize that's not an order? And wait, before we even get there,
Whoa.
do you know what the relative risks were in the prospective cohort studies using the Pfizer Moderna vaccines with different variants of the virus in different countries? Do you know what they were?
Probably be less.
It was
would probably
even
be
lower.
more in terms of the absolute number.
Wait, hold on. I'm talking about the relative risk.
It's not going to be as effective, right?
No, it was more. It was wrong. It was actually more effective.
Really? Okay. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about Delta variant and all that.
It was it was actually more effective this came after the trial, by the way, with other variants. It was actually more effective. It was 0.03. Okay, it was actually becoming an even stronger relative risk.
That's okay. We can handle that. Still
what do
not
you mean
going to
you
help
can
you.
handle that?
It's still not
how is that not going to help?
It's still not comparable to what you can do with early treatment. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, you realize that the point estimate of the best early treatment that you've had doesn't even touch that?
Yeah. I
Great.
grant that.
So you okay, so do you grant that you were wrong when you said the early treatment relative risks were in order of magnitude stronger in effect size than the vaccines?
No, you're absolutely wrong. Yeah, yes,
What am I wrong about?
I say that yes, it's an order of magnitude greater than the vaccine benefit, even if I granted you your 0.03.
Wait, you said the relative risk is going to be an order of magnitude greater. How are you getting to that conclusion? Can you just show me the calculation then? Like, because you seem to be just making this up. Show me your calculation.
Okay. Well,
Go ahead. Let's start.
Oh, you're ready.
What treatment
You're ready finally. So let me ask you this, Avi.
What treatment would you like?
The thing is, Avi, you assume that it's a single treatment that's given to people for early treatment. That's never the case.
No, I'm not assuming that. But you have yet to show that there's a. You realize, okay.
You're just picking
Can you give
the
me
best one and saying, well, gee, you can't do any better than that because that's the best one. Everything else has to be.
No, listen, and you can listen if you want to speculate that if you throw on more that you're going to get a better relative risk. I can speculate in the opposite direction. Sometimes medications have interaction effects where they actually do worse when combined with each other. Okay, let's not speculate. If you have data, I'm happy to look at the relative risk where you have this.
Excellent! You're happy to do that. Great, good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you. So let's make it clear, Avi. You admit that I can have multiple drugs that can work in complementary ways and actually achieve an effect size that's stronger than any individual drug alone. Would you grant me that?
I would grant that that's possible, but I don't think that
Oh,
that is the
oh,
case.
it's possible. Okay,
I don't think,
okay.
Steve, just to be clear, I'm answering your question. I would grant that that's certainly possible. I just haven't seen any data that that's actually anything other than a fairy tale.
Really? Oh, anything other
And
than
by
a
the way,
fairy tale?
I think if you look at the way they did the meta-analytic summations in those early treatment studies, it's also laughable. And the trials themselves were also laughable, and we can get into that too.
Oh, laughable. Okay,
Yes,
laughable.
laughable.
Okay.
As if and by the way, I've I've published
So,
corrections to
so
meta-analyses of your literature.
we
I
dismiss real world evidence as laughable.
I
That's
don't
what
know
you do
what
as
you're
a doctor?
saying. Okay,
This is started?
when you keep saying real world evidence,
That means
that word is doing a lot of work. I don't know what you mean.
outside of a double-blind randomized clinical trial. Okay, real-world evidence is outside of a clinical trial. This is real-world evidence is reality. It's real patients
Wait,
and
wait,
real
wait.
people and
Just
real numbers and
just to be clear
real-world
then.
conditions.
Yeah, just to be clear. So, are you saying the randomized controlled trials in your pooled effect studies are not real world evidence?
The randomized controlled trials are randomized controlled trials.
Wait,
Real-world,
I'm just
real.
you're not
So,
asking me.
so
You're
for
not answering my question.
fluvoxamine. Let me
For
try to
fluvoxamine,
answer your question. Okay, for fluvoxamine, there's a phase 2 trial. That was a double-blind randomized control trial. For fluvoxamine phase 3 trial, that was a double-blind
yep.
randomized
Do you know
control
what?
trial. For the
Yep. Do you know what the
fluvoxamine,
primary endpoint was? Yeah, you know what the primary endpoint was?
I know what the primary endpoint was. Of
What
course.
was it?
Do you?
Yeah, we're playing gotchas with each other. Yeah, it was clinical deterioration
Oh,
as
good.
determined. Yeah, clinical
Good for
deterioration
you. You actually
determined by
read
either
it.
by shortness
So
of breath.
did you
Yeah,
read the
by shortness of breath.
Septel trial?
Yeah. Do you know?
You read the Septel trial then?
One at a time, Steve. One at a
Oh
time,
man.
Steve.
Okay. I'm like
So
I'm
yeah. So now, do you realize what the range of the baseline pulse ox was in the placebo group?
for which trial? And why is this
For
even relevant?
it's relevant because it defines an endpoint. It was one of the criteria to define the endpoint. That's why
Yeah.
it's relevant.
So no, but look,
Surely you
dude.
grant that that's
Hey,
relevant.
you were asking me what the difference between real world evidence and a clinical
Yeah. Do you think it's
trial was, and now you're getting
yeah?
into what the pulse ox was? Are you
Oh,
kidding
sure.
me?
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. So
Like, where are
real
you
quick.
coming from
Okay,
here?
Steve. All I was trying to say there was that I don't. When you say real world evidence, so first off, if there's an evidence hierarchy, and I'm going to prioritize randomized controlled trials over what you're calling real world evidence. If by real world evidence you
You
just mean
are really?
anecdotes or
Oh,
yes,
oh, okay.
yes,
Oh, those are
yes,
okay. So
yes. Generally
okay.
speaking, yes.
So
All else equal, yes.
hey, that's fine. That's fine. You know, you can prioritize that. Okay. So look, let's take a real simple example. So the fluvoxamine real world study, by the way, how many patients were in that? The one that was
You're
done
talking
on 60
about.
Minutes.
I didn't watch the 60-minute section, but
Oh,
if you're talking
darn it.
about the
Yeah.
cohorts, are you talking about the cohort study?
Septel study.
By that you mean the cohort study? Can you just like tell me what I'm
Yeah,
aware of two? Okay, look,
Septel's
I'm aware
observational
of
thing
two
it
studies.
was published.
I'm aware.
No, come on. Septel had only one paper. It was published in OPHID.
Okay, so you're talking about the non-randomized study that was a cohort study, and they didn't control for a single confounding factor. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, you're aware that so you're aware that in cohort studies, as what they standardly try to control how they have different models to control for confounding factors, especially because if the placebo group has some additional individuals with comorbid conditions, right?
Yep.
Great. Do you think they
How
did
many
that in
how
your
many how many how many
cohort studies?
patients were in that trial?
It's not a trial, it's a prospective cohort study. You just said so yourself.
fine. How many patients in that study?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can look it up right now, okay? Is that okay?
We can move on.
No, okay. So no, now you don't have to move on. We can go into
Okay.
that data.
All right, sure.
So I have it up right now. Yeah. So at N of 65 for fluvoxamine, no therapy was N of 48.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I
Now
thought.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you basically are showing people that you can't read the paper.
What are you talking about? What did I say that?
You said there were 60. You said there were 65 people in the treatment group. There weren't 65 people in the treatment group.
N of 65 in the treatment group.
No, there weren't. Nope.
We're talking about a different. We may be talking about. Wait,
no.
Are we talking about the cohort study, or which study are we talking about then?
We're talking
I'm
about
looking
the
at your
paper published in OFID.
Okay, then you'd have to link me that, because I am looking at the two studies, the only two studies, by the way, in your source for C19 early in the fluvoxamine. I'm here. Here's the two studies. The author is, in one case, the author is Seftel.
Yep.
And I'm not, so randomized control trial. The author is Lenz. The author is Seftel,
that's the study. Yeah.
Yeah. And do you see where it says fluvoxamine N equals 65?
I'm not looking at your source. I edited the paper, so I know what's in that paper.
Well, if you edited it,
I know what's in the paper. I'm very familiar with the paper.
Great. So you agree that it says N equals 65, don't you? I mean, I'm reading it right now.
I know, but that's not what I asked you.
What did you ask me?
I asked you how many patients took the drug.
Oh, okay. So you're not talking about an intention to treat analysis, correct?
I'm talking about how many people got fluvoxamine.
Oh, I don't know how many people actually ended up getting the treatment. I'm just talking about an intention to treat analysis.
Okay.
Like, do you know what I mean when I say an intention to treat analysis?
Tell me what you
know what I mean when I say intention? Okay. So when you're making causal inferences, there's an important concept known as intention to treat analysis. Okay. And the reason for that is if you only look at individuals who ended up getting the treatment rather than being randomized to a treatment, you lose randomization. You introduce sorts of confounders. It's made to avoid certain biases. Okay, there's certain non-random attrition of participants. There's certain losses of the whole point of a randomization process in the first place when you lose the intention to treat analysis. That's why papers are standardly reporting how many individuals are assigned to a treatment group, not how many actually got the intervention. And it's an issue. It's not that it's not an issue. It's just that the convention in science, in the vast majority of cases, is to report the results of the intention to treat analysis, not the results of the non-intention to treat analysis.
Yeah. So
yes, when I'm telling you 65.
Okay. So there are an additional 12 patients, 8 of which failed the no treatment group and switched over to the treatment group. Now, do you think that makes the numbers stronger or weaker?
With respect to an intention to treat analysis, it doesn't make a difference.
Really? Okay.
With respect to a non-intention to treat analysis, it would make a difference. However, by doing that, you would introduce biases into the results.
Yes, but you would introduce bias that would suggest that if you got a favorable result, that it would be stronger than a randomized result.
Wait, what? The results would, okay, so the favorable result would be stronger than the randomized result, but the whole point, when I say bias, I'm saying that yes, it would bias the results to a stronger degree, yes. But the whole point of that is that the causal inference is weaker when you introduce bias into your results.
Ah, really? So if we had people that are near death and switch to the treatment group and don't go to the hospital, you don't think that's significant?
I am not saying. Wait, I don't know what you mean by significant. You mean statistically significant? You mean meaningful? Like when you're. What do you mean?
Meaningful. Yeah, meaningful.
Okay, yeah. So meaning, yeah, sure. So it's meaningful. That's fine. I'm not disputing that.
Okay. Well,
But,
we don't need to go down this.
Look, the point. My problem.
Let's
What
up
the
level.
primary endpoint? No. If you're gonna bring this, you're the one who brought this up.
Man,
The primary.
I'm just trying to get back to reality here. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. You want to keep going down this? You want to keep going down this? I'm happy to keep going down it.
The point is that you didn't control since you edited this paper.
Yeah.
There was not a single confounding factor that was controlled for. It was not randomized. It was observational.
Man.
And the endpoint, yeah.
Okay, so how do you explain? So how do you explain the fact that none of the people who were in the treatment group ended up hospitalized or with long haul COVID, whereas 12.5% of the people in the no treatment group ended up hospitalized or dead, and 60% had long haul COVID?
Yep, this often happens in observational data or trials that are not properly blinded. What ends up happening very often is that there's not a non-random allocation to the therapy group or the treatment group. Individuals who are more likely to die are often put into the no therapy group. As you can see, by the way, there was individuals that had higher comorbid diseases not by an enormous amount, but there was 38% chronic comorbidity in the no therapy group, 25 in the fluvoxamine group. There are individuals that are selected for that are more favorable. You have selection bias. There are all sorts of biases that are introduced in non-randomized controlled trials, which is why we do them in the first place instead of doing over some prospective cohort.
The patients who felt that they were getting sick actually chose the treatment group. Man, that kind of destroys the theory, doesn't it?
Okay, so no, because this is like real basic, like 101 stuff. So
yeah, because I talked to the physician.
I understand you talk to the physicians, but the point is because it's not blinded, there's a bias there. The physicians are more likely or at risk of being more likely to
no, but you can check it all out. You can check it out. So here's the thing that you make these assumptions like there's bias and all this.
I'm not making an assumption.
How do you explain the fact that when they started, only like 30% of the people opted for the drug, but 2 weeks later, everybody went for the drug? Now, if there's bias on behalf of the physician, that wouldn't have affected patient choice. So how do you explain that?
Because because since it's not blinded, patients in general like therapies. They don't want to get the placebo.
Then why didn't they go for the therapy at the beginning? Why did they change their minds? I mean, going from a 30% take rate to a 100% take rate, man, that's a great thing.
Okay, whether I have the answer to that question or not, it doesn't matter with respect to the causal inference. Look, if you have this is just so basic. I'm shocked I have to make this case.
Yeah.
This was
okay.
If you have a non-randomized experiment that is not blinded, that doesn't even try to control for a single confounder, the confidence in that data is going to be very weak. And by the way, you should also know that that's typically not meta-analytically summated with a randomized controlled trial, let alone with a different primary outcome. That's just not how we do meta-analyses.
Yeah, well, I'm not arguing a meta-analysis here.
Yes, you are. You posted it in your video. Why was it in your video then?
Sorry?
Realize those were meta-analyses. Surely you realize those were meta-analyses in your video, right? Like, here's a screenshot.
You're talking about the C19 early?
Yeah, early treatment studies, pooled effects.
Yeah, that's
Do you realize
hey, excuse me, that's not my data.
I understand, but you're bringing that data to the table. You put it in your video.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so you realize and you use that data to support a given narrative, didn't you?
And if if that study is actually better than randomized, then that's a conservative estimate, isn't it?
It's better than randomized? Yeah, but again, the point But it
Yeah,
wasn't.
don't you think you can get better than randomized?
But it wasn't.
Oh,
Wait,
really?
what?
How do you know that?
Tell me what the point. Okay, real quick, because here's the thing: you've made this claim and you're not admitting you were wrong on it. So I'm just going to ask you to provide the calculation. If you think it's like you said 100 times, the relative risk was 100 times greater in effect size for the interventions that are early treatment compared to the relative risk difference for the vaccine. Now,
Yeah.
since now I presented the data showing that
Okay.
wasn't the case. You're disputing it. Well, I
Yeah.
would like to know how you're getting to that calculation. So
Sure.
can you help me? Can you tell
Yeah.
me how you're and do
Yeah.
it and don't do it with conceptual analysis. Do it with actual numbers. Okay.
I'll do it with actual numbers.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Bobby. So there's a group of physicians, George Fareed and Brian Tyson. They've treated 6,300 people with an early treatment protocol. It's a multi-drug protocol. You won't find it in any clinical trial because all the clinical trials test single agents. And you admitted earlier that, when you combine drugs, it's possible they could actually have a better effect than any single agent. So whenever we talk about early treatment, anyone who gives early treatment is always giving multiple drugs. And you can't, as we just demonstrated just now, you can't figure out how to combine those numbers to figure out what the effect size is. So
Great.
we're
So
going to.
how do we get to your effect
You're not
size?
going to let me finish, are you?
Yeah, because I
Okay.
don't. Because you're wasting time. You're wasting time with all that. Stop
Hey,
wasting time and
I'm
just
just
get to the calculation.
explaining for your audience how we get there. Okay.
Go get
Now,
there for me. Show me.
because, hang on, I'm getting there. All right. Just let me finish. So, all the people who give early treatment use these multi-drug therapies. And if you go to Fareed and Tyson and you look up their protocol, which you can do, it's on the web, it's published on the web, it has many drugs that they use for their early treatment. And if this happens, then they use this drug, and if that happens, they use this drug. And it's fairly complex. It has a number of drugs that they use. Now, the combination of the drugs means that the 6,300 people who they've treated with an average age of 60, which you earlier admitted would have an 8% hospitalization rate, well, turns out that they get one hospitalization out of that, and that person just bounces out of the hospital. He checks in the hospital, bounces out like 3 days later, and they have no death.
Okay.
Now,
So since
now
you're not since you're not showing me the numbers, you're not gonna do
no,
the calculation.
no,
I'm just
no.
gonna
We
give you
can
the
go
formula. No, I'm
calculate it.
not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let
No,
you get
come
rambling.
on.
You're wasting
You asked me
So
for the numbers. Let's go with
yeah,
your
I'm asking you
numbers,
for the
okay?
numbers. The numbers. Okay, so you have a
You,
control. Presumably, you have here's what I want, real quick. I want your intervention events, your intervention non-events, your control events, and your control non-events. Just give me those numbers and stop wasting
no
time.
controls here. We said what the base rate is for 60-year-olds. 8%.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
What's
What's
8% times? Let's all go do the math since you seem to be unable to go do the math.
Oh, can you no. Are you telling me are you just telling me that there was some group of that there's some unpublished
Let's
data out
see.
there where some concoction
0.08 times 6,300. Oh, 504 people should have gone to the hospital, but only
Wait, what?
one did. That's a
Okay,
factor of 500.
Wait,
504 by
okay.
your own numbers. Now,
No.
504,
No.
my friend,
Okay.
is a lot
Wow.
bigger
This is
than 33, isn't it?
okay.
I mean,
So you
last
realize
time I checked,
okay, I can do
504
this too.
divided by 33 is a factor
Yeah.
of
No,
15.135.
That's fine. I can do this too. Ready? Here's an anecdote where there were in a database, there were 1 million people, okay, that got the vaccine and none of them went to the hospital, okay? So if we do 1 million multiplied by that same number, we're going to get even a higher value, Okay, like I can do this too. It's not impressive.
Oh,
You're just
you
coming up with
can.
some
Okay,
anecdote.
so where does
So
that
the reason,
exist? Well, you're making
okay,
up the numbers. The difference,
yeah, because I think
Avi,
your
the
source
difference
is making up
between
the numbers
you
too.
and me is you have to make up the numbers to prove your point,
Okay,
and
can
I
you show
use
that your
real numbers with
wait?
real
Can
people.
you
That's the
show?
difference.
Can you show that? Like, say, can you give me the publication?
No, it's not public. It's not in a
Oh,
publication.
oh,
He
so
doesn't.
you can. Oh, so you can.
Do
So
you
you
think?
can actually show that your numbers aren't made up.
Oh
Is
no.
that
Do
correct?
you want to call Brian Tyson right now? Should we bring him on the line?
I want to know. I want to know that he's not making them up. Okay, so I want to know what his
Oh,
protocol was. I want to
oh,
know what his inclusion exclusion
his
criteria were. I
protocol
want to
is
know what his
on the
control
web.
group was. I want to
He
know what
didn't
his.
have a
Did he
control
have a
group.
control?
Do
Let's
you
start with
think
some basic
what?
questions. So was there a control group?
Dude, he's dealing with real
Yes or no? Can
patients.
you answer the question? Was there a
He's
control
dealing
group?
with
Yes or no?
real patients.
Was there a control
Do
group?
you
Yes or no, Steve?
understand? People
Was
are
there a
dying
control
from
group?
COVID.
Yes or no? Was
No,
there a control group?
no,
No, there wasn't.
no,
Great,
no,
great.
no,
So,
no. How many
okay,
times do I have
great,
to tell you?
great. Well, you
This
could have told
guy
me the
is
first time. That would have been helpful. So,
okay. Well, you
if
look.
there's no
This
control group,
guy treats people.
I understand he treats people. My point is, if he
Yeah,
doesn't do it without a control group, my point is, if he has no control group, the whole point of a
we
control
already
group in a study
know what,
is to know.
dude. We
No, you
already
can't
know
just look. No,
what the
you
rate
can't
of
just look.
COVID is. Sure,
No,
we do. Come
no,
on, it
no, no,
doesn't.
no, no, no. You
It,
realize the
it,
problem here. The problem, okay, no, 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 no. This is so basic, I'm shocked I have to explain this to you.
yeah.
So
Okay.
if you just look at the rate of COVID hospitalization from COVID in the general population, and then you have your select treatment group, you can't just say, oh, I'm gonna make this inference because the general rate is this and my rate is so different. There's a million different biases that play into that. There's selection biases. Your population could be different than the general
No,
population.
no, but it's
There's
not.
there's biases with the decision. Oh, really? Did he do an analysis on the characteristics of his patients and compare
In
that
other
to the
words,
general population?
how
How about you answer my question? Did
what
he
the,
do an analysis? Did he do an analysis on the characteristics, like in any paper, of the patients in his group and compare it to the general population? Yes or no?
no, he
Okay,
basically
great. He didn't do that.
he took
So why are
took
you going to claim? Why are you going
any
to claim
patients
general
that were
population?
in his area that came into his clinic. He doesn't
That's the whole
pre-select.
point, Steve. Exactly. So when you're taking patients from a subgroup of an area and you're comparing to the general population, the subgroup of an area could be different, especially when they're in
It
your
could be, but it ain't that different, my
yeah.
friend.
But that oh okay. Well then the way to know that is to actually show the data.
Well,
Especially
no,
when a
but
lot of these decisions especially when a lot of these decisions are a doctor's decision, where a doctor decides if they're going to send the patient to a hospital or not. That's especially the type of case where you need a randomized controlled trial.
no,
That's blinded, by the way. And by the way, when you
no,
have
because look,
randomized controlled trials
this
that
guy didn't
disagree
have
with
any
that,
deaths. This guy didn't have any deaths. What's
I
your problem with
understand he didn't have any.
6,300 patients
Yeah, I
and no
understand.
deaths?
Okay, so
You
here's
know,
the
show me
problem.
that with the
The
vaccine.
problem is the problem. Yeah, I can if I cherry pick my patients that I present to you. Of course, I can.
Cherry picking.
Anyone can do this.
This guy has
Literally
the
anyone,
largest
Steve.
dude. This guy has the largest clinic in the United States. He's treated more
I am so
patients
shocked. I am
than
so sorry. Like
anybody in the U.S.
I'm I am so sorry for your followers who are actually convinced by anything you say at this point because the things
Man,
you're telling me are just so basic, are just such basic level. I actually feel bad. I feel bad for
6,300
your people who
patients and
follow you.
no deaths? Are you kidding
This is
me?
like okay,
Have
you
anybody been
have to
do that?
realize how like basic level this is.
You think this
The
guy
whole
just does
point.
it because he got lucky? Are you kidding me?
No, I don't think he does it because he got lucky. I think what happens is the number of things. Number one, here's all the number of like not all, but here's just a handful of possibilities. Number one, he's not publishing his data because he's a bullshitter who made it up. That's number one. He's number two, he's exaggerating his claim. Number three, his patients are a select group that he's choosing to report and not reporting all of them. Number four, he's making the decision to admit them in the first place because he's their doctor and because he's not blinded, he's making a decision based on what he's treating them with. These are all basic biases and things that you, for reasons why you need published data, the reasons why you would need to have certain strict criteria, reasons why you need a control group, the reasons why we look at the things we do, and the reasons when we do that we don't see this result. Okay, This is just so basic. I'm shocked I have to explain this to
Oh,
you.
really? Really? So show me,
Yeah, really.
dude, show me the clinical trial that proves that when you give Fareed's protocol, you don't get those numbers.
The
You
burden of
can't.
proof is not on me. You're the one claiming that.
Yes, I am, because
Yeah,
the precautionary principle.
Okay, wait. You think it's precautionary principle, but wait, why are you speculating that it's going to go in one direction rather than the other if you don't have any data worth its salt?
I
worth
do
its
have
weight?
data, right? I have
What data?
real life.
No, we just went over this. You have anecdotes.
His
You have this.
His hospitalization
Oh,
rate
Lord.
is like orders of magnitude less than his peers in the same area. How do you explain that?
Okay, so we already went through this. So I already answered this question.
That his
So number one,
hospitalization rate is so low compared to his peers.
because
You think he selects his
because
patients?
can I
Really?
answer
Do you
your
have
question?
evidence of that?
Can I answer your
Yeah.
question? Okay, so I don't know the explanation, but there are so many explanations that haven't been ruled out because of what you're presenting to me that it just would fall in the face of the randomized controlled trials that that you have looked at the individual ones and just don't answer the question. It's just to the point where I can't really make any inference because number one, it's not published. Number two, he could be cherry picking any patients he wants. Number three, he could be changing his decision because he's not blinded to his own patients. Number four, he doesn't have a control group, so his comparison is just to the general population, and therefore he hasn't actually done any.
Group.
And he doesn't actually do any comparison with his patients' analysis to make sure they're actually representative of general population.
He's not
All
trying
of
to
these
prove
things,
anything, dude. He's
all
just
of
a
these,
doctor who wants to save lives.
Yeah, I understand that, but you're trying to prove something, and when you bring that data, you are not bringing anything worth any weight because it's just not. It just doesn't give me any reason
that's in your
to have that inference.
That's in your mind. I'm not bringing anything with any weight.
Okay, so just real quick. So if you had a doctor make the same claim to you, like, would you all of a sudden change your mind?
Would I opt for early treatment? Yeah, because he's not alone.
No. If you had a doctor make the same claim to you for the vaccine, like you realize if you have a doctor just say, "Hey, I treated all these patients with the vaccine. I treated millions of patients with the vaccine, and none of them got in the hospital."
Yeah. But you see the problem with that is that you have to also look at it's not just how many people have died, right? So
or how many people have been hospitalized. I didn't just say died.
When I surveyed physicians, I got like 1 death in 5,000.
Okay.
So that
Steve,
seems like that's a higher death rate than
Steve,
from the vaccine.
Real quick.
Don't you think?
So what? If you have that insane epistemology, yes, because you're relying on the assumptions. Again, when you look at an anecdote, there are far more assumptions that you need to make. Okay.
Well, I'm looking at real world
data. And when in a randomized control trial, I know, but what you're calling real world data, Steve, what you're calling real world data, real world data is just no, it is. When you're saying it's real world data, what you really mean by real world data, what you really mean is a non-randomized study with no control group that was observational, that didn't control for a single confounding factor, that didn't even analyze if it was comparable to the general population.
And that gets repeated all over the country too.
Yeah, so if that's what
with
you mean,
other physicians.
if that's what you mean, that's what you mean by real world data,
that's the best we have, my friend.
No, just to be clear,
trial to prove that it's wrong.
So
you
just to be clear,
one, do you?
You think if it's
can't prove
that
I'm
proves
wrong.
What? Just this concoction that I'm not trying to prove you're wrong. I'm just saying there's no really credible evidence for what you're claiming.
There are people who don't check into the hospital. There are people who don't die. I mean, that's credible evidence.
Let's just.
Let's
Steve,
make a
Steve,
hypothesis.
look. Steve,
Avi,
this is
so
basic.
So let's say he's got 100,000. Let's say he's got 1 million patients and none of them get hospitalized. You're also going to tell me that he cherry picked his patients?
Steve,
are you kidding me?
Can you show me one publication? for what you're trying to show. I want to know how you're getting the calculation. Can you give me your numbers for with a single
from
with a
Fareed
single
himself.
publication?
Directly
Okay,
from Fareed
so just to be
himself.
clear,
This guy is about as honest as they come.
So just to be clear, Steve.
Far more than some of the people in the
just to be clear,
room
Steve,
here.
just to be clear, you can't substantiate your calculation. You can't substantiate your claim with a single published paper. Is that correct?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't really looked to see if Zelenko has published.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't know.
So wait a second.
So just to be clear.
So Avi, hang on. So if we do this again, let's go for another 6 hours here, and I bring you a published paper showing, but the thing is that these are like these guys that are doing these treatments aren't going and doing randomized clinical trials. They have an obligation to their
Can you
patients
even
to
show
treat
me?
them.
Can you
Are
even
you
show
kidding
me?
me?
Can you even
You
show me?
understand that?
Steve,
Dude,
can you even show me this
understand
order
these
of
guys don't
magnitude?
experiment on their paper, on their patients?
Can you even show me that there is an order of magnitude greater of a treatment effect with a prospective cohort study or a retrospective cohort study? Any published paper. Can you do that at all?
That has a similar
Give me
order of magnitude
anything.
as what these guys do?
As the vaccine, yeah. Can you give me an order of magnitude greater than the relative risk difference of COVID for the vaccine? Can you do that for any published paper?
In for early treatment? That's an
For
order of
any
magnitude
published
better?
early treatment, sure. Early treatment,
No,
that's an order of
because
magnitude better in any published paper.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so why would you make that? So just to be clear, you're making the claim.
Yes, because I know of multiple clinicians who have zero hospitalization rate, who have treated thousands of patients. And they're completely independent with different treatment protocols. Why is that so surprising to you?
Okay, just so we have clarity, your statement that there is this magnitude of difference is not based on a single paper published anywhere. It's based on you taking the word of some hand group of doctors. Is that right?
Yeah, multiple doctors.
Multiple is compatible.
Yeah, and also hospital records, my friend.
Okay,
do you believe in hospital records? Do you believe in hospital records?
As cherry picked? No, I think there needs to be some sort of systematic analysis of hospital records.
Okay, so you want to do that? Well, maybe you should do the systematic analysis of the hospital records.
I don't need to. The burden of proof is
areas.
not on me. Yeah, the burden of proof is not on me. The one who made the claim.
Okay. Well, no, but you asked me how I came up with it. I'm telling you.
Yeah. So just no. I just want to know if the way you came up with it involves any published data at all.
Oh no! For the stuff I came up with, no, I wasn't relying on published data. I'm relying on real results from physicians that are reported and who are trustable.
Okay, so here's the problem.
And you know what? The problem is that people who write papers also aren't trustable, right? So you can't say that just because it's in a paper that was accepted doesn't mean that it's true.
Except if you look at. Okay, I understand that, but it's a higher credence because one, I can actually look at the data that's being presented instead of taking this.
Of course you can.
Yeah,
but
I can do analysis. I can do analysis
but
on
you understand. But Avi, you understand that a real world physician doesn't play games, doesn't do clinical trials with his patients. He has an obligation to treat these people so that they don't go to the hospital.
You're missing the point. The point is just that that's fine. It's just that it's not fine with respect to making a causal inference. When you want to make a causal inference, you really need to have some sort of attempt to make it.
Okay. So basically, you're saying. So let's take a simple example. I've got 100 doctors. The 100 doctors all do the Fareed and Tyson protocol. All 100 doctors. Each of the 100 doctors treats 1,000 patients, and each of them has a 5% hospitalization rate in their area. And all of the patients that are treated by all these physicians who have a 5% hospitalization rate, it's 0 for all 100 of them.
That would be,
Now,
yeah,
do you
that's
think I
great.
can make a causal inference?
If you actually have that data there and that's actually the case, yes, you can. But my problem is that you're just giving
Okay. You
anecdotes.
agree with
But
me
my
then?
problem no, I don't, because my problem is if you're just going to give me an anecdote, I can't do any
It's
evaluation
not
on
a
that data.
single
That's why it
anecdote.
should be published.
It's not a single
If
anecdote.
you give me 10 anecdotes, if you give me 20 anecdotes, I can't do any evaluation. I can't analyze
Yeah, I
it. I
know
can't look at neurological issues.
you're trained in this this evidence-based medicine stuff, and
Yeah,
you
evidence-based
don't
medicine,
look.
the data, the science, the math,
Yeah,
all of that.
you
Yes,
know,
that's what this is about, to make
that's
a causal
like,
inference.
that. Are you familiar with the Merrick sepsis protocol?
I don't see. Okay, can you
Yeah, I'm
please
going to
just
give you an example. I'm going to give you an example of the difference between real-world evidence and randomized clinical trials. Okay, and it's going to be upsetting to you because it's going to
just
disprove what
real
you've been
real
saying.
quick, before you do that,
Yeah.
can you tell me, do you think that all else equal, the real world evidence has a stronger causal inference than the randomized controlled trials?
I think that we need to look at all the available evidence. So I think that a well-done real-world study and real-world data could be a lot more powerful than a randomized trial.
I said all
And
else
if you
equal.
and
And
if you
you're not
and if
answering
you
the
let me finish,
I'll repeat the question.
we'll talk about the Merrick
If you're not
protocol.
answering the question, I'm going to repeat the question.
I did answer the
So
question. You just don't like my answer.
my question is your answer was a category error, so it's not actually an answer.
Oh, a category.
So
I'm sorry if I answered it. You just didn't like my answer, did you?
No. Your answer is a category error. So you're answering it
Oh,
with something
I'm
that's
an error. I'm sorry. Pardon me.
a specific type of error, right? So if I say
I thought you asked me a question. I tried to answer your question.
okay, do you agree? Okay, real quick, real basic. If I say, "How are you today?" and you say, "Garbly-garg," or if you say, "The answer to 1 + 1 is 2," right? If I say, "How are you doing today?" You
Yeah.
answered my question. I agree. But your answer is just a category error, because when I say, "How are you doing today?" I'm not looking for the category of that type of answer.
No, you asked. You're trying to pin me down with a. Do you think it's this way or that way? And the answer is that
No,
it's really a gray area. And I'll explain
again,
why. I'll explain why if
you
you're gonna
it
let, if
seems
you're
like
gonna
you
let me
haven't.
explain why.
Can you just reproduce my question? Okay, real quick. Can you reproduce my question just to make sure that you're actually understanding what I'm even asking you in the first place? What's my
Man, it's
question?
been so long since you asked that question. You're like asking me
I
what's
can repeat it if you like.
okay. Yeah, well, it's like the
Would you like me
difference
to repeat it?
between. Yeah, do you have a do you think that the randomized controlled trial data is stronger than a real world evidence data, right? That a conclusion
All
drawn
else
from real world
all
evidence,
else.
all else being
No, that's
equal.
not all else equal. Yes, that's what I'm asking. All else equal.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends.
What's the answer?
It
Okay, it depends
depends.
on what?
There's
What does it
when
depend
what
on?
you mean
Does it
by
depend on
all
anything?
else equal.
Yeah. So what I mean is, like, let's
if
say
it's
you had.
if it's a perfect if it's a perfect if it's a perfect phase 3 randomized controlled trial done absolutely by the book
That's
with no
all
errors.
else equal. All else equal no, all else equal quantifies over the how well it's done. So, for example, let's say you have a randomized controlled trial that's moderately well done, and and your real world data that's moderately well done.
Oh man,
Or let's say you have a randomized
that's
controlled
too
trial.
sorry. That's too many. That's too many ifs that can
The point.
affect the
Okay,
results. Surely you
I
must
understand
realize that.
but
I mean, you're an
yeah, I
experienced
understand
doctor.
that. Yeah, I understand that, but that's not what
Okay,
I'm asking. What I'm asking you,
all
okay,
right.
generally speaking, and you
Hmm.
can tell me if you disagree with this. Generally speaking, by all else held equal, I mean that how well something is done is the same. So we have a randomized controlled trial is done moderately well. We have your anecdotes that are done moderately well.
Yeah.
Okay. Generally speaking, the randomized controlled trials are going to carry a stronger causal inference than the anecdotes that are done moderately well. Do you disagree with that?
Generally speaking, that's true, but
Okay.
there can be cases where even if it's sort of the same, it can be completely wrong.
Okay.
You know,
So here's
so
what you're gonna have.
it's not categorically true all the time. It's true a
Okay.
lot of the time,
I understand.
and if you
I
believe
understand.
the Cochrane study showed that the randomized controlled trials and and other trials, observational studies and non-randomized controlled trials and so forth, that it's all evidence, and they concluded that the randomized controlled trials weren't significantly better than the other studies. Did you read that
Wait, that
paper?
we're not. Wait,
Yeah, did
that
you
we're
read
not
that paper?
significantly better compared to what? Wait, can you just answer my question?
Yeah,
Not significantly paper.
dude, are you familiar with the Cochrane study that showed that?
Which Cochrane study you're talking about?
Man, I'd have to look it up and send it to you. I don't have it offhand.
Okay, so you can do that. But
Great.
the point
Okay.
here is that if you're just relying on saying, well, I know these doctors, and these doctors do all these treatments and they see these amazing results, then listen, that's great. If you want to make it convincing, publish it, okay? And until you haven't done that, I'm not convinced, and neither is the world going to be.
You don't have to be.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
just saying that I'm sorry if you're
Well,
not
you want
convinced.
presumably you want the world to be convinced too, Steve, right?
Yeah, presumably.
You want yeah. I mean, well, is that not true? Do you not want them to be convinced?
You know, I'm happy for them to be convinced. You know, Farid is basically
great.
he doesn't go to the you know, I'll talk to him about it. I'll ask them why they haven't published. It's a good question.
Great. Ask them why they haven't published. Because here's the thing. No matter what it is, because this is not the first time I've heard about some doctor who has done this with. By the way, this same thing happened with hydroxychloroquine.
Oh,
They
so Zev, or Avi, sorry, if you if they publish it, then you're going to believe me, right? Or are you going to argue then?
assuming it depends on the particulars of their publication.
Oh
but it's
man, you're just like you're not. I'm not.
Yes,
It's
you, just like you're arguing
like you
my
keep
publication.
throwing
Wait, I'm
roadblocks.
sorry. I'm sorry. Do you think that it's unreasonable what I just said? You've been arguing all my publications.
Published. You said that the bar was publication. If I got it
didn't say the
published,
bar was,
then you believe it?
No. Okay, real quick.
I just wanted to show that even if I met your bar, you're still not going to accept it.
God. No, listen, your bar, it's not a sufficiency bar, it's a necessity bar, okay? You're confusing the two. The bar is just to be the bare minimum, just to get to the bare minimum of even being considered by the scientific community. You're going to actually have to get something published. That's like the bare minimum step. It doesn't mean that you're going to convince them. It's just a necessity criteria.
Yeah.
It's a bar for necessity, not a bar for sufficiency.
You know, I agree
but if you don't even have the bar for necessity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at least get them to publish their data, so we at least have something to look at, so we can actually calculate this magnitude that you seem to be so confident of.
I'm happy to ask them to do that.
Great. And until you do, and the point here is that until you do that,
but the point is that even when they do that, then you're basically going to say, well, I don't believe it because
not necessarily.
Oh,
no,
okay.
Not necessarily. It depends.
Okay.
It depends.
All right,
great.
great.
It depends on the
All right,
nature
well,
of the data.
great. So look, you know what I look at is thousands and thousands of patients and very few hospitalizations overall, and I look at that across multiple physicians. Now you look at that and say, oh, that's anecdotal. I'll dismiss that. That's not published. Because it's not published, I won't accept it. Okay, fine. Be that way. But you asked me how I calculated the numbers, and I gave you that.
You're misrepresenting me, Steve. You're misrepresenting. When I say I don't accept it, I'm not meaning I don't accept that. I don't necessarily accept they weren't real. What I'm saying is there's a very big difference between accepting that they happened and making a causal inference. Okay, because a causal inference is going to require much greater data.
Oh, really? So you think it's just like magic and luck? And by the way, is your friend muting me? I'm getting these things I'm not being muted. I'm not being muted. I'm getting like
not once.
Really?
If you are muted, it'll show the mute next to you. By the way, so you haven't been muted a single time.
All right, good.
And the recording will show that as well.
Okay, good. All right. Just want to make sure we're on a level playing field here.
Absolutely.
Good.
You were not muted a single time in this conversation.
Excellent. Okay. So you asked me how I came up with those numbers. I gave you credible physicians who have never been challenged on their numbers.
Oh, I'm here. Well, I guess I'm the first one. I challenged them on their numbers. Publish your data.
Okay. Great. All right. Well, I will talk to them about that. But now
Great.
you know where the numbers
Now,
come
other
from. Now you know where the numbers come
yeah.
from. Don't
Now I know.
they make
I'm
sense?
very happy. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I know
You
that the
should
numbers
be
come from
happy.
some
You should be
anecdotal data.
happy that there's an alternative to a dangerous vaccine that provides better results.
I'm very happy that I know that the alternative numbers come from me trusting you telling me that there's credible physicians that have not published a single thing on the topic.
Avi, how many early treatment doctors do you know?
How many early treatment doctors do I know?
Yeah.
No, a handful.
A handful. How many?
Handful.
A handful.
Let's see.
Less
1,
than 5.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't count more than 7.
Okay, and how many patients have those guys treated, and what treatment protocols do they have?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
You don't know the numbers. That's a shame, isn't it?
Because they're not published. I can't just pull it up and look at it.
Man, but would you be surprised if all of those guys don't have any hospitalizations? I mean, would that prove anything to you? It's your own friends.
If it turns out that it was done in a systematic way that gives me a reason for causal evidence, yes.
You didn't even ask them. Are you recommending to your patients to use the vaccine when you haven't even asked your friends?
No, I'm recommending they get the vaccine because it's supported by randomized controlled trials and prospective cohort studies. Actual data.
So let's go back to Let's go back to phase 3 randomized controlled trials, okay? Because let's go shoot that one down. All right, how they can be gamed. So do you think that randomized? Do you agree that phase 3 randomized controlled trials can be gamed?
Wait. Not generally to any greater degree than the anecdotes you're bringing to the table. Because to whatever degree randomized controlled trials can be gamed, to whatever degree that randomized controlled trials can be gamed, I have far more reason to believe that your anecdotes can be gamed.
You do. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
So ivermectin. Do you think ivermectin works?
Based on the meta-analytic summations and the randomized controlled trials I've seen, no, I don't think it works.
No.
Including, by the way, your meta-analytic summation.
We're kind of done here, my friend. You're completely a hypocrite.
Why?
You don't think it works. You believe in evidence-based medicine? You believe in evidence-based medicine?
Yeah, and I've looked at the randomized controlled trials and the meta-analysis. Yeah.
You have, and what do you think?
I have, and I think that in the primary, they don't. Yeah, I have, and I've looked at the meta-analysis that you had in your video, and I think it was laughable how it was done. And I think that if you even look at the published one, it showed obvious publication bias that, when corrected for it, looks like it would have a null effect.
Null effect. Okay.
No, just to be clear, publication bias that, when corrected for, appears to show a null effect. And you could do this all sorts of corrections.
Null effect. Wow. So ivermectin has a null effect according to you. Man, this is going to be an easier debate than I thought. We can just end it here and show how idiotic that is.
Just to be clear on what I said.
Yeah.
That it in reality has a null effect. Meaning that if you look at the meta-analyses and correct for publication bias, the effect would be null. Meaning that if you look at the best randomized controlled trials, wait, by publication bias, I'm not just speculating. I'm looking at it by a funnel plot. You're familiar with how that works?
Let's go talk about the publication bias.
Do you know what a funnel plot is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so a funnel
But
plot is
we
a
can
tool
talk
for
about
detecting.
publication bias.
Yeah, we are. That's why I brought up funnel plots, because they're a tool
Uh,
that are used to detect publication bias.
Okay, so maybe you can tell me about the ivermectin study
Yeah.
that was negative,
Yeah.
that wasn't published.
That was negative. Okay. So yeah. So if you look at the funnel plots for the meta-analytic summations, I can post that in general chat. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the funnel plot. All right. And you'll notice that
Let me
there
bring up
is marked. Yeah.
this word. Okay, so I have to scroll to the bottom, right?
Yeah. I can keep posting it. Here we go. I'll post it again.
I'm trying to scroll to the bottom.
In general chat. Or yeah, I can do this Avi only chat. That's fine too. Here, I'll post it here. So it's being posted there too. You can do Avi only. Go to the Avi only text.
The only. Okay, that'll
Yeah.
make it easier.
Do you see?
Okay.
Do you see the funnel plot?
The funnel plot. This thing here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So what these are the individual studies that are meta-analytically summated for ivermectin for all-cause death. Now, what you'll notice is if there is no publication bias, what you expect is symmetry. You expect the results in the funnel plot to be symmetrical. And you'll notice that the larger trials are generally up top because they have a lower standard error. And the smaller trials are to the bottom because they generally have a larger standard error. And the relative risk is improved on the left side because it's less than 1. And the right side is less than 1. Now, generally what happens without publication bias is that there is a clustering, a symmetric clustering around the point estimate. So as you have larger studies, they'll be closer together. But as you have smaller studies, they'll spread out because they have a larger standard error. What happens in publication bias is if there's an effect that's only publishing studies that are favorable or more likely to publish studies that are favorable or unfavorable, you'll see an asymmetry in one direction or another.
Great.
And that's what you have in the case of ivermectin.
Where is this graph from?
This graph is from the published meta-analysis. In fact, it's the only real robust. It's the recently published meta-analysis on ivermectin for the randomized controlled trials. I can show you the PDF if you would like.
So show me the unpublished negative trial. Where's that? Where's that?
Okay, so the whole point. Of a funnel plot is that you can infer that there are unpublished negative trials.
Really, you can infer.
Yes.
You can infer. You
yes.
can infer.
Yeah.
But you can't identify them.
Yeah. You don't need to in order to infer them. That's the whole point of a funnel plot.
Infer is like, yeah, theoretically there might be.
No. By infer, I mean very clear with main inference. By inference, I mean something that's probability raising to it with respect to a proposition.
Oh, really? Okay,
Look,
but
I don't know why you're denying this.
Look,
you don't even know.
Where's the negative trial that wasn't published?
You don't even know what. Okay, real quick. The whole purpose of the funnel plot is so you don't need to identify it to identify the publication bias.
You're just speculating.
No, I'm not speculating. I'm not speculating. The whole point of a funnel plot is that it provides an inference for it, not a speculation.
An inference, it means that you're speculating.
No, inferences don't. No. Okay, just real quick. By inference, I mean something that Okay. By inference, I mean that something is a probability raising. It's a justification for a proposition, and by justification, I mean probability raising.
Yeah. But
okay. Now, do you think that's speculation? Wait, do you think that? Do you think that's speculation?
Yeah, it's speculating that there are negative studies that haven't been published.
Okay. To be clear, do you think if I present a case that if I establish that there's a high probability that there's unpublished studies that haven't been published, or that there is a bias for publishing only positive studies, you would call that speculation?
Yes, I would. Unless you can,
Okay. Well, that's fine. And then you're using that's fine. If you're going to use the
unless you
yeah.
can
So if you're
identify the trial.
yes. So if you're going to use the word speculation in that way, that's fine. As long as we're clear.
Yeah.
As long as we're clear that even if it's the case that I could show with a 99% confidence that those trials are out there, and I haven't identified them, it's just speculation, right? So just so we're clear, if I can make an inference, just so we're clear, Steve, just to be clear, Steve, if I can make an inference that makes me 99.999% confident that there is, or gives me reason to believe that there's 99.999% probability of there being unpublished negative trials for ivermectin, you would say that since I haven't identified the trial, it's just speculation. Is that right?
Yeah. You know why?
Okay, cool. Just so we're clear on what we mean by speculation.
Wait a minute. Do you know why I say that?
Why?
I'm glad.
I mean, it's fine. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. Just to be clear, I don't have a problem. As long as we're clear by speculation, you mean that even if I'm 99%.
God dang.
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked. Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You know, when clinical trials get started, you know what? They get registered. So if there is a negative, if there is a trial that got started and that finished and that was negative, we'd be able to find it, wouldn't we? And in fact, all of these guys who claim ivermectin doesn't work, they'd be all over it.
Not every clinical trial. So first of all, not every clinical trial gets registered. That's number one.
Oh,
by the way, there are some...
that's true, but that's pretty. You know, isn't it like 99? You know, as long as we're talking percentages, 99% registered, aren't they?
I don't know about that for ivermectin.
Oh, really? What's the number?
I'm not sure. If you can provide me, I don't know.
It's not 99.
No, but the point here is, the point here is that the things that end up making it to the meta-analysis. Also, a lot of times when the trials turn out negative, they don't report the results when they registered. So even if they are registered, if they are registering clinical trials, when they turn up null results, they often don't even report the outcomes on clinical trials.
You know, we're in agreement on that, my friend. But you know what?
Yeah.
The people who are anti-ivermectin, like Gavi, who's running all these anti-ivermectin ads, you know, spending millions and millions of dollars, you know, they would have found
out. I'm not running any ads.
Huh? They're not running any ads? Really?
I'm not running ads.
No,
I'm running ads on my YouTube channel, but they're not
Gavi's running anti-ivermectin ads.
Oh, Gavi. I don't know about Gavi.
No,
but I don't know who, I don't
Gavi.
know Gavi.
You're, you know, sounds like Avi. I know.
Okay. So the point I'm making here is that there are randomized control trials that show that ivermectin does not actually work. The largest one actually shows that ivermectin does not work. Would you like to see that one?
Yeah, I'd actually like to see that. And this is for early treatment. I'd love to see that one. Yeah, we can pull that up.
It was actually included in the early. Yeah, it was actually included in the early treatment.
Great. Which one is that?
Yeah, that was the one done by Lopez Medina.
Oh, Lopez Medina, my favorite. I'll talk to you about that all day long. Okay, good.
Yeah, can you talk? Yeah, go ahead.
You think that ivermectin doesn't work? Are you kidding me? I mean, you have to be really goofy not to think that ivermectin works. I'm looking at Lopez Medina.
Go ahead. Why?
Risk of death, 66.8% lower. Risk of escalation of care, 60.8% lower. Risk of escalation of care with post-hoc, less than 12 hours exclusion, 34.3% lower. Risk of deterioration by greater than 2 points on an 8-point scale, 43% lower. Risk of fever post-randomization, 24.8% lower. Risk of unresolved symptoms at day 21, 15.3% lower. Hazard ratio for lack of resolution of symptoms, 6.5% lower. Relative median time to resolution of symptoms, 16.7% lower. Now, if that's not effective, I don't know what is.
You're not because you're not understanding the statistics there. So when you're looking at the hazard ratio, yeah, I can explain it to you if you'd like. And this is why they reported null findings, because when you're looking at a hazard ratio is a time dependent analysis. It's like a relative risk,
Bullshit.
like
But
over.
that's bullshit. You know, they changed
That's not
the
wait. It's,
endpoint mid-study. You know that?
no, they
Dude,
looked at it. Look,
you
okay,
read the
real
study,
quick,
right?
real quick. I'm gonna show this to the entire audience so they're all clear. Here was the result.
Yeah, go. They make my day. You
This
know,
was
and
it.
they have
Yeah,
to read the whole study.
cumulative
You
rate.
can't just
Yeah, cumulative rate.
you can't just take
Cumulative
little
rate.
snippets out of this thing.
Cumulative rate of symptom resolution in that study was.
Where are you sharing, by the way? I don't see it here.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll put it in Avi only just for you.
Yeah,
Here you go.
that'll be nice.
Yeah, here you go.
Thank you very much.
This is the result. Okay. In fact, the hazard ratio, if anything, so the lines were basically close to each other, and the results were not significant. But if anything, actually, the hazard ratio is one. So they were just on top of each other, and by the end of it, they're just neck and neck. The p-value is 0.53. Like, no one's going to look at this. No one's going to look at this and say ivermectin works.
Yeah, well, 0.53 shows that there is no difference in terms of the rate of symptom resolution, doesn't it? P.53, that's nothing. That is not statistically significant. Right. That is noise.
That's the point. That's the point.
No, the point is, dude, you know, you have to, you know, when you read these studies, you really,
wait, do you see?
you don't understand. You run clinical trials, don't you? I mean, you're a dermatologist. You run a lot of clinical trials, right?
I am involved in quite a few clinical trials. Absolutely.
Oh, good. Okay.
I mean, so look, can you tell me? Wait, do you look?
So you know that endpoints are really, really important in clinical trials, because if you choose an endpoint which is meaningless, like the cumulative rate of symptom resolution, that's not the money ball, That's not where it's happening. That is not the clinically significant endpoint. You understand that, right? It's hospitalization and
you want to know a secret? Yeah, you want to know a secret? None of the endpoints here were statistically significant with respect to favoring your view on an absolute difference.
Yeah,
with 95% confidence.
You know what? Let's look at all of the risk of escalation of care, 60.8% lower. So that had a p-value of 0.10. So that was the most statistically significant result out of this. But isn't it interesting that because the numbers, statistical significance is all about the numbers, and you know that. You weren't born yesterday. You know that the statistical significance depends on what the effect size is and how many numbers you have, right? Okay, good. So we had the most.
No, I understand.
Okay, so the most statistically significant result out of this trial was the risk of escalation of care, which is 60.8% lower.
Which was not significant.
Whoa. Wait a second. P equals 0.10. That's 90% chance that it's right, isn't it?
Yeah. So when you're looking here,
now
it wouldn't be.
It has to be like 0.05.
Real quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, if what you're gonna do here is you're going to, so you realize this is not how we evaluate things. We don't just look at a whole bunch of different outcomes and look at one that has most statistically significant, even if not statistically significant, and be like, that's the one we're gonna go with.
You were using statistical. You were saying, hey, it's not
we also have a reason for choosing primary outcomes and secondary outcomes, right? So
but you understand that the days to symptom resolution is a horrible metric for this kind of stuff.
Really? Because that's the metric. Yeah. Really? Because that's the metric used in a whole bunch of Really?
I'll send you some emails from some really smart clinicians on how fucked up that is. Okay.
Okay. So listen. If you want to say that, that's fine. But then you have to reject all of the ivermectin studies showing favorability using that same metric.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, wow. Oh, what's the symmetry breaker?
Look, Let me give you an
I
example.
want to hear the symmetry breaker. No. Give me the symmetry breaker.
I don't know what you mean by symmetry breaker.
Okay, so real quick. You said
Okay.
the metric cumulative times to resolution of symptoms is a bad metric to use for ivermectin.
Yeah.
Now I say, listen, if you want to have that standard, that's fine, but you realize that in the meta-analyses for favoring ivermectin, they use that metric for favorability. Now I'm asking why you think it's appropriate when that metric is not appropriate when it's not favorable, but it is appropriate when it is favorable.
No, it depends on whose study you're talking about.
Wait,
it's different.
So you think that the metric is appropriate based on the?
You're just telling me that you have a study which is using that metric, right?
Yeah, but the point here is that it's an epistemic issue that you have. The point is, it's fine if you want to reject that metric. If you want to reject the metric of cumulative days for resolution for ivermectin, it's fine. However, the point here is that the meta-analyses...
It wasn't even close to statistically significant.
Hey, if you want to say that it's a metric that shouldn't
why would
be
you even
used
bring it up? I mean, it's statistically insignificant. It's pointless.
Because it's well, that's the whole point. The point is that it's not showing any meaningful results for the primary endpoint of the trial.
Because that's a lousy primary endpoint. People
okay,
game
that's fine. Hey, Steve, that's fine. That was a pre-specified primary endpoint. You don't think that's a good one? That's fine.
No,
but guess what?
No, it wasn't a pre-specified primary endpoint. You're mischaracterizing the study.
Wasn't?
No, it
really?
wasn't.
It wasn't?
Nope.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure.
Okay, so real quick, if I talk to Lopez Medina and ask Lopez Medina that if it was a
paper. You don't need to call them. It's in the paper. The primary endpoint was changed midway through the trial. They fucked up the trial.
Where does
you know
it
that
say
they
that?
people. You know that they switched the drugs, right?
Wait, where does it say in the paper that the primary endpoint was changed? I'm not seeing it. Can you show me?
Okay. Yeah. How much time do I have? I mean, we're gonna have the audience wait for me to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're making a claim. I'm looking at the methodology.
Okay. Well, good. I'm happy to go through it. The faster way is get Pierre on the line. Can I do that?
Look, the point here, you're missing the point.
Do you want to debate with Pierre on this trial?
That's fine. You can bring whoever you want, but the point here.
Okay, so we can get Pierre on stage.
It's totally fine. I just want to know what you're. You're not.
So look, let me see if I can. I think Pierre would love to talk to you about this trial.
Where does it say in the paper that the prime? Can you just tell me where it's like? Can you have a section? I'm not seeing it in. I'm not seeing it in the methods. I'm not seeing. But it's a philosophical point that's being made, Steve. The point is, even if it's true that they changed the primary endpoint, even if that was the case, you'd still be missing the point that I'm making here. The point I'm making, Steve, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, yeah. The point I'm making is, if you want to say that a primary endpoint of days to resolution for ivermectin is inappropriate, then that's fine, but you would have to also say it's inappropriate for the trials that are being used for ivermectin to show that they're favorable. That's the point I'm making. That's in order to be consistent. That's what you have to say, unless you have some symmetry breaker. And by symmetry breaker, I mean you have a relevant difference for why it's okay to do that in one case and not in the other case.
Okay. So let's see. Lopez Medina. I'm trying to look up your trial here. Okay. Okay, here it is. The primary outcome was changed mid-trial, it was originally clinical deterioration, which is more meaningful and shows greater benefit. The new outcome of resolution of symptoms includes...
Where is this? I'm not seeing it anywhere.
I know you don't. You're not familiar with the data.
I'm keyword searching it. I'm not finding it. Look, maybe you're right. You could be right about it.
Yeah, look, I'm not making this shit up. You know, you don't read. This is what I'm saying. You don't know what
I'm
you're
not. Can you
talking
wait?
about.
Wait. Listen.
You know,
Hey, listen.
this
Listen.
is so
Can you
frustrating. I'm
just show
like
me where it
wasting
is?
my time here. You don't even.
Can
You
you just
you were
show
the one
me?
who
Can you
brought
just
up
show me?
this
Can you
paper, and
just
you're
show
not
me
even
where it
familiar
is?
with it. Yes. Go to c19ivermectin.com/lopezmedina.html and go screenshot it and show your followers how dumb you are for not knowing this.
Okay, so just to be clear, you claimed that it was in the paper itself. It's not in the paper itself. We agree on that? So it's
Oh,
not that I'm not reading the paper. It's not in the paper.
did he
It may
not
be
see in
on
the
some
paper?
other website. Look, if it's on some okay, so that's what we're talking about. So this
Yeah.
dunk that you think you're making is not going through. You said
These
it's in
are facts.
here.
These are like
I'm not okay. It could be. Listen, they could be facts, but you
you're
said they were
supposed
in
to
the
know
paper, and
this
it's not
stuff. I
right.
mean,
Okay.
dude, you know, you're
Oh,
supposed to be
I'm not
familiar
reading
with the
everything on
papers that
C19 early.
you
So
bring up.
let's take a look. See,
I mean,
C19
like
early.
I'm just an
Where?
engineer in California, and I'm teaching you what's in this paper.
Listen,
I mean, that's
listen.
like
No, you're not. You're not teaching me.
you're the
Excuse me. You're not
MD here.
teaching
I'm
me.
the fucking
You're not
engineer,
teaching.
and you're
You're not
not
teaching me
even
what's in the
familiar
paper. You
with the
already agreed.
paper.
Excuse me. You already agreed that it wasn't in the paper. So let's take a look at.
Oh,
You
I
already
don't know
agreed.
whether
Don't.
it's in the paper. It's well known.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, but okay, that's fine. Listen, that's okay. If it
Okay.
was if it turns out to be the case,
Yeah,
that's fine.
you're not familiar
It
with the
wasn't in.
data. That's the problem.
No. If I well, no,
You
I'm
brought up
familiar
the
with the
study.
data.
You're
I'm just
not
not familiar with.
familiar with all of the papers surrounding
Course,
it. It's
of course,
embarrassing.
of course. Excuse me. Of course, I was. Of course, I was familiar with the data. But if there's something not in the data, if there's something
Yeah,
not
but
in the
you're
paper
supposed to.
that's
See,
peripheral
that's
to.
the thing. You rely on what's in the paper, and you don't look at the other papers that tear the paper apart and tear it
Can
to
you just show
shreds.
me? By the way, can you just show me real quick? Can you just show me where it says? Can you just show me where it says the primary endpoint was changed and where it's gotten from?
Yeah. Yep. You go down. It says you're on c19ivermectin.com/lopezmedina.html. Okay. It starts off with an open letter, comma, signed by over 100 physicians, comma, concluding this study is fatally flawed. Can be found at reference number 1. Now, that's just for starters. And this is the study that you
Wait,
promote as.
who is this written? Who is this by? Like, who wrote this letter?
Well, it's right there. It's right there, dude.
Wait, no, I want to know who wrote it. Can you tell me? I know it's right there, but like,
Shama
I just
letter.
want.
An open letter by U.S. doctors.
What was it? Okay, okay, that's not telling me. Okay, so it was changed mid-trial, and you saying clinical deterioration was originally the
I mean,
primary
it's
endpoint. Is that
designed.
correct?
It's signed by so many people. I mean, it's ridiculous.
You're not, can you answer my question? Are you telling me that deterioration was the original primary endpoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
What was the result for that?
They had problems with this trial.
Can you? That's not answering my question.
You want? Should we get Pierre on? I mean, like, do I have to give you like
Okay,
a lesson
few patients
in this?
deterioration. Okay, so few patients had clinical
Why
deterioration.
are we even in this rat hole?
So there was no significant. Okay, the point is there's no significant difference between clinical deterioration either. So even if that's true that they changed the primary endpoint mid-trial, if they went with the original primary endpoint, it still wouldn't be significantly different either way. You realize that, right?
It's probably, look,
Yes
you
or no?
look at all the results.
Okay, great. So now,
right?
just to be
A
clear,
lot of,
Yep,
it was
fine.
a small study. 200 ivermectin
Okay,
and
if you're gonna
198
criticize,
control.
okay, that's fine. But then, if you want to like if you want to criticize a study for being small, then you have to do it for like the other ones as well, unless you have some symmetry breaker. Here's the point I'm trying to make that you keep like dodging around. So first, so just so we're clear, even if they did change the primary endpoint, it still wouldn't have made a difference if they hadn't. okay? Because you wouldn't have shown any that ivermectin was doing anything.
But look, you
Okay.
said, but we're down in the weeds here. Can we like up level
Okay,
it?
so that's fine. That's
Why
fine.
are
I'm
we
happy to do that.
wasting? Why are we wasting everybody's time listening to this?
I'm happy to do that. Happy to do
Okay,
that.
great.
So the point
let's
I'm making here, the
yeah.
point I'm making
You gotta
here that
make
you
your
seem
point,
to not
don't you? Yep.
the
Go ahead.
point I'm making that you seem to not be getting again is just that if you see a result you don't like and you want to say that's an inappropriate metric, that's fine. But all of the data favoring ivermectin in that case, all of the data that's favoring ivermectin, you're going to have to exclude those that have metrics using to favor it that have that same metric you think is inappropriate.
Yeah, sure.
You agree with that or no?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So just to be clear, when you say ivermectin is working in those meta-analyses of CA19 early, we're going to exclude all of those papers. We're going to exclude all those papers, or at least all the primary outcomes there that are being used to support ivermectin with that primary outcome.
Well,
Or that
look,
outcome that's
the
being met on, like,
the primary outcome I think was like a 30 days kind of thing where they looked at the result quite late. Like what
You're
was
missing the point,
when
Steve. It's just a
yeah,
point
I already
of
told you I agree
epistemic
with you.
consistency.
Look,
Okay, great.
yes, I said we're consistent. Okay, can we up level it now?
Cool. Awesome.
Can we
Great.
up level?
Now,
Can we up level?
why do you think great.
Can
Now,
we up
what
level?
I want you to do, Steve.
Can we up
that's
level?
fine. You know what? I'm about to do it. I'm about to level up. All right,
great.
Steve?
Okay.
All right. So now here's the so given that, Steve, given that, I want you to show me the calculation, which was your claim that the relative risk would be great. We're getting back to what we were talking about originally for ivermectin, that you think the relative risk is going to be orders of magnitude or even close to the relative risk for the vaccine. Now, how are you? And I want you to do that excluding the metrics you just did right now. I want you to do that excluding the metrics.
I already did it. I already did this for you, Avi.
Go ahead. Show me the map.
You must have forgotten.
Oh no! By already did it, you mean the doctors you talked to? Your anecdotes?
Yes,
is that what you're talking about?
Yes. It's hard to find doctors that have any hospitalization rates at all using ivermectin-based protocols. And I asked you to come up with counterexamples from the doctors you knew, and you weren't able to do that because you don't even know what the data is. I mean, it's kind of ludicrous that you don't know what the numbers are, and I do, isn't it?
Yeah, because you have because you have anecdotes. Then I don't care about those anecdotes. I care about
you don't. Reality doesn't matter to you. You're just
I mean, if you think that's
scientist. Yes, I do. Let's talk about the Merrick phase 3. The septic.
Just real quick before I let you ramble off onto another point. Before I let you start rambling, because I know that's what you want to do, because you're in a corner now.
Oh,
if all you have,
I'm in a terrible corner where I know what the numbers are and you don't. So you call that being in a corner? Are you kidding me?
Where you know what the numbers are? Where you know what the numbers are by your anecdotes? Where you by some anecdote
because there are no randomized trials with multiple drugs.
Yep. So the problem here.
So therefore, the best data that we have is the real world data. And we have to respect those numbers unless you can prove they're wrong.
Okay. What about
what the precautionary principle says.
Wait,
respect
but what about
the
patients?
Prove that they're wrong.
Wait, but what about the patients that? Okay, so you realize this goes both ways, right? Like I had patients who were treated early in COVID with ivermectin and they've dropped dead. Like, here's the thing. Like you
told me you didn't have any patients that you treated. You said you didn't treat
No, I didn't treat them. I said they were treated. I didn't say I treated them.
I
said were treated.
So let's find out. Let's go into that. Who was the doctor and who was the patient?
I'm not giving away HIPAA information on Discord, Steve. You know that.
By
the way, they can't. By the way, they're not able to tell. By the way, your anecdotes, they're not able to they don't seem to be able to give patient information out either. So because they're not publishing their work.
Tell me the doctor's name right now. Tell me the doctor's name.
I don't have the doctor's name on hand. I'd have to look at the
Damn it!
records.
You
Norm,
don't have the
absolutely not.
doctor's name, and you're like, I've got the doctor's name, and you don't. What?
Nor would I do that. Nor would I give away HIPAA information, even if I did. Because you can. Because
Dude,
that
you
way you
understand what HIPAA
absolutely a
information
shared
is?
patient, a shared patient. Someone could find out a shared patient between me and some doctor unrelated to me. Absolutely.
Oh, really?
But the point here is that
no.
okay.
Protected health information, PHI. Know all
Really?
about it. Come on. You know, you can't
Really,
not
really
tell me
quick?
the doctor who has a dead
Real-
ivermectin patient, right? How can you not know?
I
You
can
told me
know
you
if
had
I look
examples.
at.
You got to give me the
I
doctor's
don't
name.
have it. Yeah, I do have examples,
You're
but I have
fucking
to
making
look
it
up.
up.
I'm not making it up.
Then give me the doctor's name right now.
I don't have the doctor's name off the top of my
Come
head.
on, I gave
nor
you
would-
my doctor's name.
Okay.
Why can't you give me your
Bottom line.
doctor's
Okay.
name?
I'm not giving you I'm not giving you the doctor's name because it's a shared patient, and I'm not giving anyone information online where they could find out a mutual patient.
You just revealed something that you didn't have to reveal, did you? Right? You didn't have to reveal it with
that's
a shared
fine.
patient. Now you just
if I give the name, then yes, that would be something I didn't have to reveal. But this is fine because no one can figure out who.
You know,
no
now you're like compromising, so you give you an excuse for not giving me the doctor's name. That's convenient.
Okay, real quick, I don't care. Listen, I don't care because on my epistemic standard, none of this shit matters anyway. Because
you can't.
Can you provide a single? Listen.
You can't even
No,
give
because
me
I don't
a single death from a doctor who gave ivermectin, can you?
Okay, real quick. Real quick,
all
if I
these people who are dying with ivermectin, you can't give me a single doctor.
I could, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
I mean,
risk,
all these patients who have died with ivermectin. I mean, come on, you got to be able to give me at least one.
You think? Wait, are you denying?
Dude, I gave you my doctor's name.
Okay, so I can look at. Listen, I can look it up.
And Harvey Rich. They'll give you tons of doctors' names who have like next to zero hospitalization rates.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that?
Can any of them publish a single one of their papers
Yeah,
for all
probably.
of these patients? Do you have any of them? Have any of them done it?
Probably not, because no one would believe it if they published it. You know, because that's the way it works, isn't it?
Then why does the publication bias in the ivermectin studies favor positive results?
It doesn't. There aren't any negative.
Yes, it does.
You cannot name.
Here's
the
funnel plot.
Dude, that you're that's an
Here's
inference.
the funnel plot.
You cannot. You're like saying, oh well, it has to be because the probability.
Yeah. Why does
that
the
it has
inference
to be.
favor?
And why can't you find it? Why can't you find it? Run an ad in the New York Times and find the negative ivermectin study. Everybody wants it. Why don't you have Gavi run an ad? Please tell me your unpublished ivermectin study.
Why does the inference for the funnel plot favor ivermectin studies that are in favor of it?
You know, it's because it's probability, dude. Probability isn't.
Yeah.
fact.
Why does the probability
There's a
favor? Why does the probability favor? Why does the probability favor publication bias in favor of ivermectin working?
That's just the way the numbers work, Avi. Look.
Okay, so real quick, the way the numbers work. So real quick, we agree the way the numbers work.
Dude, reality trumps probability. You can't find the negative ivermectin file you're looking for. It doesn't exist.
Steve, okay. You realize that no one holds this standard for inferring publication bias. That in order to infer publication bias, you actually have to find the studies that didn't make it into the meta-analysis. You realize that, right?
Yeah, nobody found them.
Okay, but you realize that people infer publication bias all the time.
Fine, but you can infer publication bias, but it doesn't mean that it's true.
Okay, that's not the point. Yeah, of course, but that's just the problem of induction.
Okay.
But you can infer that it's more likely to be true.
You're basically
Wait, but just to be clear, no, I'm not going to let you weasel. I'm not going to let you weasel, Steve. I am not going to let you weasel. You agree
more than reality. You can't find a negative
The mathematical
trial.
inference is
Everybody
a tool
is looking for this magical
oh my
trial
god.
that failed. That's not
It's to
published.
make an inference
The
about it's to
entire
make it
world is looking for it, and you can't find
wow.
it,
You're
dude.
just not tracking. It's to make an inference about reality. That's what probability is
Yes,
there
I know,
for.
but reality always trumps inferences about reality, doesn't it?
Okay, but we don't have any reason. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But you are not able to provide an explanation for the asymmetry in the funnel plot that favors positive results
Yes,
for ivermectin.
I'm claiming that the entire world is focused on finding that negative ivermectin study that wasn't published, because that's worth gold to all of these
What do you think,
vaccine companies.
Steve? Can you tell me like what?
And Merck, and I mean, like Merck would salivate for that. They would pay billions of dollars for that study that was rejected. It doesn't exist.
Can you just answer? Can you answer my question? Like, what's your explanation for the funnel plot showing that there's publication bias favoring the ivermectin studies?
You know, I'm saying that
Rather than positive results. Can you give me
in-
an explanation?
well, look. So what's the explanation that the fluvoxamine studies show that it worked, and the NIH says that we can't tell which way fluvoxamine works or not? Like,
Because the issue,
data,
well, there's
the
a
data,
problem.
the
Okay,
data
so
is,
I'm happy.
the data,
Listen, I'm happy to talk to you about the
data on
fluvoxamine study.
fluvoxamine is pretty clear. It's p-value 10 to the minus 14. Like, how could
Okay,
you
I
ignore
understand.
that?
Okay,
I mean, 10 to the minus 14
I'm not
is
ignoring.
off the
I'm not
charts.
ignoring that. I'm happy to talk to you. I'm happy to talk to you about the fluvoxamine trial as well.
Okay.
In the fluvoxamine trial, their endpoint was clinical deterioration, and clinical deterioration was defined in terms of having as one of the criteria, having a 92%, less than 92% saturation.
Yeah.
Now, in the placebo group
You're
of that
talking about.
trial,
We're not talking, dude. I'm not talking about that trial. The 10 to the 10 to the
which
minus. The
trial?
p-value of 10 to the minus 14 is Seftel's trial.
Okay, what outcome? What primary are you talking about? The trial with the primary outcome of clinical deterioration?
No, it wasn't a primary outcome.
Oh, are you talking about a different trial then?
No, I'm talking about the Seftel trial, where they looked at the long haul COVID symptoms, and in
Is
that
that wait,
trial,
hold on. Which
okay.
you'll have, because I'm aware of only 2 studies in the fluvoxamine that
Yeah, there are
you've
only
linked,
2
and
published studies.
yeah, there's only 2. Okay, yeah, one's randomized and one's not, right?
One's quasi-randomized, but you know what? The
Okay, so
quasi-randomization worked in favor of proving that the drug was even more effective than the
wait,
p-value would indicate.
hold on. Which are you talking about? The paper that we already went through on fluvoxamine?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, that was an observational study. Sorry, that was an observational study. It didn't control for a single confounding factor. We already went through that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
Explain.
why are you calling it a trial? I'm sorry. Why when you say I'm sorry. When you say randomized control, when you say trial, and what you really mean by trial is an observational study?
It's quasi-randomized.
What do you mean? How
the technical
do you mean
term?
quasi-randomized? Where?
Well, it's in the paper.
No, but
dude.
how is it quasi-random? I'm looking in the paper right now.
because the test subjects were given a chance, an opportunity to pick one or the other, and they randomly chose one or the other. It wasn't like, oh, if you're over 50, you get into this group, and if you're under 50, you go into that group.
Okay, so real quick, I'm reading the methods right now. For their patient selection.
Can we up level on this? I mean, we were talking about ivermectin. Maybe we can get back to that. We're going down a rat hole.
Yeah, but I just don't see where I'm looking in their methods, and I'm just not seeing. Look, if you're.
Yeah, I'll summarize it for you. The symptom data was at 2 weeks. There were no people with long haul COVID symptoms, and 4 months later, there were no people with long haul COVID symptoms. That cannot happen by chance.
Yeah, that's the one with 2 weeks. No, I understand that, but I'm not seeing where they randomize the patients.
Search for the term quasi-randomized.
Okay, I'm not seeing where they quasi-randomize them either in the data. I mean, in the
term
paper.
Quasi-randomized in the paper.
How is the quasi-randomization done? I see it now. I see it's a limitation to exclude.
Okay, you see it
It's
now.
listed as a
Okay, all right,
limitation.
great,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so we agree it was not randomized, it was quasi-randomized.
it was quasi-randomized. Yep.
Okay, great. And it was
Anyway,
quasi-randomized by having the patients randomly choose one or the other? It wasn't. Is
no,
that
it wasn't.
what we're talking about?
No, they didn't randomly choose.
They
They
just
got
chose one or the other.
they were informed by the doctor of the benefits and risks of the fluvoxamine treatment, and then they got to choose based on what their friends were doing, how they felt, how healthy they felt, and so forth. Pretty random
Great.
selection.
So yeah, great. So then what I would like to, okay, so that's not a random selection, it's quasi-random. You admitted yourself.
Yeah,
Now
quasi-random. That's
when
what I said.
yep. Yeah, that's okay, that's fine. That's fine. But that's not the okay, but that doesn't give us the same strength of an inference as a randomized controlled trial.
Oh,
But
but it
that's
gives
okay.
you
Listen.
actually. Well, no, it actually gives you a stronger strength than a randomized trial because the sicker people chose the drug because the sicker people wanted to get well and they knew enough that if they were not treated, they had less of a chance of getting well than if they were treated. So when the doctor said, "Hey, there's
Actually,
100%,
30
chance
there was a higher
you're going to,"
percentage. There was a higher percentage of people with chronic comorbidities that chose no therapy than chose therapy.
you can't just like cherry pick a number like that. Did you want to go through each one of these? I mean, it's really going to bore your audience to tears.
I mean,
if we
well,
do
you're
that.
making. I mean, you're making the claim. That's why the
I'm
reason I
making
chose
the claim,
the reason I
but
chose
do you want to
yeah
do you want to spend the next?
the reason I chose that one. Well, I'm not cherry picking. The reason I chose that one is because it subsumes all of the conditions. That's why I went with that one right off the bat and didn't pick something like hypertension, for example. I could, if I
No,
wanted to cherry pick, I would just say hypertension, right? The reason I cherry pick chronic comorbidity is it includes things like diabetes, hypertension, lung disease, right? I'm not just cherry picking one single chronic comorbidity. I'm saying if we look at all the chronic comorbidities,
yeah.
there was a higher proportion of those who had a chronic comorbidity with no therapy than with therapy. Now you want to say that provides a stronger inference because the other way around.
Yeah, there were 38, but you see, you have to look at the numbers, okay? Because you have to look at hypertension treated, okay? The bulk of the chronic comorbidity comes for the no therapy group comes from hypertension, treated, right?
That's fine. Why is that a problem?
Well, it's a problem for you because it's when hypertension is treated, it's not a chronic comorbidity that actually has significance in terms of the outcome. Because hypertension
It does.
treated,
No, it does. No, because like when they say treated, that doesn't mean that they're adequately treated. They don't mean they're under control.
yeah,
like
but
hypertension,
look,
if it was under control, sure.
look, I know the doctor here, and I've talked to him about. You see, this is why you can't get this from the paper. You have to go and dig deeper.
Oh, you
and
have
that's
to just.
what
You
I
have
do.
to. I know you have to do you have to do the anecdotes.
You have to do the anecdotes to know.
Listen, can you please show me? Can you please show me how we're getting like in any? All right, look. Here's the bottom line. I'm gonna level it up for you right now.
Okay.
Can you
good.
show
We're
me
gonna
with
level
any
it up.
publication? Can you show me with any publication at all that you get these orders of magnitude lower relative risks for the early treatment than compared to the COVID vaccine? Can you do that or not?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
There may be some papers. Do you want me to put you on hold and we'll talk to Harvey Rich?
That's
I'm
fine.
sure he
We can put this.
knows.
Then okay, great. Yep, that's fine. You can talk.
You want me to put you on hold?
Harvey.
We'll talk to Harvey.
I want to go on to. You can do. It depends how long it'll take. I don't want to like bore the whole audience.
I don't know, but
if you want, we can have another debate. If you want, we can have another debate after you've
great. Okay, good.
After
great.
you've gone back to Harvey, and gotten the data that you should have come to this debate with.
Well,
and you can also drag Harvey in too.
Dude, I thought we were going to be talking about vaccine deaths and not about.
Yep. We already did. We talked about bears and we talked about the source that corrected itself, admitting you were wrong.
We didn't even finish that point. Okay, so So you agreed that the precautionary principle, we got 6,000 deaths, and could be a lot more, right? Because the precautionary principle also says that
No, I
for
don't. By the way, I don't. I don't.
wait
I
a
don't
second.
because I
Whoa,
think
dude,
that
hang
the
on.
other
You
data
got it.
supersedes the bears data. You asked me a
I'm
question.
sorry.
I'm answering your question. I'm answering
the-
your question. You're asking me a question.
So what
Yeah, you
supersedes
asked me
the
if I
Bears
agree.
data?
I'm not.
No,
Yeah,
you agreed
I think
earlier. You agreed earlier that precautionary
no,
principle.
no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't. Okay,
Oh darn. Okay, well we
so
can
I think
revisit
it's
that.
too long.
I'm happy to revisit that.
I said even for the sake of the argument, but just to be
Oh, for the
clear,
sake
I
of the
don't
argument.
agree.
Okay.
I don't agree. I don't agree that
Really?
there were 6,000 even on a precaution because I think there's data that has superseded self-reported bears data with no control group that shows a different picture, and that
You
makes
do.
sense.
Okay,
Given
where's that data?
yeah
Where's
yeah
that data?
the randomized controlled trials that have 40,000 individuals in them.
Really? Those randomized
Yeah.
controlled trials that dropped patients that had a reaction to the first
Better than
vaccine?
better
Wait a
than
minute.
self
Wait a minute.
better than
Didn't those trials drop patients that had a bad first reaction?
they reported them.
Oh, well, they weren't included in the test.
Wait, they weren't included. There were some patients that do drop out of the study. Some patients are always allowed to drop out of a study if they have
Right,
certain reactions.
but they excluded
Yeah,
them if they had a
that's
bad
fine.
first reaction. They didn't get a second dose. Are you kidding me?
No, of course they're not going to give them a second dose if they have a bad first reaction. Who would do that? Of course.
But of course we
Like
do that
like
for people in the real world, don't we?
that's yes. Well, not necessarily. No, we're not supposed to do that in the real world. If they get
Oh,
a really
but we
bad reaction,
do, don't we? Because everybody's
okay,
got to be fully vaccinated to get their little,
no, listen,
certificate.
no. Real quick, I don't know the particulars for something that quantifies over all cases. However, if the reaction is severe enough, we typically don't do that. Now, if they have a reaction simpliciter, and then we do give them again, yeah, absolutely. But if it's a severe enough reaction, then we wouldn't. No.
Yeah. Well,
Now, if your point, but again, like whatever limitation, here's the problem. Like whatever
again,
limitation you're going to bring to
you're
a randomized controlled
relying
trial,
on clinical
whatever, and
trials
you're relying on
versus
anecdotes, and you're
no,
relying on
no.
anecdotes.
Bears is not
Yes,
an anecdote.
literally. Theirs
Bears,
is
those are
literally a
real dead,
collection of anecdotes.
dude. Those are
Where
dead
theirs
bodies.
is
Those are
sorry, theirs is
6,000 dead people. And you call them anecdotes?
Theirs, including the Incredible Hulk that was once in Bears, is an anecdote. Yes.
But how many records are in Bears?
I don't know off the top of my head
What?
how many
Come on,
anecdotes
I thought you were an expert. I thought you were a fucking expert. You told me you were a fucking expert.
Are you serious? You think this is not the dunk you think it is, buddy, my dude? So the point is, regardless of how many anecdotes are in your anecdote collector, the type of data it is.
How many records are there in Bears?
I don't care.
You have no clue. You don't care.
No, I don't care. No, I don't care because it's not reliable because the Incredible Hulk could make it into there.
Really? How many Incredible Hulks are there in Bears?
There was only
your argument is that if there's an Incredible Hulk,
yeah, I'll tell you.
in Bears, then
You're asking me a question. I'm answering your question, Steve.
Go ahead.
I'm answering your question. Do you want to hear the answer? Yeah.
Go
so you
ahead.
asked me how many Incredible Hulks there are. There was one Incredible Hulk in there, and it was 100% of the Incredible Hulks that were submitted. One Incredible Hulk was submitted. One Incredible Hulk got into theirs. And it wasn't even removed when they found it until they got explicit permission from the submitter to remove it.
Wow.
So yes, I don't care about your anecdote.
So in other words,
I don't care about your Bears anecdote.
In other words,
Incredible Hulk
so let me ask you this. We had a presidential election. If there was one ballot that was submitted incorrectly, maybe by a dead person, do you think we throw out the entire election and do it over?
No, but the point is the whole point is that you can it's easy. The point is that I'm just giving you an example to show how ridiculous of ease it is to report something that's fraudulent.
You know what happens to people who report fraudulent data into Verus?
Not much happened to the Hulk person, by the way.
Do you know what could happen? Do you know what could happen to him? Okay,
I know
tell
he
me,
could be
tell me,
prosecuted. Yeah.
he could, right? And he could go to jail, couldn't he?
Yeah. He can.
Yeah.
However, I'm not. However, he didn't. Okay. So the point
Um,
is, yeah, no,
you
he
know who it
didn't. Go
was?
look up. Look
Do
up.
you know who it was?
Yeah, yeah, I know who it was. I'll actually
okay, so let
notice
me
how
ask
I'm
you
going to give
this.
you a name now because it wasn't a shared patience.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
it
know
wasn't
who.
a what?
Because we don't have notice. I'm saying notice how since I don't actually have a shared patient, I'm going to actually give you the name. Okay.
You're going to give
You
me the
asked me
name
if
of
I
the
know who it
Incredible
was.
Hulk. Okay. Yeah. What was
The
it?
name
Yeah.
of the the name of the person who submitted the report
Yeah. Is who?
of the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it
What's
was
his
an
name?
Yeah, it was. I'm getting it to you right now. It was an anesthesiologist. Okay, and his name was. Let's see. 1 second. Here it is. His name was. So this was James R. Laidler, and he posted his account. James R. Laidler. He posted his account where he published in VAERS. He reported to VAERS that after he took the flu vaccine, his skin turned green. He grew all of these muscles, and he became the Incredible Hulk. He published this in September
So
2000.
he
Yeah,
basically this is a jokester who was pulling a prank, who submitted
yeah.
a record into theirs, and the eagle eyes of the HHS basically let it pass through.
They
Oh
did
my
not
God.
delete it.
Yep.
They did not delete it until they actually got explicit permission from that doctor to delete it.
Yep. Okay.
So you
Well,
actually have a
so
system
so
where
that proves.
you can
So
have an adverse event at being the
okay.
Incredible Hulk.
So okay. So let me make this. Let's be clear about what you're saying here. You're saying that because there was one instance of somebody gaming one of the records in the VAERS system, and you don't even have a clue how many records there are in the VAERS system. But let's say
I don't need to in order to know the rigor.
I see.
It's
Okay.
compatible with knowing the rigor.
The rigor.
I'll read. This
Okay.
is from. Okay, I'll
So
read it from the.
so
There's from the
you're
website.
but you're man of statistics. You believe in statistics, right?
If I'm
You know what the
if I'm making a
probability?
statistical inference, how dumb?
Okay,
Oh, are
okay.
you serious?
Oh,
How
good, good.
insane are you right now? Look,
Let's make
if I'm
the statistical inference.
if I'm yeah, if I'm making a statistical inference, of course I'm going to want to know the numbers. But if I'm just making a point to show,
Okay.
if I'm making a point to
Okay.
show that literally,
You-
look, the method, it's a methodology. It's not a statistical issue. It's a methodological issue. Okay.
Okay. Well,
VAERS accepts reports of adverse events and reactions that occur
correct.
vaccination, healthcare providers, vaccine manufacturers,
I
and the
concede.
public.
Yep. I totally
With
concede
okay,
that the VAERS system could be gamed. Now let's go and
great,
do a
and it's
calculation.
quite easy to do so.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Now let's do a calculation based on the data that you have of the chance that the 5,993 deaths. I'm going to say that okay, one of the records in the database is wrong. So that would be 1,166,710. There is one record that is wrong. So it's a 1 in a million.
One record that we know for a fact.
Yeah, exactly. But it's gone
but
now.
Here's the problem. Here's
gone.
the problem, Steve.
It's gone.
You're missing the point. No, you're missing the point.
We have no evidence.
Steve, the fact that you're even saying the things you're saying shows that you're not even understanding the point. The point is not that. The point is just that the VAERS says itself because anyone could submit anything. Look, here's what they say on their own website. While it's very important in monitoring vaccine safety, VAERS reports alone cannot be used to determine if a vaccine caused or contributed to an adverse event or illness.
Oh, that's correct.
The reports may contain information that is incomplete, inaccurate, they say that on their website, coincidental, or unverifiable.
Yep.
in a large part, reports to DeVeres are voluntary, which
Yep.
means they are subject to biases. This
Yep.
creates specific limitations on how the data can be used scientifically.
Yeah.
Now, if
Look,
you want to
I'm
make some
familiar with all of that.
okay, now here's the point. If you want to make some calculation of the proportion of correct to incorrect reports, you would need to have some kind of verification of what the correct or incorrect reports are there in the first place. Okay, and if you can't do that, you're just going to be agnostic.
You know,
Do I need to drop the mic harder there, or like, do you understand?
uh, uh, I look at the reports that are in VERS. How much time have you spent in VERS looking at reports?
You're not answering the question. Okay, so I'll repeat the point and ask if you agree with it again, since you're trying to dodge, because you are in a corner right now, whether you know it or not.
You know,
You're making a claim. You made a claim about the probability, the proportion of true to false
yeah.
VERS.
You know, like law of large numbers.
Yeah, I'm pointing.
You're familiar with that, right?
And yeah, but that has nothing to. That's not going to save you again, because you're, again, in order to make any inference at all for what the probability is, you're going to have some confirmation of what the correct and incorrect proportions are to make any extrapolation. If you don't know anything, if you don't know anything in terms of how many are correct and how many are incorrect,
Okay.
I don't know, how are you going to extrapolate? You should just be agnostic.
Remember, I'm using the precautionary principle that says that the reports are pretty much correct. 5,993 dead bodies, and the Incredible Hulk, right, is not in there anymore. So as far as I know, there aren't any incorrect gamed entries into VERS. You haven't produced a single one.
Okay, but you know,
like,
right?
Dude,
no, wait, but even if that's true, how? Okay,
there are 1.1 million records in VERS. Can you name one that's false?
Okay, again.
Can you name one that's false right now?
I already. That's in VERS right now.
Yeah, it's in VERS right now. One false record.
No, but I'm not claiming to know that they're false. All I'm claiming is that I don't have any reason to believe that they're more likely true than false.
I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Have a reason? Do you think you have a reason to believe they're more likely true than false?
Yeah, because I look at I verify it with the CMS data, which you don't have access to, do you?
Okay. No, I don't. But hey, if you can provide an inference, you can provide a verification. If you can provide a verification, I'd be happy to look at it.
I can provide verification, dude. I have an insider who works at HHS.
Okay, so it's gonna come down to something that's unpublished that I can't look at, that I can't analyze. Is that where we're gonna go?
Oh no, you can go do it. You know, we'll sign a non-disclosure agreement. You'll need to put up some cash here, because you know I don't want you disclosing this person, because otherwise they're out of a job. So yeah,
I'm not going to look. Oh,
if you want to put up, you need to put up an escrow to see the data. But yeah, I've got the CMS data, and the CMS data doesn't get messed with.
Okay, I'm happy to take a look.
It's not gamed.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a look at whatever data you have.
But the point is this, you know, I don't just rely on one data source.
Look, you're giving me, like, here's the problem. Whatever data source, like, you've relied on several. First one corrected themselves, said that they were actually incorrect. The second one was VERS, which was self-reported.
That you probably, that it looks like it's much harder to make that conclusion from that data because of that new information.
Right.
But that I hadn't heard back from my sources yet.
And then you went to VERS, but then the problem is that's just self-reported, and it's no way of confirming how more likely they're true than false.
You understand?
And then when you said there is, you said there is data, except I have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. So listen, here's the thing: when you're ready to come to the table with actual data, I'm happy to talk data.
Okay.
But if you're just going to say that you have the data I have no access to, that's fine.
But
it's just ridiculous.
But it's ridiculous? No, it's real. It's real. Why don't you post? Okay. Why don't you go? You know, I'm sure you have. Avi, you have lots of supporters. Why don't you raise 100 grand? Well, probably 200 grand, because you may have a if he's fired.
Okay, so just so we're clear, Steve, You're saying that you have this data that all these people are dying, and I'm not. And the only way I can lay eyes on it is if I give you $200,000. So is that where we are?
No, you're not giving me any money. It's just being held in escrow in case you go and reveal her identity.
Okay, so you're willing. That's fine. I'm not going to reveal anyone's identity.
Good.
So
Then you have
you're
no
going to
risk.
share.
Then
So
you have
you're
no
going to share
risk.
me. Great.
Then you have no risk
Great. So you're
of.
going to. Great. So you're going to give me that data then, right?
You put up the. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to share the results of that data, if you want to
Great.
see it.
And you're going to give me the methodology. You're going to give me how it was done. You're going to show me. You're going to show me the.
Of course, I will.
Great.
Good. I'm
Great.
so glad. And then you're going to try to tear it to shreds, right? Just
Yeah,
like
that's
you
the
always
minimum.
do.
It's the minimum. It's the minimum. Again, that's the bare minimum, which
Yep.
is to present evidence for your position.
Good. So
Okay.
we'll
And
have
then
that.
you're gonna.
We'll
And then
have
what
that,
you're
we'll
gonna.
have that offline, Avi.
Yep. And then what you're gonna do.
Okay.
And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna show me how you get to the calculation where there are
So
orders
let me
of
explain
magnitude greater relative.
Avi, let me explain how it works, okay? Just so we can save some time.
Go ahead, Steve. Explain how it works.
Good. All right. So what you do is you run a query on the Veris database for people who are in the age range of the CMS data. Okay? So you get a number of deaths in the Veris data. You with me so far?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now you run the same query on the CMS database for the same range of people and the same, the exact same query on CMS. And you get 5 times the number that was in the Veris database. So when you're comparing apples to apples,
is there a control group in the CMS data you have?
A control group? No.
Yeah, like I'm trying to make a causal inference here, right? Like so you're so like real basics.
Yeah,
Real basics
it's
of like
it's
causal
the number of people who have died, who got the within 3 days of getting the vaccine, who are
compared to number of people who died compared to number of people who died within 3 days of when they didn't get the vaccine, right?
No, we're comparing.
Okay, so we're not comparing. Okay, so the purpose of the control group is to infer what would happen otherwise.
We're comparing apples to apples. So Veris is underreported, as I'm sure you know.
You're not tracking at all what I'm trying to say. Okay,
no, I'm not. You're apparently not. You're apparently ignorant of the Veris report that was done for HHS, right?
Yeah. So real quick, when we're trying to infer if the vaccine is causing any of these deaths, the whole point, what we need is to know what would have happened otherwise, is to know what would have happened had they not gotten the vaccine.
Yeah.
So what we're going to need to do is look at all the people with the same. We're going to have some sort of control group, and go look at people who went 3 days without taking the vaccine, and we're going to look at a robust sample size.
We're not, dude. We're not inferring causality here.
Oh, so just to be clear, you think that you're not able to infer that the vaccines are causing any of these deaths.
That's a separate calculation.
Okay. So what are you trying to infer?
I'm trying to infer that Veris is actually underreported by a factor of 5. If you do the same query,
what are the
I told you. I'll explain it again because you're a little slow. Okay. So yeah. So no. You do the Veris query on a subset of people who are in the Medicare age range. Like 65 to 70, 60 to 65. And you do a query for people who have died within 3 days of the vaccine. So those would all be reported in the Veris system, and they would all be reported in the CMS system. Now, we know that Veris is underreported. We don't know what the factor is. But if we can compare apples to apples, meaning the exact same query run on the Veris system, and we run the exact same query on the CMS system, then we will know the factor by which VAERS is underreported for that particular age range, which gives us an approximation of the total number of underreports. Now, granted, if for a different age range, it could have different numbers, but it's all a ballpark estimate to find out whether it's a factor of 10, factor of 20, factor of 30, factor of 5.
In order to infer like an underreporting, you would have to have like the same age. Presumably, you'd have to have the same age range. You would have to have the same.
Exactly.
Yeah, you would have to have the same
Okay.
factor. So you're telling me that when you do,
the
you'd have to.
same age range. It doesn't. There's nothing else. It's the age range. They got the vaccine, okay, and they died within 3 days of getting the vaccine. Now that would always be reported in VAERS, right?
Databases are up to date to the same degree.
Yeah, because you searched in January and February.
I'm saying the databases get updated like different rates.
Yeah,
like,
they do. This is just an approximate value. Factor of 5, factor of 6, whatever.
But I know that some databases can take a lot longer than others. Is all I'm saying. So that's another thing you'd have to
consider. Yeah, but it's just an approximation based on the current numbers.
Yeah,
okay.
That's fine. Listen, you're going to have to show me. You'll have to show me that data before I can accept it.
I'm going to have to show you that data. Okay.
Yeah.
But
even if you do, like now I want to know, like, okay, so CMS data, how is that collected?
You don't know how the CMS data is collected?
Can you just explain to me?
Are you serious?
So
man?
I can know, like,
this is like,
see,
Medicare.
Yeah, I get it, but like, you're telling me in the CMS database they have they have records of all of these people, 25,000 people who have died.
Are you kidding me? 25,000 people? Dude, it's not 25,000 people. You're really out of your league here.
Can you just tell me? You're just evading.
It's tens of millions. It's like.
Oh, I mean, died. I mean, people have died within 3 days of getting it.
Oh, yeah. It's like in the queries that we run, it's like, it's like in one database, it's like in VAERS, it's like 1,000, and like in the CMS database, it's like 5,000.
Okay, great. Now, do you know what? Sure. Now, do you know what the expected number is? Like, what's the expected number within like what? So let's say it's true that you have 25,000 individuals.
Yeah.
That die within a 3-day period. What's the expected number yet?
Sorry, what's the expected what?
What's the expected number? I mean, we need to compare that to like some sort of control. Like, presumably, the whole point of this, even if you can show that VAERS is underreported, even if I grant.
Oh, wait a minute. If? Are you kidding me? If? Do you think there's a possibility that VAERS is not underreported?
Of course, I'm saying if you haven't shown me the data yet.
Are you kidding me? You think I have to
show you?
You think I have to show you? Are you
Steve,
you don't study this stuff at all, do you?
Listen, stop being a weasel. What I actually said, okay, was I don't consider that it is the case right now because you haven't shown me the data. Of course, it's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible.
Oh, okay. Well, let's
even granting that, you can show me the data. But even granting that.
All right. Well, so we should go to the Lazarus report then, shouldn't we?
Can you go? Show me what data do you have to show me?
Let me I have the URL here. Let me open the Discord. Where can I paste the URL in? I don't have permission on Avi.
URL. You can paste the URL in general. You can paste
URL
it in general.
General? Okay. All right. So here. Why don't you open up that thing I just pasted in? You see it?
Sure. Okay. So here, yeah. Okay. So what am I looking at?
You're looking at the this is called the Lazarus report.
You said that already. What am I looking at in it? And what is it trying to show?
Yeah, so the reason it's called the Lazarus report is because the principal investigators, the first name on the report is Lazarus. Now, if you go down, it says it's submitted to the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, AHRQ, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Okay, so this was a report that the HHS itself commissioned on the VERIS system.
And
okay, let's go to the second page. I mean, like, this is really basic shit here.
You're not actually saying anything. Like, what am I looking for? What's the point you're trying to make here?
Move forward.
Wait, can you really just not tell me what point you're trying to make?
Yeah, it's like
what are you using this data to support?
The point is that there's 1% reporting of the data. That the VERIS data is
fine.
like 1 to 10%.
Sure.
You know, so you have to multiply it by 100 or 10 times or 5 times. The VERIS data is underreported.
That's fine. How are you getting to causality? How are you getting to causality?
Okay. So now we're on causality. So you concur. You concur that there could very well be 25,000 deaths.
There could very well be. Do I have any reason to believe that? As of now, you haven't given me any.
Okay. Well, maybe you didn't watch my video.
I did watch your video, and all your statistical errors.
You did. You watched my video and you didn't see the causality? Dude.
Correct.
How could you not have seen the causality? I thought I made it really clear.
Well, you're not
okay,
giving me any.
I'll summarize it for your audience. Okay. So I started it by doing a search on 20 to 30-year-olds who died. I got 55 results in VERIS. I mean, maybe it was 54. It's 54 or 55. Don't remember the exact number. Holy shit! That's impossible.
Okay.
You know how many? You know how many records you get when you do that search
I'm not
on a normal vaccine?
Yeah, so I'm not appreciating what point you're trying to make. Like, how do you get in causality for that?
Well, so explain to me how you can have 55 records that on a 20 to 30-year-old. Do you think they die spontaneously? After the vaccine?
So if we assume that those records are not fraudulent, and if we assume that those records are truthful, we assume that they're...
Yeah, but you got no proof. You couldn't identify a single record.
You don't either. You can't identify a single one that's true. Can you identify any that's true?
Really? So what's the VERIS?
Can you answer my question? Can you identify a single record in VERIS that's true?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them. Okay. So you've gone through every single VERIS record, and you have confirmation that they're true.
You know, I'll tell you what. Why don't we place a bet? I'll bet $1 million
that all the records of VERIS are true.
No. I'll bet you that 90%.
All of them are true.
I'll bet you, my friend.
You say 90%.
I'll bet you. Come on, wait. Let me finish. I'll bet you $1 million.
No. Okay.
Just to be clear. Take my money. Take my money. 90%.
Just to be clear, Steve.
90% of those records are real.
Just to be clear, Steve. You agree that it was wrong do you agree that it was wrong when you said all of them are real and true?
Oh, I think they probably are. I think they're like 99.9. But for the purposes of our bet, I'll say I'll give myself a margin. Okay, that 90% of those records existing right now in that database.
Do you have any reason to believe? Okay, so what reason do you have to believe that 90% of those records are accurate?
Because number one, all of the records are reviewed by HHS. They do make an error. They apparently made one error in 1 million to let the incredible Hulk in. Okay.
Wait,
But
wait,
look,
no,
it's
no, no,
my
no, 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 no.
it's my bet. You
You're
won't
only
take my money, will
getting,
you?
listen, you're only getting to the 1 in a million because you're assuming all the others are true. That's just circular reasoning.
Well,
Like,
look,
how do you know the other ones are true?
I don't, but I'm willing to bet $1
How
million.
do you know? How do you know 90% of them are true?
I'm willing to bet $1 million on it, and I will
I know.
find
Okay,
an
listen,
insider.
I know what you're willing to debate.
I will
Sorry, I know
find
what.
an insider who will get me the
Steve,
records so that we can verify them all.
Steve,
How about
how?
that, Avi?
Listen. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you what you're willing to bet. I asked you how you know that 90% of them are truthful, and you don't seem to be able to give me a reason for that or a
You know,
substantiation for that.
you know why, Avi? Because theirs has been around for
Why?
30 years. You know that, right?
How do you? What's your substantiation for 90% of them are truthful?
Because if theirs was a joke of a system, people would have pointed it out by now. In 30 years?
Okay, so just to be clear, the argument is premise one, if theirs is a joke of a system, people have pointed out by now. Premise two, theirs is not so people have not
But it
pointed out
doesn't
by now.
matter. It doesn't matter why I think that, Avi. It matters
I
that
want to
you
know.
won't take
Listen,
my bet.
I want to know what the reason for me to believe that 90% of the reports in theirs is correct. And you're telling me that if it wasn't correct, you would have pointed it out.
Because I'm making a point here, is that you
You're not
are
answering the
not
question.
willing to put any confidence at all in your assertion that the
Even if
records
I
are
wasn't,
incorrect.
that's compatible with first of all, even if that wasn't, even if
Yeah.
I wasn't, that's compatible with me being correct. Okay? Listen, I'm not interested. Look, you can try to flex all you want with, well, will you take my bet? Like, I don't care. I just want to know. I'm here because I want to know. I'm here to debate because I want to know the truth. It doesn't seem like you're able to give me
Really?
any sort of reason.
Well,
It doesn't seem like you're able to give me any sort of reason.
nobody's allowed to, Avi.
You're not doing it.
No,
What reason do I have to believe that
because
90% of them are accurate?
I'm using the precautionary principle, which
Wait,
says
that does the precaution? No, the precautionary principle is is with
no,
respect to a norm.
Avi,
Oh my God, you don't understand the
you
basics here.
understand.
Wow. Okay,
You
we're gonna go over
under,
some real basic stuff, Steve.
okay,
No.
so
Okay,
Avi, you
okay. So no.
understand if
You're not tracking.
you
You're not tracking so
enter
badly right now. I have to
in
cut you off. I'm sorry.
a
You're not.
illegal
No. Okay.
record into the VERS
No.
system, you're
No.
subject
Okay, when you
to
say
criminal
precautionary,
prosecution.
principle, Steve, when you say precautionary principle, that's with respect to a norm. The whole point of a precautionary principle is to say, okay, well, I may not have reason to believe 90% of them, but I should still do some sort of norm in case that's the case.
No,
That
you should
precautionary
believe
principle
them.
doesn't give you a
You should
reason to
believe the
believe.
data on face value when you have no evidence at all to suggest that the data is gamed. You haven't come up.
Actually,
You
that
haven't.
depends.
You haven't
Actually, that
come up with
depends.
a single record.
That depends. Actually, I have, but that depends on the nature of the data in question. If the data is self-reported data, then no, I'm not going to just accept the data on face value.
Well,
because unless there's it's done with some sort of validated metric, unless it's done with some sort of.
Hey, Avi, do you accept the CDC death reports on face value?
Those I would accept more on face value. Yeah.
Do you accept the CMS records on face value?
That I would accept more on face value. Yeah, but I would
perfect.
need you to actually share with me that data. You haven't done so.
Avi, why don't we just get you the death reports from CMS for the 60-year-olds, and then you can extrapolate that. Wouldn't that be a good way?
Look,
and we can end this discussion.
If you have actual data.
Yeah, I have actual data.
Actual data, then I would. Then I could be. Yeah, that's
and
fine.
we can do a real time, and we can do a real time call. But would you even do that? We could do a Zoom call with my source.
Of course,
and oh, you would. Oh, great. And she will not reveal her identity.
Just to be clear, she's not gonna reveal her identity. You're gonna do this in Discord. She cannot reveal her identity.
No, I'm not going to do this in Discord. I'm not going to have people watching all over this.
So you can do a private call. You can do a private call. Fine. You can look. I just need something to look at. You can't just keep on hiding behind this.
No, you'll see
Look,
it.
if you're just going to keep hiding
them.
behind this
You'll see
Illuminati
her
type of
do
Illuminati
the
style,
actual
this
queries.
Illuminati style, I have data to prove it, but I'm just not going to show it to the world. I'm not going to show it to everyone. You're just not giving anyone a reason to believe you're anything other than just a conspiracy theorist.
Look, I said
I have plenty of data that I've shown to you. I've shown to the world. You're saying you have all this data behind a curtain that you're just not willing to show to everyone.
No, I just offered to show it to you. No problem. You won't
great.
know who my
How
source
about
is.
how about you show it to people who can actually evaluate it?
How about you?
So go ahead. Where is it?
Show it to you. You're
Great.
an expert.
Show it to me. Show it to me.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And
when you do that, and when you do that, we can go over it. Now, even if it turns out to be the case that there are that many reports, what's the inference to causality?
Well, when someone gets so that's an interesting question. So when somebody gets the vaccine and wakes up dead the next day, who's a 20-year-old, do you think that the vaccine caused the death? Do you think it's likely the vaccine caused the death?
I think it's likely. I also think it's likely that there's a lot of people who are just going to wake up dead in the first place. And so what we need to do is make a comparison.
Excellent.
Waking up dead. I shouldn't say waking. I don't know. Just to be clear, I think you just mean like the next day they're dead. They didn't wake up dead.
Well, yeah. So Avi, do you know how many when you do a Vera search, Avi, on 20 to 30-year-olds, do you
have a comparison group? Please.
Yeah, I have a comparison group. I have a
what's your comparison group?
The 20 to 30-year-olds. The 20 to 30-year-olds, Avi.
Wait, in the general population?
Yes, in the general population.
Okay, so what's their death rate? Like per day?
Oh, I don't know. Probably pretty low.
Okay, so the whole you understand, like, this is an important point, because if you want to say like,
yeah, but I'm comparing apples
you're gonna have to know, like, yeah, no, that's fine. You can compare 20-year-olds to 20-year-olds, but the point is that you're gonna have to give me the number of events in the control group and the number of events in the treatment group.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so how about can you do that? Can you give me what were the number of events in the control group? What were the number of events in the control group?
We could do this in real time if we had screen sharing.
Great.
Because we're on this Ask Yourself
What were the number? You don't have to need screen share for that.
We can't do that.
You can use you don't need screen share for that. You can just tell me the number of events.
Oh, I can tell you
what were the number of events in the control group? Yeah, what were the number of events in the control group?
1.
1?
Yeah,
wait,
1.
Wait, so just to be clear, you think in the general population per day only 20 to 30-year-old dies?
No, that's in 1 year.
Oh, in 1 year only 20 to 30-year-old dies in the general population.
Is
that what you're saying?
No, Avi.
Here's the problem. Like, here's the point.
Can I explain the 1 is? This is a very
you can explain what the 1 is, but it may just be completely irrelevant to a causal inference.
Oh, sorry. It's irrelevant to causal.
Yeah, the reason. Okay, so if you just listen for. Okay. So look, here's something. I'll help you out here. I'm going to help you out. If you can give me, here's what you can. If you can give me saying, okay, look, in 20 to 30-year-olds who get the vaccine, we looked at the number of them who have dropped dead within like 1 day, who have gotten the vaccine, right? And that like drastically outweighs the number of expected 20 to 30-year-olds who have just dropped dead simpliciter, right? If the death rate was going higher than that was expected.
Yeah, well, it is.
Otherwise.
It is.
Then, okay, well, if that's the case,
know that,
okay,
right?
well, then that's what I'm interested in.
This vaccine is killing people, right? I mean, you know at least that part, right? You just don't know how many.
I think it's a small amount, but yes, but like this is what I would be, but I would want. But if you were to say it's like a drastic difference, if you were to show it to be a drastic difference that it's worth anything to like care about in relation to its benefits, then that's what I'd be interested in. So I know you don't have that data now. I know you don't have that data now. I know you don't have that data now, or else you would have presented it already. So what I can do is I'm happy to have a conversation when you actually come to the discussion table ready with your data. And we can do a data exchange and we can look at each other's data and then we can have a discussion because you clearly didn't come prepared with the data now.
Oh, no, I'm
And
happy.
until
I have the data now, and I could present it to you, but you chose, you have this Ask Yourself
you could
platform, which
screen
doesn't
share.
allow. Oh, I can screen share? Really?
We can go to general. Yeah, we can go to
Great.
general and
Okay,
screen share.
let's go screen share. I didn't know that.
Okay, so to
Great.
screen share, you can go to general, but you're gonna have to give me the data. Like I can't just look at your screen. Like you have to actually
No,
like
I'm
send
gonna
me.
show
You
you
could
how
can you
I
send me
did
a
it.
PDF?
General. Okay, I can go as screen
Can you
share, huh?
describe? Can you tell me?
No,
Okay,
I'll
look,
do it.
Steve.
I'll do it for your whole audience. I'll show you how ridiculous your
Just
position is.
it's not hard. Look, what is the rate of death for what's the expected death rate for individuals 20 to 30 in
It's
the general
irrelevant.
population per year?
It's irrelevant.
Of course it's relevant. That's the control group you're using.
Yes, but the point is
All
that
right.
we're comparing
That's the
apples to
control group
apples,
you're
Avi.
using.
No, because
All
that's
right.
irrelevant
You're just not following. Steve,
No,
okay.
you're not following,
What
Avi.
control group? What's your control group? Tell me what your control group is right now.
My control group, Avi, is 20 to 30-year-olds in 2018.
20
Okay?
to 30-year-olds in 2018 who and their
We're
death
going to
rate, is that
go
what you're
and
looking at? What's your outcome you're looking at? How
I'm
about you
just
answer the
looking
question? What's the outcome you're looking at?
the number of deaths.
The number of deaths. Okay,
Yep, the
cool.
number
So
of deaths,
how
okay?
many 20 to 30 year olds and there's a 20 to 30 year olds in the general population? What's the number of individuals in your control group?
I just told you that when we do the query, there's one person that will show up typically
No. I
in a
want to know
given
just
year.
the total number. No. I want to know the total number of
What?
individuals who did not get the vaccine. Okay.
Who did
When I
not
say
get the
control group, what do
vaccine?
you who did not get the vaccine? Yes, we're trying to make a causal
No,
inference between an outcome.
no. Yeah, well, we don't have to. The way that we let me explain how it works, Avi. So if you look at the number of deaths of 20 to 30-year-olds in 2018, you'll find there's one death. Maybe it's two deaths. If you
Wait,
do this
in the general population? Wait, where? In the general population, only one person died
in VAERS, dude. We're talking about the
Okay,
VAERS
but I'm not,
system.
okay, but here's the problem. Okay, but here's the problem, right? So the issue is when I say control group, I'm looking for to establish causality. What I'm looking at is I want to know individuals who did not get the vaccine and compare them to individuals who did get the vaccine. Right?
We're not going to get that in the VAERS system, Avi, because that data is not available.
Exactly. But that's fine. But then you can't make a causal inference.
Yes, I can.
To what would have happened otherwise?
Okay.
How?
So Avi, well, so hang on.
How
So
are
if
you
in
making a causal inference without a control group?
I'm trying to explain that, but you keep interrupting me. Okay. So
Tell me how.
in 28, geez, thank you. So in 2018, let's say there's one death reported in the VAERS system. Now, if we run exactly the same query in 2015, we'll find there's one death. 2014, maybe zero deaths, maybe one death, maybe two deaths. 2013, one death, maybe two deaths, maybe three deaths. Now, you do the same query in 2021, and maybe you get 1,000 deaths. Now, you won't get, it's not going to be that high. Okay. Now, if we got a super high number, but 50 times the number in other years, how would you explain those deaths, Avi?
So one possibility is the times are different. We have a pandemic. Another possibility is that people have a high reporting of a higher reporting to the VAERS system because there's so much concern around the vaccine. So people are more likely to report things than they were before.
Higher, really
Another
higher.
possibility, like there's some,
yeah.
Look,
50 times higher.
The point here is that the point here is that again a comparison that allows us to infer what would have happened otherwise.
Yep.
Okay. So
Yep. Do
what I
you ever
want,
talk,
what
do
I,
you ever, hey, Avi, have you ever talked to doctors about reporting in the VERA system? You know what? Whenever I talk to doctors who are reporting in the
you're just rambling now. Look, I
I'm
want to
sorry,
know,
but
I
no,
want to know
this
what
is
would have happened
but this
otherwise.
is what happens in the
I'm
real
not
world,
interested in the,
Avi.
I'm not interested in the
I know
ramble.
you're not
I'm not,
interested in
I want you to
facts.
provide data. I want you to provide the data and not your ramble. So
No,
can
but
you give
come
me,
on,
look, let's just do it
Avi.
real quick
There's no data.
because your
You
rambling
have
is
to
annoying.
actually be out in the
Let's just
real
do it real
world
quick.
and know what's
Let's just
going
do it real
on.
quick. Do you have
You
data
like
with
live in
any
a
form of data
shell
with
that
a
you don't
control
know
group?
what's
Listen,
going on.
do you have any form of data with a control group or not that do you have any form of data with a control group that can show me that it's more likely for those who got the vaccine compared to not get the vaccine to die, and by how much?
Yeah, I do. Because you know
Okay,
what?
can you show me that data?
Yeah, of course, it was in the video. You saw it. How do you
No,
explain?
wait, what?
How do you?
Where?
Dude? How do you?
Where? What data do you have comparing to
Jeez,
people who
God,
showing
I
people are
mean,
more
it's
likely to
so
die when they get the
dense,
vaccine?
dude.
Can you answer the question? That's not
Yes,
an
of
answer.
course.
Dude is not an answer.
Yeah, it's in
What's the answer?
it exponentially declines from the date of vaccination. The deaths, they go down. If the vaccine has no effect, there would be no temporal relationship. There would be a flat line.
Okay, so just to be
How do you
clear,
explain the temporal relationship?
so just to be clear, you don't have any evidence that
Yeah,
people
I
who get
just
the
told you.
vaccine.
I just told you.
So just to be clear,
Avi, we looked at the VAERS reports, the individual VAERS reports. Person got vaccine, feels shitty, goes home, dies the next morning. Do you think there's causality there, or do you think that was like by accident?
okay, so I'm just reading these
Answer the question. Was that
wait,
causality?
you did
Was that
wait, what was what
causality?
causality? Was what causality?
Get the vaccine, and the next day they're dead. Do you think there's
It
causality there,
depends.
or is it just a coincidence?
It is like, if that's all the information I'm getting, it's likely. If it's the case that I'm just cherry picking one thing, and
No,
it turns out that
no,
the death rates are the
it's
same.
in aggregate,
Listen,
Avi.
dude, let me, dude, no. Listen. So it depends. If I have a control group with the same death rate, all else equal, then fine, it's not causality actually. But if it is the same, then yeah, fine, then it is causal. Then you could make a causal inference, assuming you're adjusting for confounders appropriately or whatnot, depending on the methodology. But you're not giving me any control group. And by the way, it turns out that we have people looking into these.
Because that data doesn't exist, Avi, and so
okay, well, if the data doesn't exist, I don't know how you're inferring causality.
Well, look, when you read the death reports, which I've spent the time to do, and you apparently have not, what happens is people say, oh shit, massive migraine, go home, end up dead the next day. Get the vaccine. Again, massive migraine.
Okay, can I just read it? Look, here. You want to go to the VAERS vaccines? Here are the VAERS vaccine ID. VAERS vaccine ID 4935951-1. Positional asphyxia as a result of being in a prone position in adult bed. VAERS ID 206893-1. The subject died of multiple system organ failure due to near drowning. 163 days post immunization. VAERS ID 27228-1. Received autopsy report.
So excuse me.
Which reveals. I mean, I can keep it. There's a lot of these. It's not just one.
Why don't
there's a lot of these in VAERS that completely have nothing to do with the vaccine. Here, killed in a car crash. Asphyxia due to overlay due to co-sleeping with older sibling and parents in same bed. Asphyxia.
I'm
giving you the numbers. Yeah. Okay. You want to go through the cases one by one?
I did in my
let's go.
query.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
no,
yeah. Hang on. Look, let's go. Let me bring it up, and we'll go through like 100 cases, okay? Because
no.
we need to convince your audience.
The point is,
let's go through 100 cases.
in order to
random order.
I'm
Okay.
just no.
No,
Again,
let's
look, you
go.
can do this
No,
on your
we
you can
don't
do
want to
this
go into
on
the
your own
data. Let's
time,
go into the
Steve. You can
data,
do this on
dude.
your own time. The point I'm saying, the only point I'm making right now is that some of these cases are the cases you're mentioning, where it's like a couple of days after. Okay, some of these cases are clearly not like that. Now, I'm just going to ask you a question. I want to know the answer, and be truthful with me. Have you done any robust analysis to estimate the probability of them being the type of cases that are 3 days in proximity or closer?
3 days in
Yes or no,
proximity or
Steve?
closer.
Yeah, to getting the vaccine.
Have I done any analysis? The analysis is in plain sight. If you go to openvaers.com, COVID-data mortality. Let me go and paste that
How
into
many of
the
those
Discord.
5,000 deaths? Yeah, how many of those 5,000 deaths were in proximity to 3 days of the getting the vaccine?
Well, I don't know the numbers. I see the graph, and the graph
How many? Okay.
they should be flat, right? Avi?
Okay. Did
It
you
should
do
be
any?
flat.
Did you do?
Well,
Did
they
you
should be
do
flat.
any? No, no. I'm granting that it. No, I don't know why it should be flat. You're not answering my question.
Okay, so look,
Have
I
you
just
done? I want to
posted
know. What I
one
want to know, Steve. What I want to know,
today
Steve.
at
What I want to know, Steve. What you
7:21. I
seem to.
just posted
What you.
it. People can
What it
go
seems
look
like.
at this.
What it seems like you're avoiding. You seem to. Yeah, I understand that the reported VAERS reports have increased. Okay, I get that.
No, but you're looking at the VAERS COVID deaths by age, onset, all ages, right?
I understand that all ages have VAERS reports have increased. Of course, I expected to. I
No, you're
expect
looking.
idiots.
Are
Yeah,
you
because
Are you looking at openvaers.com/COVID-data/mortality?
I'm looking at openvaers.com reported deaths post COVID vaccine total 5,993.
Nope, you got to scroll down.
Okay, there's COVID deaths by days to onset, all ages.
Ah, perfect. And then there's the graph below that.
Number of days. Okay, it turns. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Nicely summarized for you.
Great.
Now,
great. So here's let's count. So here's the number of great. So VAERS COVID deaths by days to onset from getting the vaccine.
Yep.
800. So the ones that are 3, we're looking at 855, 953, and 481. Okay, that's far lower than 5,000.
Sorry, the one. Sorry, where you get? Oh, okay. You're looking at 855, right? 953 and 481.
855 plus 953 plus 481. Okay, so the number of individuals who were reported to die, okay, within these are just the number of individuals that were reported to die within the onset of 3 days. 2,289 to date. A tiny fraction of those who have gotten the vaccine, and far less that have been saved by this vaccine.
Wait a second, dude. You're like manipulating statistics here the wrong way.
I'm manipulating statistics. I'm just asking.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just asking you how many fit your own criteria.
They're 5,000, dude. They're 5,000. There are over 5,000 dead people in VAERS from this vaccine.
I understand that, but the problem is, I understand that.
Okay, so
you don't have to explain that again.
Okay,
Listen, you don't have to explain that.
Okay, so
The problem is, Steve.
You just showed.
Since you clearly don't understand the point, it's just important to repeat it. And maybe you'll listen. The problem is, what we need is some method of looking at cases, and no method's going to be perfect. But what we need is some method of looking at the VAERS database and separating the nonsense noise from cases that actually have a real chance of being plausible to be plausible.
How many times do I have to tell you? And I've told you before, that data is not available. You can't do your little controlled study because there's just
it's not going to be perfect. No. I'm not even talking about a controlled study right now. So the fact your answers right now are just showing how you're not even listening to the things I'm saying. You're not even you're either not tracking or you don't care to track. So I'll repeat it again. Maybe you'll listen. Maybe you'll listen. Maybe.
Okay. Why don't you use a control? Dude, why don't you use a control group?
I'm not even talking about a control group. You're so lost. You're so lost right now. Look,
Oh,
All I'm
I'm
telling you
sorry.
is that yeah, you're so lost.
I'm
Look, all I'm
I'm
telling you right
pitiful.
now, all I'm telling you,
Yeah,
you're not following the words I'm saying. All I'm telling you is that
it's difficult.
if you had some criteria, if you had some criteria, you don't have, it doesn't have to be perfect, but there's got to be some criteria that to separate what we think is more likely to be causal and less likely to be causal. And one criteria you can do is time to onset. Okay, so like you said, if you have someone getting the vaccine and they die right then, right in the same day, that's all things equal. It's going to be more likely than someone getting the vaccine and then dying 14 days later or 28 days later, which are reported in the VAERS database.
Now, if the
So,
vaccine is dangerous, it would be. Otherwise, it would be a complete non-event, and the rate of dying would be
okay,
flat,
where no
wouldn't it?
one is denying, listen, no one's denying that the vaccine doesn't cause any deaths. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that,
Okay,
at least.
good. I'm glad we
What
at
I'm
least
saying,
agree on
okay,
that one point.
yeah, but it also, my position isn't that it hasn't killed a single person. My position is just that it has saved far more people than it has killed. And all my point is here is that if you want to have some
Yeah, but
criteria
early
of
treatment saves
adjudicating,
more people without the risk.
okay, but then you're going to have to show me how you got to those numbers. And when I
I
asked
did
you, all
show
you
you,
said is that
and you chose
no,
not
you
to
didn't.
believe them.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Well, yeah. If all you're going to show me is not a single thing that I can look at that's published.
I told you the actual real
Okay, so
numbers of physicians, and you showed
just
me
to be
you
clear,
couldn't even
so
name a
just to be
single physician who had a single death from ivermectin.
Steve. So just to be clear, Steve, I have randomized controlled trials showing that this therapy works and has a relative risk of
Ah,
0.05
okay,
and
great.
post-record
So
data. And what you have is anecdotes from doctors who have not published their data at all.
I have
Is that right?
I have dead bodies here in the VAERS database, and
Okay,
I
so
have
just to be clear, you're not answering the question. I'll repeat the question.
let's be
Just
clear.
to be
I have
clear,
hospital records. I have hospital records.
just to be clear,
Just to be
you
clear,
have
I
not
have
a single
hospital records.
publication. You have
I
a
have
single
hospital
publication.
records that you can verify
Do
if you
you
would get
have a
off your ass
single?
and
Do
call the
you have a
hospital.
single? Oh, Steve, do you have a single publication that I
What?
can look at to
No,
support your
I
claim that
don't.
these?
I
Okay,
don't
you
right
don't.
now,
All right, cool.
and you
So
keep
then at that point,
harping
and then
on
so
that.
when you
Like,
do,
why won't you call the
and so
fucking
then when you
hospital
do,
and
so
find
then when
out
you
for
do, Steve,
yourself?
when you actually have a shred of data that you could present to me and in its published
Right? Look,
form,
you can
I'd
go
be
find
when
it
you have a
yourself.
shred of data,
Why don't you
when you
call
have a
the
shred,
hospital?
that's not my burden,
Don't you
that's your
think
burden.
the
You're the one making the
hospital
claim.
is a shred
So
of
Steve,
data?
when you have a shred of published data that you
Shred
could
of published
present,
data. That's all it is for
I'd be
you,
happy to.
isn't it?
Now,
It's all about published
and
data,
since
isn't it?
well, yeah, I
It's
mean, I
all
can't
about
really evaluate. Yeah,
published
it's
data.
kind of hard
Let's,
for me to evaluate it otherwise,
okay.
Steve.
Hey, dude.
So now,
Let's
since
switch
you don't
gears.
have that at all,
If you don't
so
care
you don't have.
about, you only care about published data. You don't care about what's in VAERS. It's not published data. So why don't we quit screwing around here and get to ivermectin? Okay. So you know that. So you don't believe ivermectin works, right?
I don't believe it works, and I certainly don't believe. You know what I don't believe? I definitely don't believe it has a relative risk lower than the vaccine.
Okay. Good. So
Do you think it
you know,
does? Do you think it does, Steve? Do
no,
you
I
think it
don't.
does have a relative risk lower?
Not alone. I don't believe that it does. Okay.
Great. So great.
Right.
So then what? Then what
As
reason?
a
So what I
single agent,
great as a single agent in yeah.
it's
So
only
what?
an 85% reduction, which is a factor of 6, versus say a factor of 20.
85% reduction in
Maybe
what outcome? Wait, in what outcome?
85% reduction in hospitalization.
Okay. Is that from blinded data?
It's from multiple. Some are
Is that
double
from
blind.
blinded data?
Yeah.
Is that okay? So can you
Yeah.
show me the meta-analytic summation of randomized
Yeah,
controlled
sure.
double?
It's on
Yeah. What's
19,
the?
on 19 meta.
Yeah,
You've seen
no,
it.
there. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I've seen it, and you know what they did? They pooled different outcomes together in their own
Yes,
meta-analytic
you
summation.
know they did.
Yes. You know that's not how meta-analyses are done, right?
Yes, I know that's not how meta-analyses are done, and you're like
Okay.
Mr. By the book. You know, if it's not in a randomized phase 3 trial, and
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you that. I'm just telling you that if you're going to do a meta-analysis, you
yeah,
actually should pull outcomes that aren't different from that aren't widely different from each other.
I agree with you, and it would have been really nice if they all had the same outcome that we could have pulled, wouldn't it?
It actually would have been the bare minimum.
Yes. Yeah, it would have been nice if we could have done that. So
Would have been the bare minimum.
yeah,
And by the way, you can do that. It's not that they can't do that. You can do that.
yeah, well, no, you can't do it if they didn't measure all the same value. You may be able to infer
okay,
it.
no. You can do it if they measured the same value. But guess what? They didn't. They
Yes,
pulled. You know what they also did? You know what they also did? By the way, they also pooled cohort data with outcome X with randomized control data with outcome Y.
That's why it's actually important to actually talk to the doctors and actually talk to frontline physicians to find out what's going on the ground, rather than using your little analysis on randomized controlled bullshit trials, right?
Randomized controlled. Wait, can I just have you repeat that to the audience?
Let's talk
Randomized controlled bullshit trials.
Here, dude. Let's talk about the Merrick sepsis protocol.
Wait,
I'm
not going to let you. Excuse me, I'm not going to let you dodge again. Do you think I'm born yesterday? With
no. This is important. This is important because you rely on randomized.
Do you acknowledge? Stop pivoting when you're cornered. It's really tiring, and it's really just making this look more of a bloodbath than it already is.
You're just not answering the question.
Stop pivoting. You brought up this data, not me. You brought up this data. I didn't bring it up. You're the one who brought this data up, okay? So then my response to that is you realize that the methods used in those meta-analyses would be laughed at by anyone trying to publish it.
By anyone? Really? What? You
agree with that, right? From C19 early? Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
From C19 early?
Wait a minute. So if you look at all the data from ivermectin, certainly a man with your analytical talent would be able to conclude that ivermectin works, right? You're an analytical smart guy. You know how to analyze data. You would say that ivermectin works, wouldn't you?
If there was actual data showing it, sure.
No, the studies that exist, just from the studies that exist so far, wouldn't you conclude, looking at those studies, that ivermectin works?
No, I don't think I would conclude that.
You don't?
It depends on what outcome you're looking at, but I don't think I would conclude that. No.
Okay, so you don't think you'd say that ivermectin is not sure whether it works or not. That's your conclusion.
And even if it did work, it would be nothing compared to the vaccine. In terms of its effect size.
Nothing.
In relation, it wouldn't kiss the toes of the vaccine.
Basically, your conclusion is these ivermectin studies are just all bullshit studies and they don't show anything. Is that right?
No, there's some studies that are okay. There's not a lot of good high quality data for ivermectin. I don't think a lot of people.
So you can't really. So a man with your.
I'm not saying they're complete. Okay, are you gonna let me answer the question or no?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you asked me. Okay, so I think there's weak data in terms of ivermectin.
Mm-hmm.
I think when we look at it overall for the various outcomes, when we perform corrections to publication bias, when we look at the funnel plots, it looks like a null result.
Null result. That's
based on
that's your expert conclusion. Okay.
That's my. I said that's. I didn't say it's my expert conclusion. I said that's my reading of the data.
Okay. So look, we've been at it for how long now?
We've been at it for quite some time. So if you want to have a conversation when you have more data, that's fine. The one thing I want to actually say to you before we call it is there's one other thing in your video that I wanted to make you aware of. You said that you made a point about the absolute risk reduction in the COVID-19 vaccine trials. Yep. You made the point that it was around 0.7 to 1%, or 1 point something.
Yeah, 1 point something.
Yeah. So do you realize that you can't actually calculate an absolute and a true absolute risk reduction in an event-driven analysis? Do you know why?
Why?
The reason is because in an event-driven analysis, even if the vaccine is 100% effective, and if all the events were in the control group, and all the events were in the placebo group, you would still have a very low absolute risk reduction. For example, okay, let's say to walk you through it, let's say we have a trial. And in this trial, we have, let's say we have 1,000 individuals, right? So, sorry, let's just say we have 10,000 people in the experimental group and 10,000 people in the control group. And let's say we say our pre-specified event that we're going to run the numbers on is 100. This is how trials are commonly done, especially in emergency settings, because we want to detect if there's some meaningful difference. We want to be able to do that as quickly as possible. So we pre-specify ahead of time that we're going to run our analysis at the number of 100. Now, what is our maximum possible absolute risk reduction? Well, if all 100 cases, if the vaccine is 100% effective, all the cases would be in the control group. And let's just say 99 are in the control group and one event is in the treatment group, just to make the math work easily.
Yep.
And what's going to happen is you're going to get an absolute risk reduction. Well, let's take a look. Well, the risk in one group is going to be 1 over 10,000, right? 1 over 10,000. And the absolute risk reduction is going to be 99 over 10,000. So 99 over 10,000 minus 1 over 10,000. That's going to give us 0.0098. It's going to give us less than 1%. So even if 99 out of 100 events went to the placebo group and 1 event went to the vaccine group, it only gives you it gives you less than 1%. And even if 100 out of 100, even if 100 events went to the vaccine group, the placebo group, and 0 events, not a single event went to the vaccine group, in that pre-specified event-driven analysis, the maximum possible ARR you're going to get is 1%. And that's just a function of the study design having a maximum absolute risk reduction of 1%. If you got that absolute risk reduction of 1%, it would look amazing for the vaccine because you've reached your maximum possible risk reduction, absolute risk reduction, within the constraints of your analysis of the data. And so when you make a point to say, oh, well, the absolute risk reduction is only around 1%, that's actually pretty close to the maximum possible absolute risk reduction that it could have even had in the constraints of the study.
Uh-huh.
And if you were to extrapolate
what's the correct number?
Yeah, so a more correct number would be closer to 10%, even higher if you followed out over time.
Really? Where's that published?
Yeah, sure. It's published in this paper right here. So I can pull it up.
Why don't you bring it up?
So this is for prospective data in healthcare workers. And you'll notice over time the true absolute risk reduction increases. And it's a prospective cohort study, so it's not perfect. However, it's better than some sort of anecdote.
Wait a minute. It's not a double-blind randomized controlled trial that you need to rely on? The reason is no double-blind placebo-controlled trial, to my knowledge, uses a time-driven analysis. They use event-driven analyses, and in event-driven analyses, we can't actually calculate a true ARR. It's very misleading to try and calculate an ARR. Hopefully you appreciate that. Do we agree about? Wait. Before we go on.
Yeah, but
I'm an
before
audio
I,
only. I
yep,
just see
that's
the
fine.
paper there.
That's fine. I'll pull the paper for you. But do you appreciate why you can't actually calculate a true ARR with an event-driven randomized control trial analysis? Yes or no?
If you limit it that the way that you described, then you're limiting your ARR. I agree.
Yep. And you realize that the COVID-19 randomized control trials actually did limit their ARRs.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. They did.
So
They had
I want to see your paper with the true ARR.
So just to be clear, I'm not saying this is the true ARR. I'm saying this is a better.
It's
just to
not
be clear what I'm saying.
Okay. So it could be wrong.
Yeah. It could be wrong,
Well,
but it's an estimation. It's an estimation, Steve.
Yeah. Okay. But now when you come up
what
with
do you think?
estimations.
You think I'm making?
No. But when you come up with estimations,
it's an estimation
they're okay.
that's not
But when
based
I
off
come
an
up with
anecdote.
estimations, they're not okay. I mean, that's not fair.
You can come up. You can if you came up with an
I told
estimation
you
based
how
on
I
prospective.
estimated my numbers.
Just to be clear, Steve. No. Just to be clear. If you, on my view, if you came up with an estimation based on a published prospective cohort study, then that would be okay. I would look at that.
Okay.
I would actually take a look at those. But if you're going to come, but I wouldn't expect you to accept my estimations if I just told you, well, I'm just doing this based on what some doctor told me that I know, that it's reputable, that I trust. Now, here's the paper. I'm giving it in general chat. I'm also posting it in Navi only. I posted it already.
Okay, good. Thank you. I will take a look at that.
And if you look at the absolute risk reduction, it's about 10%. If you look, and it increases notably, it increases over time, which is what you expect. It approximates it's the absolute risk reduction. Here's the cumulative risk. I'm posting that. I'll post the relevant figure to you. I'm posting it in Navi only, and I'm also posting it in general chat. If you look at this cumulative risk, what you see is for those vaccinated who had symptomatic COVID, by the end of the study at 63 days, it was 10%. It was over 10%, close to 12%. But those who are unvaccinated. For those who are unvaccinated, it was close to 12%. For those who are vaccinated, who had for symptomatic COVID, it was less than 2%. It was 1 point something percent. It's about a 10% difference in absolute risk.
Okay. Take a look at it.
Okay, cool. So as long as you
what age was this? Sorry, what age was this?
Sure. The age range in this paper for the characteristics, they were the mean. The age was around. It was in their 40s. With a standard. Age was 40s, and it had a standard. I'm not sure if it was standard error or standard deviation, but it was 11.7. But the mean age was 40, and it was in their 40s or early 40s.
All right.
And by the way, the age actually slightly favored the unvaccinated, because the unvaccinated, the mean age was 40.7, and the vaccinated age, the mean age was 44.8.
Yep.
So it was 40.7 for the unvaccinated.
Great.
And they still. Okay, cool. So
yeah. So the point is, though, that my analysis doesn't rely on whether the absolute risk reduction was whatever it was, but it certainly makes it more of a case for somebody taking the vaccine to have a higher absolute risk reduction, which is nice,
right.
which justifies doing something. But again, it doesn't change the fact that the numbers for the early treatment are significantly better in terms of the benefit and the risk than these current vaccines. And wouldn't you agree, though, that the Novavax vaccine is a better vaccine and safer than the current vaccine.
No, I wouldn't based on what I've seen. So
Really?
the reason I wouldn't is the reason I wouldn't is because the effect size is not as high. And
No, we're talking safety.
We're talking what?
Safety.
Oh, safety. You said didn't you say safe and effect? I may have misheard you. So if we're just talking about safety, I don't know. I'd have to look into that more. If it is a difference in risk, if there is a difference in risk, then I don't think it would be. I still don't think it would be a reason to not take the
Well, it all depends on
Pfizer
how many.
Moderna vaccine.
Yep. Well,
Yeah,
it all depends on how many people have
So
died.
just to be clear to everyone. So can you say to everyone right now then? Do you think people should take the Novavax vaccine?
I think that if you were to take a vaccine, if I were to take a vaccine today, I would definitely take the Novavax vaccine. If I was forced to take a vaccine, I would take the Novavax vaccine.
Okay. So
and depending on the rest of the data on Novavax, if it's as good as what I think it will be, then I would have no problem recommending the Novavax vaccine to people as the better alternative. But the problem is that the FDA seems to want to sandbag the EUA for that vaccine in order to give Moderna and Pfizer and AstraZeneca the sort of the exclusive rights to sell the vaccine.
I understand, Steve. So here's where we are, and here's where we can go in the future. So the things we agree on that I would like you to modify your paper, your public number one, your to recap the spike in deaths from that data that you got. That source admitted that they were incorrect. I'd like you to review that carefully and make your update.
I will do that. I have no problem doing that. I'm a look, if you show me some stuff that's compelling, I'm perfectly happy to take a look at it, and if I'm wrong, I will correct it.
Excellent. So I'd like you to take a good look at that. I'm talking about the R00 to R99 data.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep.
And again, I've been waiting for that. I was hoping to get that information before this call, and have not, but we'll definitely look at that.
Awesome. The next thing I would like you to correct is your language when you talk about absolute risk reductions, when you're talking about trials that are event driven. You should be able to recognize.
Yep, nope, that's a fair point. I don't disagree with that at all.
Awesome. And then in terms of the papers that in terms of the data that you don't have, I'm willing to have a follow-up conversation with you when you are able to get that data on hand. And then we can analyze that and do a data exchange.
Right. And I will go and we will make a video for everyone to see about the CMS data.
Yeah, we can do a video. Yeah, next time we won't use the stage function. We can do the video.
We need to talk about the causality here, because if the vaccine does nothing,
but we need that data. But I'd like to have that data to do so. Yeah.
Yep. So we can look at the CMS data for the 5X and also for the causality.
I'm more than happy. Yep, I'm more than happy to have a follow-up conversation when you have the data. We can do a data exchange. We can go to general chat instead of the stage, and we can do it on video. More than happy to do all of that.
Okay.
But in the meantime, those are two things I would like you to correct on your video and your publication on trial.
If I can verify that they were incorrect, I will absolutely do that.
Excellent. I look forward to your corrections, and I look forward to our second conversation.
Great. So there is one thing that I want you to know before we go.
Sure.
The systematic review and meta-analysis of ivermectin is peer-reviewed and it's published.
Yeah, the funnel plot that I linked to you is from that peer-reviewed publication that shows the publication bias.
Well,
did you look at the funnel plot?
I have not reviewed the paper in detail, but
Okay, well, I can help you
I'm
out.
happy to look at the funnel plot, and I will ask Tess
Mhm.
about it.
Yep.
And
And you should know right away that the authors don't actually do any statistical tests to formally assess. At least they didn't report any to formally assess for publication bias. They simply asserted that there was none from the funnel plot. But when you actually look at the funnel plot, there's clear asymmetry,
well, let's.
and they don't present any test.
Well, look, it passed peer review, and it wouldn't have passed
I understand
peer
it
review.
passed peer review, but there are plenty of things that pass peer review that just because passing peer review is not a sufficient. Again, it's a necessary criteria, not a sufficiency criteria. Passing peer
Yeah,
review is the bare minimum. It's not the. It doesn't make it. It doesn't mean that you just accept it de facto.
that's right. And just
Great.
because
And
you
so I'm
have
giving
a
you.
just because you have a phase 3 study which passes peer review doesn't mean that
Didn't say. Yep.
reality couldn't be
Yep.
more true than the paper.
Never claimed
I'm
otherwise.
glad we agree on that.
I'm just defending it on the merits. But all I'm saying is that passing peer review is the bare minimum. So anyway, so we can add to the list for things you to do. You can go to the authors of that peer-reviewed published meta-analysis for ivermectin. You can ask them, what was the statistical test that they used to assess for publication bias, and what was the result of that test? Because they didn't list it. They presented the funnel plot, but they didn't present any formal test for assessing the publication bias. You can add that as well, in addition to the other two things that you would have to investigate and correct because they're wrong. And then I look forward to our second conversation.
Great.
Great. Take care, Steve.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.